Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. The dragon flapped her wings, stirring the still air. She lifted her head, staring into the glare of the morning sun, which didn't bother her at all. After all, she was a fire type. The sun's light reflected off her brilliant electric blue eyes, making her vast white fur glow. The dragon purred, soaking in the light and warmth as she hovered, absorbing her surroundings. Over half of the sun peeked over the horizon, while the rest hid beneath the sea. Great rays of light beamed from the sphere, reaching toward everything in sight, reflecting off the ocean like a fire rippling in the waters. Clumps of wispy clouds floated around the dragon, gleaming and darkening at the same time, hanging motionless until the dragon flapped her mighty wings. Miles below, a forest spread across the land, cushioned between the ocean's beaches and the mountains to the west. So peaceful. This was Reshiram's favorite thing to do, fly high in the sky to see the world's beauty. It had been several months since she had been awakened by her hero, Ash, who had told her he had no desire to control her powers. He wished for her to be free. So Reshiram along with her partner, Reshiram did just that, traveling across the Unova region, either together or apart. Now Reshiram was alone, as Reshiram retreated to a lair deep within a mountain to slumber. After taking in her surroundings for several more minutes, she flapped her wings to move. But a noise stopped her. Reshiram hovered again and extended her senses. After a brief moment of silence, she heard a cry. It belonged to a small creature deep within the forest. Most wouldn't have heard it, but as a dragon with sensitive senses, Reshiram heard it clearly. It was a cry of pain and fear. Reshiram curled her lips slightly in concern. Ever since her birth, she had been raised and trained to protect all creatures. It was part of her nature. She couldn't ignore this cry. Without a second thought, Reshiram flapped her wings and dove toward the forest. She folded her wings flat against her sides, keeping her body straight, resembling a giant arrow made of white marble shooting from the sky. At the last moment, her wings snapped open to their full length, almost stopping her fall entirely. Riding on the air currents, she swooped over the forest and began to glide above the thick canopy. Finally, she came to a clearing. With a powerful roar, Reshiram shifted her wings and landed on the grassy ground. Her claws dug into the earth as a cloud of dust engulfed her. It took only one flap to clear it. When her vision sharpened, she saw several deerling huddled at the clearing's edge, near some rocks. At first, they stared at her in terror but relaxed when they realized it was the legendary Reshiram. Still, fear lingered in their eyes. Reshiram was about to ask what was wrong when she sensed something to her left. She turned her head to see a group of a dozen cryogonal. They halted upon noticing Reshiram but swarmed, floating and spinning in all directions. Their hard expressions and glares were colder than usual. Reshiram could feel their determination to carry out their mission. They were too aggressive for a regular hunt. The dragon narrowed her eyes. Cryogonal could be aggressive sometimes, but they usually didn't cause trouble, especially not in this habitat. It was time to assert her presence. Reshiram turned her entire body toward them and snapped her wings open, making her appear twice her size. The cryogonal winced but resumed their advance. This prompted Reshiram to let out a long, deep growl. The cryogonal hesitated longer this time, but like before, they continued. The deerling behind her whimpered. The dragon's eyes narrowed even more. Now she was getting angry. Aware that the deerling were frozen in fear and their safety was endangered, she turned slightly to them and ordered them to run with a couple of growls. The largest one, probably the leader, nodded, and the deerling ducked into the forest. The cryogonal noticed their escape, and the nearest two dashed toward them, but Reshiram was quick to react. Flapping her wings and warming the air with her tail, she manipulated the air to cluster the cryogonal together. They spun in a mini tornado for a few seconds before regrouping. Reshiram decided to give them one last warning. She took a step forward and moved her head toward the group, opening her jaws wide to unleash her signature roar. But this time, the cryogonal were unfazed. Now Reshiram was outraged. What was happening? Why were the cryogonal testing her? Usually gentle and kind, she could become a fierce warrior in seconds. If they wanted her wrath, so be it. Her silent challenge was answered when all the cryogonal fired an ice beam at her. Reshiram took another step and opened her jaws again, unleashing a jet of fire. The fire quickly destroyed the beams and engulfed the entire cryogonal swarm. Peering through her own attack, Reshiram saw the cryogonal begin to melt. Steam hissed from their icy bodies, their forms shrinking rapidly. It wasn't long before they were nothing but vapor. Reshiram finally closed her jaws, extinguishing the flame. But the battle wasn't over. Cryogonal were just as dangerous in vapor form as they were in ice. Reshiram had simply warmed their body temperature to where they lost their physical form. She hoped her attack had weakened and intimidated them, but she still sensed their sinister thoughts. They were weak, but they were not scared. No, they were preparing for a counterattack, but Reshiram would not allow it. Taking a deep breath and activating her tail engine, Reshiram unleashed a massive storm of fire. The wispy forms let out cries as the inferno swirled around them. Reshiram felt their pain, but their intent to destroy was just as strong. The dragon intensified her attack, and finally, she diminished the flames. All that remained of the cryogonal were wisps of gas. It was over. Reshiram stared on, guilt tugging at her heart. She rarely resorted to such extremes, but the cryogonal wouldn't relent. Folding her wings, she began to ponder the situation. These were real and natural cryogonal, yet even a newborn caterpie could sense something was very wrong. There was no reason for the cryogonal to behave that way. Reshiram knew she had to figure out what was happening on her own. Unsure of where to start, she took off and soared into the sky, contemplating whether to involve her hero, Ash. Ultimately, she decided against it, not yet knowing how critical the situation was. However, she would call for Ash if it came to that. Scraggy, high jump kick. Ash called out. Dodge it, Axu. Iris commanded. Both trainers gritted their teeth as Scraggy lunged toward Axu, its knee glowing. At the last moment, Axu sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. Ash watched in dismay as Scraggy continued forward and slammed onto the ground, cringing in pain. Iris seized the opportunity. Now scratch, she yelled, gesturing toward her Pokémon. Axu. Axu confirmed, charging at Scraggy. Its tiny claws glowed as it raked them across Scraggy's head. Scraggy fell to the ground, confused. Ash noticed Axu was lingering too close to its opponent. Trusting his Pokémon, he shouted, Scraggy. Get up and use headbutt. Scraggy's eyes shot open at his trainer's command. The determined Pokémon jumped to its feet and head-butted a distracted Axu right on the forehead. Axu cried out and stumbled back, holding its throbbing head. Iris gasped in concern. Just as Ash was about to call for another attack, Scylan's voice rang out from across the clearing. Guys, lunch is ready, he hollered. All right. Ash exclaimed, dashing toward the portable table filled with food. His loyal Pikachu followed, leaving Axu and Scraggy behind, along with Iris. Ash. Iris protested. What about our battle? Eat first. Ash replied. Iris watched him go, exasperated. Finally, she sighed and signaled Axu and Scraggy to follow her toward their supplies. However, the delicious aroma of food quickly drew her to Scylan, just like Ash. The door creaked open, revealing a well-furnished building that appeared new, though the intruder suspected it was quite old. It resembled a small hotel or a fancy bed and breakfast, with 2 stories and a variety of rooms. Some looked like studies or lounges, while others appeared more run-down. The owner had an interesting taste. Now on the second floor, mostly filled with bedrooms, the intruder walked cautiously down the hallway, knowing the owner wouldn't return soon. He approached a wooden door and jiggled the doorknob, finding it unlocked. He stepped inside a bedroom that was neither regal nor ruined, more like a simple cabin. The walls, ceiling, and floor were wooden, some parts polished while others showed signs of wear. A small desk flanked each side of the king-sized bed in the center. The bed had posts at each corner, with a thin ivory canopy hanging above. Cuddled on the satin white sheets lay a boy, probably no older than 10. He wore black pants and a blue and white jacket, unzipped to reveal a black t-shirt. His spiky raven hair framed a peaceful face, and though his eyes were closed, the intruder knew they were chocolate brown. A pair of shoes, gloves, and a hat lay at the foot of the bed. The boy was completely still, except for the gentle rise and fall of his breathing. The intruder understood he needed to awaken the boy. Anyone else might think he had simply fallen asleep, but that was not the case. He snapped his fingers. "Persian," he called. An ivory-colored cat emerged, its red jewel gleaming on its forehead. The cat's curious blood-red eyes focused on the boy. Without glancing at his Pokémon, the intruder ordered, "Screech." The cat stepped forward and opened its jaws, unleashing a high-pitched sound that filled the room, directed at the boy. The group quickly devoured their food. Ash fell back on the ground, feeling stuffed. He gazed up at the sky, watching fluffy clouds drift across the blue expanse. The sun shone brightly, casting vibrant colors across the landscape. Ash wished he could stay like this forever, but he knew he had a battle to finish. "Okay, let's go," he exclaimed, springing to his feet and returning to the battlefield. "Pika!" Pikachu cried, racing after him, with Scraggy not far behind. Iris looked at them, exasperated. "Really, Ash?" she sighed. They had just finished lunch, couldn't he wait a few more minutes? Ash and his team took their positions. "Really," Ash confirmed, determination shining in his eyes. Iris shook her head and lifted her hands in defeat, a smirk of amusement playing on her lips. "Such a little kid," she commented, getting to her feet and walking to the other side of the clearing across from Ash. Axu followed her until he stood before Scraggy, both Pokémon's determination mirroring Ash's. Meanwhile, Sillin was tidying up but glanced at them over his shoulder. Their Pokémon were clustered to the side, watching in awe. Finally, Iris made the first move. "Axu, outrage," she cried. Axu's eyes glowed red with fury, surrounded by a fierce aura. Suddenly, the little creature charged at Scraggy with incredible speed. Ash was ready to give an order, but something stopped him. A ringing sound filled his ears, causing him to wince as he tried to ignore it. "Scraggy, use." He couldn't finish as the ringing intensified, making him cringe. It was loud and painful, causing his body to tense and his face to contort with discomfort. His vision blurred, but he could see Axu slamming into Scraggy, sending the shedding Pokémon flying. Ash wanted to call out for his friend, but instead, he cried out in frustration as the ringing grew even more severe. Finally, he fell to his knees. He barely heard his friend's startled yells. His vision was so blurred that he could hardly make out his surroundings. The ringing sounded like metal scraping against metal in his head, drowning out all his senses. He forced himself to look up, only to witness a disorienting sight. It was as if someone was rapidly switching a light on and off. One moment, he saw a bright forest, and the next, everything was dark and gloomy. The chaos overwhelmed him until he couldn't take it anymore, and he let out a yell. "Ayaha!" Ash shot up, the screeching finally stopping, but his body trembled, and his vision remained blurry. He realized he was in a dark place. A noise broke through his confusion, and he slowly deciphered it as words. "You're awake, good," a voice praised. Ash blinked a few times, trying to clear his head. He felt disoriented and nauseous, unable to speak. After several moments, he began to recognize the outlines of a simple bedroom. He confirmed he was sitting on a bed with soft sheets beneath him. A tall figure stood at the foot of the bed. "Who's there?" he managed to croak. "It's okay, my boy," the voice replied reassuringly. You're safe now. That didn't answer his question. Safe from what? The last thing Ash remembered was training with his friends. Confusion and panic set in as he tried to recall what had happened. What's going on? He exclaimed, starting to thrash in distress. The voice attempted to calm him, but he was too frantic for answers. Suddenly, he heard a growl, and the voice commanded, Persian, hypnosis. In an instant, Ash's racing thoughts calmed, and he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He was almost lulled back to sleep until the sensation abruptly vanished. Ash blinked, now alert and awake. He was indeed in a simple bedroom, the room made of polished wood. Sitting on the king-sized bed, he looked up at the figure again, now able to see it clearly. The man was tall, dressed in an expensive-looking suit with touches of gold and purple. His expression was stern but softened slightly. He had well-groomed dark brown hair and piercing black eyes. Beside him sat a Persian, which the man nodded at approvingly. Well done, he complimented. Ash groaned, cradling his head. What happened? He finally asked. You were kidnapped, the man replied simply, still trying to be gentle. I know you're confused. Your captor has a psychic Pokémon that created illusions and false memories for you. You know this how? Ash asked, trying to piece it together. The man smirked slightly. I happened to run into him outside. He didn't know how to keep his mouth shut, and it was easy to connect the dots when he confessed. Ash blinked, struggling to remember. The memory of training with Iris and having lunch was fading fast. I can't remember anything, he admitted. Part of the psychic's trick, the man explained. Then Ash realized something. He searched frantically around the room for the familiar yellow fur of his tiny friend. Pikachu, he wailed, panic rising as he felt his belt and found his Pokeball were gone. My Pokémon. Where are my Pokémon? I caught your friend when he was fleeing, the man said. He had Pokémon with him, likely yours and others. We need to find them. Where is he? Ash urged. The man shrugged. I wasn't able to hold him back. Ash stared at the man in dismay. No memory, no Pokémon, no way to find them. To his surprise, the man didn't seem overly concerned. He opened his eyes and looked at Ash, making the boy feel uneasy. Don't worry, the man assured. I think I know how to find him. Can you walk? Ash was about to say he could, but a wave of weakness enveloped his legs, making him dizzy. Determined to find and save his friends, he pushed through the lingering effects of the psychic's illusions. He slid his legs over the side of the bed and dropped to the floor. As soon as his feet hit the wooden surface, a wave of nausea hit him, causing him to sway. The man leaned forward, preparing to assist Ash. Ash assured him he was okay as the attack subsided. Once he felt confident in his strength, he walked around the bed to gather his belongings scattered on the floor. The man waited patiently while Ash put on his shoes, gloves, and hat. After zipping his jacket, he nodded to his savior, who nodded back, and they exited the room. As they made their way toward the lobby with Persian trailing behind them, Ash asked, Who are you, anyway? The man glanced at him. Giovanni. Ash nodded. I'm Ash. Nice to meet you, Giovanni grumbled, though Ash sensed a hint of mockery in his tone. To fill the silence and learn more about his mysterious savior, Ash continued the conversation. So, why are you all the way out here? Ash pointed toward Giovanni's attire. You're not really dressed for travel. I wasn't planning to travel long. I was taking a short trip while staying on the main roads. But when I noticed a building in the middle of nowhere, I got curious. I didn't know I was walking up to a thief's hideout, barely got out of the way of his truck when he tried to run me over. Giovanni then glanced at Ash curiously. How do you know where we are? Didn't you say your memory was wiped? Ash blinked, surprised. How did he know that? He closed his eyes in concentration, rubbing his temple. He only glimpsed images of his surroundings before he was knocked out. Opening his eyes, he announced, "I must have been able to see where I was before he attacked me." Giovanni grunted in understanding. Seconds later, they found themselves outside. It was midnight, and the land appeared as a shadowed realm. The only light came from the stars filling the black sky and the quarter moon shining brightly. The building rested on the side of a rocky hill, resembling Professor Oak's laboratory, overlooking a wide road and forest below. Ash looked around, disappointed to see no sign of the thief or his Pokémon. "Now what?" Ash asked. Giovanni didn't reply. Instead, he reached into a pocket and pulled out a red and white Pokeball. He pressed the button to expand it and tossed it to the ground in front of them. A swirl of blue-white light materialized into a Pokémon. It was a canine the same size as Persian, its dark fur gleaming in the moonlight. Two thick black stripes cut through its gray fur, stretching from its head to its bushy tail. It had fierce yellow and red eyes that glared at everything in sight. Ash recognized it as a Mytiana. Wait, wasn't that a Pokémon from Hoenn? What was it doing here? Ash thought, but Giovanni didn't hesitate to get right to it. "Mytiana, Odor Sleuth," he ordered. The bite Pokémon snorted in confirmation and bent its head down, sniffing the ground for several minutes. Meanwhile, Ash peered up at Giovanni, who noticed his questioning glance and explained. "Mytiana are known for their great tracking abilities," he informed. "Odor Sleuth will help strengthen Mytiana's tracking and find the thief." "But you said he could be anywhere." Ash protested. "My Persian wasn't happy when he tried to run me over. It was able to damage his truck. That should slow him down, or even stop him altogether." Ash looked back at Mytiana, a little skeptical. A few minutes later, the dog suddenly froze and threw its head up, giving a couple of excited barks. "Mytiana found the trail," Giovanni announced. "Then let's go," Ash exclaimed, feeling hopeful. He was about to sprint forward when he was abruptly pulled back by his collar, causing him to stumble. Giovanni said sternly, "Hold on, I'm not running all the way there." "But he's getting away. Whether he's in a race car or on foot, his destination is the same. We'll follow his trail, which should lead us to him. I'm too old to sprint for several miles for no reason. Besides, our confrontation won't be very heroic if we're sweating and panting." Ash sighed, knowing Giovanni had a point. Reluctantly, he stayed by Giovanni's side as Mytiana led them into the forest. The humans and Persian walked casually while the canine trotted several paces ahead, its nose buried in the dirt. It felt like forever had passed when Mytiana finally slowed down with a whimper. It glanced at its companions before turning back to the bush in front of it, angling its ears forward. Ash glanced at Giovanni, who nodded and waved Ash to stay behind him as he crept toward Mytiana, crouching slightly. Ash cautiously followed his example. The group peered through the branches to see their target. A gray steel truck was parked on the edge of the clearing, its rear bumper hanging off and one of the tires badly damaged. It looked like Giovanni was telling the truth about his Persian's actions. Attending to the damaged tire was a man in his early 30s with bushy olive-colored hair and the same colored eyes. He wore an all-black outfit, pants, a leather jacket, boots, and gloves. He was so focused on his work that he was oblivious to his surroundings, even his Pokémon hovering nearby. It was a humanoid creature slightly taller than Ash, appearing as if it wore a black dress with white ribbons. Its head resembled a bow tie, with pigtails fanning out on each side. It wore a solemn expression, fulfilling its appearance as a goth. Ash recognized it as a Gothitelle, a powerful psychic Pokémon from Unova. He remembered meeting one on Sky Arrow Bridge, where it created an illusion that brought him and his friends to the past. He was well aware of its abilities to manipulate the mind, making it clear that this was the Pokémon that had forced him to dream. "Now what do we do?" Ash whispered, his voice barely audible. Giovanni pointed at Gothitelle. "We need to take out that Pokémon first." Before Ash could respond, Giovanni ordered, "Mytiana, use Dark Pulse. The canine growled and leaped out of its hiding spot. It opened its jaws, and swirling black energy pulsed through the air, slamming into Gothitelle before it could react. A cloud of smoke erupted, sending the poor Pokémon flying. The thief jumped to his feet, looking around wildly. Giovanni took this as his cue to walk into the open beside his Mytiana. The thief widened his eyes for a moment before becoming furious. "You," he shouted. "You really didn't think I would sit there, did you?" Giovanni replied in a mocking tone. Not wanting to miss the action, Ash ran out with Persian by his side. Giovanni ignored him, but when the kidnapper noticed his prisoner had escaped, he was on the verge of losing control. The man snarled before he pointed at the group and yelled, "Gothitelle, put them to sleep." Suddenly, Gothitelle flew out of nowhere and faced them. Its eyes began to glow as it raised its palms towards them. Ash felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, but Giovanni remained composed. The man pulled out another Pokeball and tossed it in front of him. "Safeguard," he ordered. A large dragon appeared, all yellow except for its creamy underside and blue wings. It had a tentacle above each eye and a pointy horn on its head. Ash's mouth dropped in awe at the sight of Dragonite. Just before Gothitelle's spell could take effect, Dragonite glowed, and a transparent green dome surrounded the newcomers, humming softly with power. Ash let out a sigh of relief when a minute passed and nothing happened. The thief was outraged, pulling his hair and stomping his feet. "Shadow Ball," he yelled. Gothitelle formed an orb of shadow-like energy between its hands and flung it at Dragonite. The attack shattered the safeguard's wall and slammed into the dragon Pokémon's chest. Ash flinched, but Giovanni remained unfazed, narrowing his eyes. When the explosion cleared, Dragonite was revealed, shaking its head to clear its vision. The thief let out a dismayed cry. Giovanni smirked and commanded, "Dragonite, use Dragon Rush." The mighty Pokémon let out a small roar and flapped its wings, enveloped in an intense light as dragon energy surrounded it. The dragon lunged forward, hitting Gothitelle directly and sending it crashing to the ground. "Finish it with Aerial Ace," Giovanni shouted. Ash blinked in surprise, realizing that both Dark Pulse and Dragon Rush had been critical hits. He could only watch as Dragonite charged towards the fallen Gothitelle at breakneck speed. The dragon slammed into it, sending a large cloud of dust into the air. Ash could hear cracking sounds from inside the cloud. When the dust finally cleared, a small crater was revealed, with an unconscious Gothitelle lying in its center. Dragonite stood on the rim, glaring at its defeated opponent, and let out a fearsome roar of victory. Ash stared in shock, unsure who was more stunned, him or the thief. After a long silence, the young man bent backward and let out a scream of pure rage, turning on Giovanni and glaring at him. He yelled a stream of curses, but Giovanni had had enough. "Dragonite, silence him," the man growled. The dragon flew over to the thief and landed behind him, locking him in place. The man flailed, but his efforts were futile. Ash stayed in place, watching as Giovanni approached his prisoner. Giovanni pulled out a strange device that looked like a tracking bracelet. The thief was too busy struggling to notice Giovanni's approach, but blinked when he clipped it onto Dragonite's wrist. Ash mirrored the kidnapper's surprise, expecting Giovanni to place it on the criminal instead. Suddenly, Dragonite's eyes glazed over, and its movements became slow and sluggish. "It's time you learn a lesson," Giovanni told the thief. Without warning, Dragonite took off, soaring hundreds of feet into the air in seconds. Ash could hear the man's screams of fear and rage. For a moment, Ash feared that Dragonite would drop him, but instead, it continued to soar towards the horizon and disappeared from sight. Giovanni explained, "My Dragonite will take him to a police station. I'm sure they would love to meet him." He gestured towards the back of the truck. "Let's retrieve your Pokémon, shall we?" Ash nodded vigorously and ran over to the truck. He threw the double doors open and climbed inside. Among the dozen cardboard boxes filled with various supplies, he spotted a steel cage in the corner, with a sad little yellow rodent curled in its center. "Pikachu!" he exclaimed. The Pokémon perked up and looked around. When it confirmed it was his best friend, Pikachu's sadness turned into excitement. It hopped to the edge of the cage as Ash rushed over. He curled his fingers in the tiny holes of the wire, and they laughed at their reunion. But Ash quickly realized there was a problem. He looked over his shoulder to see Giovanni peering at them from outside the truck. "Can you help me free my Pikachu?" Ash asked. Giovanni nodded and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a cream-colored blob shot into the truck. Ash felt himself being shoved aside as Persian charged towards the cage. Pikachu barely managed to leap out of the way as Persian attacked the steel with a slash. The side of the cage facing Ash was shredded in seconds. With the problem solved, Persian stepped aside as Pikachu leaped out of its prison and into Ash's arms. His trainer tightly embraced him, laughing happily. Persian returned to Giovanni's side as Ash finally set Pikachu down. Now that he had freed his friend, it was time for Ash to discover what was in the boxes and search for his other Pokémon. He opened one box to find it crammed full of Pokeballs, all occupied with Pokémon. The next box revealed the same sight. "There must be dozens," Ash exclaimed. "Just find yours and let's go," Giovanni ordered firmly. Ash looked at him, eyes wide. "But we can't just leave them here." "Don't worry." Giovanni pulled out a device from his suit. It was circular and made of dark gray steel with a tiny light on top. When he pressed it against the truck, it stuck in place, and the light began to blink. He turned to Ash to explain. "This is a tracking device," he announced. "The device I gave Dragonite before was its counterpart. It should lead them to this location." Ash raised an eyebrow. "I don't remember you doing all of this." "I planned ahead." With that, they went to their separate tasks. Ash rummaged through the Pokeballs, trying to find his while Giovanni recalled his Mytiana. When he found Gothitel's Pokeball, he recalled it and tossed it into the truck. Persian stayed close to Giovanni, his most faithful partner, while Giovanni searched for Persian's Pokeball. After a few minutes, both were ready to go, and the new acquaintances disappeared into the woods. The group set up camp over a mile away. Ash wanted to continue since he had been asleep for a long time, but Giovanni, having had a more eventful day and being older, needed to rest. They found the perfect shelter, a small cave dug into a rocky ravine, protected by thick trees at the entrance. It was warm and cozy inside, unlike some of the creepy places Ash had stayed during his journeys. Now, the two sat on opposite sides of the fire, leaning against the walls of the cave. Their Pokémon were nestled in the corners. The fire had been started with dry sticks Giovanni salvaged using Tepig's Ember attack. Ash learned that the nearest city was Nimbasa, a few days away. That was strange, he remembered just being in Nimbasa. His amnesia didn't seem severe. He could recall his personal life and experiences across Unova. Giovanni had asked him a series of personal questions to confirm this, and Ash had answered them all correctly. The only issue was that the memories he thought were real were fading quickly, and he couldn't remember anything leading up to his kidnapping. "What is the last thing you remember?" Giovanni asked. Ash looked down, thinking. He remembered Nimbasa Team Rocket, his gym battle, touring the city with Iris, the stamp rally, and the subway bosses. "I remember talking to Ingo and Emmett, the subway bosses," Ash said. "They told me the drawbridge was fixed, and I could cross it to Driftvale City." "Anything after that?" Ash lowered his head in disappointment. "No." Giovanni pondered for a moment. "It's possible that was when you were taken, or it could be part of the amnesia." "Maybe." Ash didn't feel convinced but didn't argue. Thinking about that memory made him feel down. "I hope my friends are okay." "Friends?" "Yeah, I was traveling with Scyllin the gym leader from Stridon City and this girl from the Village of Dragons, Iris." Ash glanced at Giovanni. "Do you think they're looking for me?" Giovanni shrugged. Possibly. I don't see why they wouldn't. Ash tried to piece together his fragmented memories. He saw flashing images, but when he tried to grasp them, they vanished, leaving him with a headache. After several minutes of struggling, he expressed his frustration by stomping his feet and clenching his fists. Giovanni, who had zoned out for a moment, blinked at Ash's sudden outburst. Why don't I remember anything? Ash demanded, ignoring Giovanni's earlier explanation. The man sighed. That Gothitelle worked hard to interfere with your mind, he explained. Your subconscious is trying to separate fantasy from reality, which is causing memory loss. Is there any way to speed up the process? There's no way to tell. Another psychic might help, but we don't have one. Backtracking and trying to relive old memories is a good idea, that's why I decided to head back to Nimbasa instead of going with the police. Ash let out a defeated sigh and rested his head in his hands. It felt like something was just out of reach in his mind. Giovanni's voice broke through his thoughts. Try to get some sleep, he instructed. We have a long day tomorrow. I'm not tired, Ash argued, sounding grumpy. He was also reluctant to sleep without any camping supplies, just the clothes on his back. Sleeping on a bare rocky floor didn't sound comfortable. Unexpectedly, Giovanni stood up and casually walked around the fire to him. He sat down next to Ash, leaning against the wall. Before Ash could protest, Giovanni's arm wrapped around his shoulders, and the other around his torso. Ash found himself resting against Giovanni's chest, feeling the warmth and security. A sleepy Pikachu glanced at them, while Persian watched with one eye open. Ash felt a bit self-conscious with Persian observing, but despite his initial restlessness, he found his eyes growing heavy. He cuddled against Giovanni, comforted by his presence, and fell asleep in moments. Ash's eyes blinked open, and he felt a moment of disorientation before recognizing the cave walls. He lay on his side on the floor, the same spot as the night before. Slowly sitting up, he noticed the changes inside the cave. Late morning sunlight poured in, filling the small space, while shadows danced from the branches outside. Pika! Ash jumped as Pikachu leaped from the corner and tackled him, squirming onto his lap. The trainer giggled and petted Pikachu. Hey, Pikachu, he greeted. Good morning. As Ash looked around, he noticed a pile of various types of berries neatly stacked next to him. His stomach rumbled loudly, reminding him of the last time he had eaten. He shared a few berries with Pikachu, then gobbled down the rest. Pikachu enjoyed his share as well, leaving behind 2 berries, which Ash quickly inhaled. Satisfied, he glanced around the cave again, only to realize Giovanni was missing. Wiping the berry juice from his mouth, he crawled outside. At the entrance, he spotted Giovanni standing on a boulder nearby, hands in his pockets, staring at the horizon with a serious expression. Hey! Ash called, waving. Giovanni snapped out of his thoughts and looked toward the sound, a slight grin appearing when he noticed Ash. Sleep well? He asked. Ash nodded enthusiastically. Giovanni nodded back in approval and climbed down from the rock with surprising ease. Just then, Persian came strkng from behind another rock, making its way toward Giovanni. Ash felt a sense of camaraderie with Pikachu as they approached. Thanks for the berries, Ash said gratefully. Figured you would need them, Giovanni replied, his once stern gaze now filled with interest in the landscape. Shall we continue? He asked in a friendly tone. Ash noted Giovanni's sudden change in mood, finding the man increasingly mysterious. Giovanni claimed to be a traveler, yet he didn't seem to fit the mold. Still, he was willing to escort Ash all the way to Nimbasa City, even though it was out of his way. Giovanni had saved his life, so Ash felt inclined to trust him. The protective nature Giovanni displayed only deepened Ash's curiosity. Without much more conversation, they set off down the road toward their destination. Most of the walk was filled with silence. Ash was used to chatting with his friends during their travels, but Giovanni seemed to prefer quiet. Ash, on the other hand, wished for some distraction instead of staring at his feet. When he finally managed to strike up a conversation, it was brief. "So what was your starter?" Giovanni asked, curious about Ash's home region. "Pikachu, of course," Ash replied. Giovanni raised his eyebrows. "Pikachu? You do know there are 3 others?" Ash giggled. "Yeah. I slept in so late I missed my turn. All they had left was Pikachu." He quickly added, "But I'm really happy it turned out that way. Pikachu is the greatest best friend I ever had. I would have never met him if it wasn't for that." "Pika!" Pikachu exclaimed, throwing a fist in the air with a happy expression. "That's quite an intriguing tale. I would consider myself special too. All I got was a Squirtle." "You're from Kanto?" Ash asked, surprised. Giovanni nodded. "Viridian. I'm from Pallet." Ash exclaimed, excitement bubbling in his voice. "I heard it's a beautiful town." "So is Viridian," Giovanni smirked. "I went there a few times," Ash continued. "I even had a couple gym battles." Giovanni's interest piqued. "Oh. Yeah, the first was my gym battle there and the second was against Agatha of the Elite Four." "How did your battles go?" Giovanni inquired. "Well, the first was really weird, but I got my gym badge. The second was when Agatha was taking care of the gym. I lost to her, but she said she was really impressed by me." "Why was the first battle strange?" Giovanni asked, intrigued. You're not going to believe this, but when I challenged the gym, it was being controlled by Team Rocket. The criminal organization in Kanto?" Giovanni's expression shifted slightly. "Yeah. When I challenged them, they tried to cheat and rip me off. I only got the gym badge when they dropped it while it was being destroyed." Caught up in his story, Ash didn't notice Giovanni's body tense for a moment. Giovanni quickly composed himself. "That's most curious." The conversation fell silent for the next hour. A few hours later, Ash found himself falling behind. It was late afternoon, the sun hanging low in the sky, casting longer shadows. He noted that if he were with his friends, they would be considering setting up camp soon. But he hesitated to bring it up to Giovanni, who had been maintaining a steady pace all day and had previously refused to stop for a break. Ash was starting to doubt Giovanni's claim that he couldn't run. Persian seemed to be keeping up well, trotting alongside Giovanni. Ash and Pikachu, however, were struggling. Pikachu usually stayed on Ash's head or walked beside him, occasionally trying to catch up to Persian, but the cat seemed to be avoiding him. Ash was doing his best to stay by Giovanni's side, but he had fallen behind several times. He had even begged for a break, but Giovanni simply encouraged him to keep going. Now, Ash trudged along with Pikachu trotting beside him, while Giovanni walked ahead, Persian nowhere in sight. They were taking a shortcut through a forest, which would lead back to the main road a couple of miles ahead. Above was a small ravine covered with leaves and thick branches. Giovanni was hiking up the incline comfortably, not noticing Ash struggling behind him. A wave of soreness flowed through Ash's legs, protesting against any more pressure. That discomfort faded when Giovanni halted abruptly at the top of the ravine. "Well, this is quite interesting," he commented. Ash peered up at him, his form silhouetted against the yellow and reddening sky. Giovanni was staring into the distance, his gaze locked onto something Ash couldn't see from his angle. Curiosity sent a fresh wave of energy through Ash's tired body, and he and Pikachu trotted up the slope to join Giovanni. Ash gasped, and Pikachu let out a surprised squeak. The sight before them was unexpected. A lake spread across the landscape, appearing like a sparkling crater in the thick forest surrounding it. It was almost perfectly circular and a couple of miles in diameter, beautiful yet covered in a thick sheet of ice. The ice shimmered as if it were water, glowing white under the lowering sun. Gray and pale blue discolorations marred the surface, resembling the moon's surface. It would be the perfect shot for a winter picture, but it was late summer, and it would be months before the lake looked this way again, if it ever did freeze. With Persian finally joining them, the travelers stared at the unusual sight in bewilderment. Everything was still. The mighty trees did not stir, their leaves not rustling. The air was unmoving, creating an otherworldly quiet. Suddenly, a great flap of wings broke the silence. Branches and leaves began to dance as the trees bent over. Dust flew in all directions, disturbing anything that had been at rest. The air vibrated with a whooshing sound, warming the atmosphere. Reshiram landed gracefully, her paws making the ground tremble. She folded her wings on her back and looked around with curiosity. The forest was coming alive, whispering about the arrival of the legendary dragon, though it remained quieter than usual. Reshiram noticed that more forests were becoming still. Understanding that she had to move on, the vast white dragon continued her journey. She walked across the forest floor, making crashing noises with each step. She considered flying but decided against it, remembering the village of Lacunosa nearby. If she was seen from the sky, it would cause quite a commotion. The last time she was here with her previous hero, the people had been apprehensive. Judging from her vantage point, Lacunosa had not changed much. So she chose to be cautious. As she approached the village, she hushed her movements. A beautiful woman walked through the western gates of Lacunosa's walls. Dressed in pure white, she wore shorts that stretched midway down her thighs, complemented by knee-high boots that made a clacking sound with each step. Her sleeveless shirt hugged her neck, and a long coat fell to her ankles, its many buckles undone, flapping like a cape. She had short, pure white hair, cut close to her scalp, with loose bangs framing her face. Her intense electric blue eyes stood out against her well-tanned skin. As she walked through the cobblestone streets of Lacunosa town, she was aware of the many stares directed at her. The isolated town, filled with elders tied to old customs, viewed strangers with suspicion, especially one dressed so unusually. However, Pokémon glanced at her with curiosity or awe before continuing on their way, sensing she posed no threat. After all, it was only Reshiram. There wasn't much special about the town, and Reshiram wondered why she had come. However, Lacunosa was the closest town to where the incident with the cryogonal had occurred, and it had an interesting history. It was near the giant chasm, home to many ice types. Perhaps the dragon in disguise could learn something. As the townspeople eyed her, Reshiram subtly observed them. Most were ordinary humans who had lived there most of their lives, along with their Pokémon. It wasn't until she neared the edge of town that she noticed some suspicious individuals. They appeared normal but were trying too hard to blend in, avoiding eye contact and any form of interaction. Yet, Reshiram sensed their intent to disturb the balance of Unova. Suppressing the urge to growl, she recognized who they were. There were about 5 of them, disguised as friends. As they passed each other, Reshiram caught a glimpse of a necklace peeking from one man's jacket. The emblem hanging from the silver chain was shaped like a shield, split in colors, black on one side and white on the other, with a blue Z and a P on top. Reshiram memorized the emblem before it was tucked away. She moved on, knowing there was nothing she could do about the troublemakers. Though she encountered someone similar a few streets away, this woman was alone, allowing Reshiram to observe her more closely. Dressed in hiking khaki pants and a black vest, she carried a heavy backpack that hugged her torso. A large white and red beret-like hat covered her head, almost obscuring her face, but thick blonde curls peeked out. She blended into the crowd as a traveler, but Reshiram sensed her true intentions were much darker than those of the previous group. Reshiram felt an instinctual urge to confront the stranger but resisted, reminding herself that she was not there to interfere with human affairs. Instead, she wandered through the town, searching for clues. The village appeared peaceful and organized, with no signs of trouble. She noticed the Pokémon seemed content, but she couldn't find anyone to talk to. Just as she was about to give up, a scream pierced the air. Halting mid-stride, she listened intently. It was a human yell, coming from just outside the village. Without hesitation, Reshiram sprinted toward the sound, deciding that going to one of the gates would take too long. She quickly ascended a nearby flight of stairs leading to the village wall and, once at the top, scanned the area to ensure she wasn't being watched. Confirming her solitude, she leaped off the wall, landing gracefully on the forest floor below. Once on the ground, Reshiram continued her dash and soon reached a river. The water sparkled under the bright sun, rushing through the landscape with an intimidating speed. However, the serene scene was marred by a small crowd of panicked humans at the water's edge. Reshiram quickly heard the distressed cries of a mother. "My baby! My baby!" she wailed. Reshiram noticed a drillbur nearby, fear evident in its eyes. She approached it and asked, "What's happening?" "A young one fell into the river," the drillbur explained, carefully choosing its words. Reshiram glanced at the river, realizing its beauty masked a deadly current. A young child, whether human or Pokémon, could be swept away in seconds. She understood why no one was moving, they were too afraid to face the waters. Except for her. Without a second thought, Reshiram charged toward the river. As a dragon with fire-type abilities, she was strong and capable of swimming. She sidestepped the anxious crowd and focused on the spot where the mother was looking. Taking a deep breath, she dove headfirst into the water. To her surprise, she found herself face to face with a boy who appeared to be around 8 years old. Confusion washed over her. Had the current swept her away that quickly? But she quickly realized the boy's ankle was trapped in some rocks, holding him down. His head was just below the water's surface, and he was thrashing in desperation. Reshiram knew she had to comfort him. Using her psychic abilities, she reached into his mind and spoke to him telepathically, "It's all right, little one. I know you are frightened, but you must remain calm." The boy looked around, confusion and fear radiating from him. Though he couldn't speak, Reshiram could hear his thoughts. "Who's there? Please. I'm scared. Hold on to your truths, and they will save you." His heart raced, but her soothing voice calmed him enough for her to approach. It was then she realized the rock holding him wasn't rock at all, it was solid ice. Without wasting time, Reshiram dug her heel into the riverbed and wrapped her hands around the block of ice, willing warmth into her palms. A soft red glow emanated from her hands, but to her dismay, the ice did not melt. She intensified the heat, but time was running out, the boy was growing weaker. Using her foot anchored in the riverbed, Reshiram propelled herself upward behind the boy, wrapping her arms around his torso. She pushed against the rock and unleashed blasts of heat against the ice. Finally, the ice shattered, and his foot slipped free. Not hesitating, Reshiram kicked her legs and surged toward the surface. Bursting into the sunlight, she gasped for air, momentarily disoriented by the bright light. The crowd gasped in surprise as she bobbed in the current, quickly recovering before paddling toward the bank with one arm, the other securely holding the boy against her chest. As she reached the shore, several men rushed to assist. They helped hoist Reshiram onto the bank while others gently pulled the weakened boy away, carrying him to safety where a concerned adult immediately began to tend to him. Reshiram realized the human was a healer. She allowed them to help her to her feet but quickly pulled away. Her breath had returned, and since her clothes were only an illusion, they weren't wet. The last thing she needed was an observant human noticing. It wasn't necessary to fuss over her. As Reshiram stood to the side, she sensed the thoughts of the black-clad human again. She looked over to see the earlier blonde and even one of the local criminals peering from different parts of the woods. They weren't planning anything, just cold observers watching with curiosity. With a snort, Reshiram forced herself to ignore them once again and let her mind wander to the incident. Solid ice, almost as hard as steel, was frozen at the bottom of a flowing river. It had captured a youngling and almost caused him a torturous fate. It was impossible. Reshiram had hoped it was just a group of radical cryogonal, but now it was becoming much more. She slowly turned to look in the direction of the giant chasm, the birthplace of ice and chaos. Giovanni tapped the ice with the toe of his foot. The ice made a sound in sync with his hits, but that was the only evidence of his touch. The ice did not crack or dent. Solid, all right, he grumbled. Ash was a couple of feet away, staring at the lake with curiosity and awe. When he registered Giovanni's test, he decided to do his own. How about this, he suggested, taking a step forward. Giovanni glanced at him as the boy turned to his partner. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Pika. Pikachu replied, filled with excitement. The yellow rodent leaped into the air, flipped, and willed energy to form in his tail. It suddenly began to glow with silver light. When the attack was fully charged, the mouse Pokémon slammed it onto the ice. The attack bounced off harmlessly. The group stared at the spot where the attack hit. The ice was perfectly unscathed. Giovanni blinked. That attack was impressive for a small Pikachu. It should have shattered its target, but it didn't do a thing. Now that's really weird, Ash commented. Giovanni nodded thoughtfully. I wonder how thick it is. Well, obviously it's deep, considering. The man couldn't finish as Ash's tiny body suddenly shot past him. The kid leaped onto the ice and raced across it. In seconds he was yards away. Giovanni stared after him in surprise, and when he finally figured out what happened, he threw his hands up and bellowed in frustration, "Ash." The boy ignored him. Giovanni snorted. Fine, drown for all I care, he muttered. It wouldn't be the first time he witnessed someone falling through ice. The ice only made thumping sounds with each of Ash's steps, it never cracked under his weight or showed signs of danger. The ice was a little slippery, but he was able to keep his balance. He ran about 20 yards out until finally turning around and heading back towards the bank. He noticed Giovanni watching him with arms crossed. When Ash finally jumped back onto land, he quickly sensed Giovanni's glare. Even though it intimidated him, Ash willed himself to turn and face the towering man. Giovanni had a stern expression as he scolded the trainer. That was foolish, boy, he said, his voice low. I was just trying out an idea, that's all, Ash replied innocently. He pointed across the lake. The ice is the same further out. It didn't feel like I was walking on ice at all. As he stared, he mused, I wonder how it is in the center. Giovanni was done fuming when he heard that comment. He snatched the back of Ash's jacket and pulled him several feet away from the lake. The boy whined in protest but stayed in his new spot, getting the message. Giovanni stared back at the ice, thinking. It was impenetrable. How was that possible? He realized nothing could be done and finally took notice of his surroundings. The sun had descended dramatically, lazily hanging over the horizon and coloring the sky with a scarlet light. It would set within the hour, and he and Ash would be in complete darkness. Let's find a place to camp, he suggested. There should be shelter around here somewhere. What? Ash exclaimed. Even though he was curious, the ice-covered lake unnerved him. Something about it. Sleeping so near it almost terrified him. You're not actually thinking of staying near this? It'll take too long to find shelter elsewhere. We walked last night. And we walked all day. We need rest. With that, Giovanni walked away, heading toward the forest. Ash muttered under his breath and followed the man, pouting. He stuck both hands in his pockets and trudged through the grass. It would be a long night. Not long later, Giovanni found a thick grove of trees with a clearing in the center. The night stars were visible in the sky by the time they had set up camp. They had started a fire, but since they were in a wooded area, they had a basin dug with rocks circling around the edge. Ash didn't admit he would have never thought of that. As they sat on the other side of the clearing, nibbling on gathered berries, Ash spoke up. So how do you think the lake got that way, he asked. It's probably the aftermath of some battle between ice types, Giovanni guessed. Ash narrowed his eyes as he thought about it. He had been in many regions and met a lot of Pokémon, but he couldn't think of any ice types powerful enough to freeze an entire lake. Were there any ice types in this area? Ash sighed. Who knows? There were also a lot of things he didn't know about Unova. Maybe Giovanni was right. Another hour passed, and the group was settling down for sleep. Ash took off his jacket and neatly folded it into a makeshift pillow. He plopped down on the ground, his legs aching. Pikachu came over and curled next to him, also exhausted. Giovanni doused the fire and walked over to another tree. He slid down and huddled against it. His Persian wandered to a shadowy bush and curled into a tight ball, seeking privacy for the night. A few minutes passed, and the entire group was fast asleep. Ash found himself in a dark place. It was cold, and he could feel it seeping into his bones. It took a few moments for him to realize he was in some sort of cave. The ominous walls were shadowed and obscured, giving off a foreboding aura. Wispy ropes of mist danced through the air, hugging everything in sight. As the boy looked around, he truly started to understand just how cold it was. The stone surrounding him radiated an icy temperature, feeding the frigid air. Ash thought he noticed some parts of the rock looked different, only to realize it was frozen. Little beads of ice were embedded in the wall, making it sparkle slightly. The mist glimmered as well, indicating it contained ice particles. Thin clouds accompanied each of Ash's breaths. Suddenly, he began to shiver, the cold clinging to him. He quickly wrapped his arms around his torso, hands grasping his shoulders. Ash let out a small gasp as a loud boom reverberated through the area. Before he could wonder what it was, another sound filled the air, causing him to whimper. Several more followed in a rhythmic pattern, and Ash quickly realized the sounds were coming closer toward him. Before he could run or even turn around, they appeared. The child gave a startled yelp as two glowing yellow eyes the size of basketballs blinked open in front of him. He stumbled backward as the eyes seemed to glare at him. Finally, he tripped over his own feet and fell onto the ground. He used his arms to hold himself up as he gazed at the creature before him. It was the silhouette of a dragon-like creature, huge enough to fill the entire cavern. The only color visible was in its two empty eyes, and the mist carefully obscured its features. Ash found himself shivering from both fear and the frigid air that grew colder by the second. He watched with wide eyes as the creature's head lowered toward him. His scream caught in his throat, leaving him completely mute. As the head neared, the monster's jaws began to part, revealing rows of sharp teeth. In seconds, the teeth lined the corners of Ash's vision as he stared into the dark throat of the monster. The mouth drew closer, and the boy finally screamed. Ash jolted awake, shooting up into a sitting position, still yelling. He felt disoriented and scared, much like when he awoke at the mansion, but it was worse. The cold still clung to his clothes, making him tremble, and beads of sweat trickled down his face, causing his clothes to cling to his body. He panted heavily, trying to regain his breath. He didn't notice Giovanni stirring from the commotion. The man blinked his eyes open to see a traumatized Ash and was immediately startled. "Ash," he softly breathed. "What's wrong?" No reply came. Giovanni crawled into a crouching position and crept toward the boy, ignoring the questioning murmurs of their awakening Pokémon. "Ash?" Giovanni tried again, this time softly placing a hand on his shoulder. Ash started at the touch and shot a wild look at the man, but relaxed a little when he realized it was just him. Giovanni decided to ask the boy, was it a nightmare? Ash only nodded, still too scared to do anything else. The dream felt so real. Giovanni gently wrapped his arms around the boy's shoulders. This time, Ash didn't huddle against him but seemed to want to pull away. However, he tolerated Giovanni, secretly wanting the man's comfort. They stayed that way for hours until Ash's frozen bones began to thaw. Before he could stop himself, the 10-year-old found himself leaning into Giovanni's touch. It would be a long time before sleep claimed him again. The next day, Giovanni was more considerate toward Ash. Instead of being several paces ahead, he stayed by the boy's side, even as Ash trudged slowly. After days of little sleep, non-stop traveling, and staying up most of the night, Ash barely had any energy left. "What's the rush, anyway?" Ash grumbled. "You want to find your friends, correct?" Giovanni probed. "For all we know, they're looking for me." Ash was feeling quite grumpy now. "Maybe. But we might find a good lead in Mbesa City." "What lead?" Giovanni sighed, trying not to get impatient with the child. Persian stalked behind the man's heels while Pikachu was perched on his shoulder. Sensing Ash's foul mood, Pikachu tried to encourage him with a few murmurs. Ash grinned slightly and rubbed Pikachu's cheek, appreciating the gesture, but soon returned to sulking. "So what was your nightmare about, anyway?" Giovanni questioned. That didn't help Ash's mood. "Nothing. It didn't seem like nothing last night. I don't want to talk about it." Giovanni swallowed his growing frustration. If he had known Ash would be this difficult, he might have reconsidered. One reason for Ash's foul mood was that the nightmare kept replaying in his mind, vivid each time. Ash really didn't know what he was afraid of. It was just hard to explain. "Let's take a rest," Giovanni suggested unexpectedly. Maybe a break would help the young trainer. Ash didn't reply. Instead, he veered his course toward a shady spot in the woods. Giovanni and Persian followed him. As soon as Ash reached one of the trees, he plopped down and leaned against it. Pikachu hopped from his shoulder to the ground, turned toward Ash, and placed his front paws on his knee, peering up at him. But the trainer was so exhausted he ignored the mouse. Giovanni settled nearby, with Persian laying its head and paws on his lap. Ash's eyes slowly opened to see the purring cat. He forced his head up and pointed at it. "So is your Persian a girl or boy?" he asked Giovanni. Suddenly, a growl came from Persian's throat. Giovanni chuckled in amusement, petting the cat while shushing it. "Sorry, my Persian is sensitive," he apologized. "To answer your question, Persian is female." Ash glanced at it, surprised. He closed his eyes and dozed off. A few minutes later, he blinked his eyes open to see Giovanni's face as the man gently shook his shoulder. "Come on," he whispered, "time to go." Ash let out a soft resisting the urge to request 5 more minutes. A little later, the group of travelers was back on the road. Later that afternoon, the duo engaged in one of their more awkward conversations. Giovanni walked in front of Ash, with Persian at her respective spot. Ash was doing well keeping up, with Pikachu dozing on his head. Suddenly, the man felt the child's gaze boring into him. He looked over his shoulder to see Ash's narrowed, curious stare. "May I help you?" Giovanni questioned. "Have we met before?" Ash replied with his own question. Giovanni blinked. "What do you mean? Like, did we meet before all this happened? You look kind of familiar." It was then the older trainer noticed Pikachu watching him with the same questioning gaze. Giovanni rolled his eyes, wondering where this had come from. Suppressing a sigh, he replied, "No, I don't believe so." "You sure?" "I never forget a face. If we had met before, I would have remembered." "You must have me confused with someone else." Ash wasn't fully convinced, so he continued to stare at Giovanni while the man ignored him, pretending not to notice. Ash wondered about it before but pushed it aside, thinking it was just his memory being strange. Now that he thought about it, his savior looked really familiar. But because Ash's world was so perfect, he couldn't place the man. He could only hope that everything would come together soon. Reshiram snatched a low-hanging branch thick with leaves in front of her. She pulled it up over her head and ducked underneath it, feeling the sticky greens scrape the top of her head. Yes, she was still in human form. She thought it would be easier than flying above, as she still did not want to attract attention. Little did she know the forest was so thick. She didn't remember this place being so untamed, almost proving that it had grown during her slumber. She was impressed with how her region had changed. Castelia City, for example, was large during her time, but she never imagined how advanced it would become. Much more was different, too, forgotten cities replaced by new ones, new cultures, and even Pokémon. Reshiram broke her thoughts as she stepped out into a small field. It was lined with short but lush grass, stretching in all directions to the forest beyond. Ahead of her was a brown, wooden building. It was 2 stories high, a large first floor with a loft on top. The roof was slanted on one side and reached halfway down the building, giving it a triangular shape with the rest of the building box-like. The dark brown wood was obviously old, with white streaks of faded paint littering the walls and signs of rot in unchecked places. There were even a couple of loose planks creaking in the soft wind. The building looked like it would collapse any minute, or at least seemed abandoned, but it was actually still in use. Outside the large double doors of the main entrance was a cart of hay tied to a faded blue, rusty truck. A lone human was walking back and forth, taking a bale of hay from the cart, walking into the barn, and coming back out empty-handed. The human was an older male, but not yet an elder. He was tall and skinny, but his muscles rippled under his skin after years of work. He had dark brown hair with white streaks of age, almost exactly like his building. He wore tattered tan pants and a plaid red shirt with long sleeves, the cuffs folded back. He didn't notice Reshiram until she walked up, even grabbing the same bale at the same time he did to gain his attention. He blinked in surprise, and Reshiram merely replied with a warm smile. "May I assist you?" she asked gently. The man still stared at her, and after a moment, he finally blinked out of his trance. His voice had a friendly tone as he replied, "Nah, this ain't work for a beautiful thing like you. I'm stronger than I look." Before another word could be said, Reshiram yanked the hay away and walked towards the barn, holding the bale with one hand. The inside of the barn was warm and stuffy, the smell of hay and dust in the air. Rays of bright sunshine glowed through the windows and planks, illuminating the building. To Reshiram's right was an open room filled with rectangular bales of hay, stacked against the wall. Reshiram set her donation on the nearest pile and turned to see the farmer watching her. When he was convinced the stranger was determined and useful, he allowed her assistance and went back to work. As both picked up another bale, he commented, "Don't get many visitors up here." "I'm just passing through," Reshiram replied. "Where you headed?" Reshiram paused for a moment, wondering if she should inform him. Deciding he might have useful information, she confessed, "The giant chasm." The man suddenly froze, his body turning rigid. He awkwardly dropped his load onto the pile. After a long moment, he gulped and forced himself to turn to Reshiram, his movements very stiff. Meeting Reshiram's curious glance, he forced himself to say, "They say that place is cursed, you know." The dragon in disguise raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" The man paused for another second before finally shaking his head to clear his thoughts. "Ah, don't mind me, just silly folk tales." Reshiram glanced at him, feeling guilty for making him uncomfortable, but she knew she needed to know. She pushed on, "May I hear them?" "It's a long story." "I am in no hurry." The farmer tilted his head in thought. At last, he began, "Long ago, this land was a beautiful and peaceful place. People and Pokémon from all over the world would travel for miles to come here. In charge of most of the land was Lacunosa town. Now, that place was something to talk about. Anyway, this part of the region was almost paradise. But that all changed when suddenly a disaster came. A giant meteor of ice fell from the heavens and crashed on the outskirts of Lacunosa town. It sent Pokémon running. And the humans, being the curious fellows we are, inspected it. When they did, a fearsome monster emerged. A vicious creature that would go on rampages, destroying anything in its path and taking anything that came across it. Then it attacked Lacunosa town. At night, it would raid the town and take people and Pokémon alike to its lair. When day came, it would lock itself away. Those who were taken were never seen again. Finally, the people of Lacunosa decided to try something. They built a large wall around their village and made new laws to protect themselves. One of the major ones was that no one was out after sunset. It almost worked. The monster came up and clawed desperately at the walls, wailing at the top of its lungs, but to no avail. People started to calm down, but then the worst happened. The monster learned how to fly and get over the walls. When it did, it went on the worst rampage of all. In rage, it almost leveled the town by morning. It returned home, thinking of coming back. But the folks had enough. They pulled themselves together and waited for the monster. When it came, they attacked it, pushing it all the way back to its home. Overwhelmed, the creature fled and sealed itself away, never bothering the townspeople again. Though to this day, folks are still paranoid and stick to old traditions. There was a silence for a few moments, the effects of the story hanging in the air. Finally, Reshiram pulled herself together and breathed, an incredible tale. Her storyteller shrugged, obviously not sharing the same opinion. The dragon tilted her head, curious. But I don't understand what this has to do with the curse of the giant chasm. The farmer, holding back a chuckle, realized his guest was unfamiliar with the area. He explained, they say the chasm is the monster's lair. It's what's left of the meteor crash. Inside is a cave leading to the creature. It's cursed because after the battle, the monster went into slumber. If anyone trespasses, it'll wake up and cause chaos. Disaster will follow. By the time he finished, they had completed their chore. Reshiram stood still for a moment, processing the information. Finally, she asked, "Is it as dangerous as they say?" He nodded. "No one dares go up there. Only hostile Pokémon roam, some even serving the beast." "Thank you," she replied, then turned and walked away, heading toward the giant chasm. The man watched her go, feeling a sense of defeat. A cool wind swept through the forest, rustling Reshiram's clothes and the trees around her. The sky was draped in dark blue, with the sun having set, leaving a pink glow on the horizon. The first stars began to twinkle, emerging from their daytime slumber. It was a beautiful twilight, yet it carried an unsettling feeling. Reshiram stood on a ledge, gazing down at the crater below the giant chasm. It was a vast, deep basin about a mile wide, its bottom covered in a thick, dark green forest. Jagged rocks lined the edges, resembling the teeth of a fierce predator. An aura of sorrow and darkness emanated from the chasm, warning all to stay away. The area was eerily quiet, devoid of life. Determined, Reshiram took a deep breath and leaped off the ledge, descending into the forsaken forest below. As expected, the chasm's forest was dense and unwelcoming. There was barely enough room for a proper trail. Reshiram squeezed between the undergrowth and trees, the leaves brushing against her skin and vines attempting to ensnare her. The forest was lifeless, the ground lacked color, the leaves were dull, and the tree trunks loomed out of the darkness like forgotten relics. No moonlight penetrated the canopy, and there was no sign of Pokémon. It was a grim and oppressive place, meant to intimidate even the bravest. After a long time, well after the last light faded, Reshiram discovered something intriguing on the other side of the forest. A large outcrop of pale, jagged rock emerged from the trees, completely barren except for a few large boulders. She noticed a large arch-shaped hole in the outcrop's wall, leading into a pitch-black abyss. Wisps of mist seeped from the darkness, and the entrance was wide enough for her and Zekrom to pass through. Reshiram decided to keep her distance. Instead, she moved to another side of the outcrop, where the rock was less steep and covered in loose stones. After scanning the area for any surprises, she began to climb. Most of the rocks were stable, allowing her to ascend without incident. Halfway up, she found a large crack just big enough for a human to squeeze through. Like the first entrance, it was shrouded in darkness, appearing as a portal to another realm. As she approached, a Pokémon suddenly leaped onto a boulder beside the entrance. It had bluish-black fur with fiery red feathers on its tail and ears. Its sharp claws glinted in the moonlight. The creature was a Sneasel, smaller and skinnier than most of its kind, with a wicked grin and gleaming eyes. "Go back," it hissed, its voice raspy and eerie. "I will not," Reshiram replied firmly. "Then face the consequences." With that, the Sneasel leaped away into the night. Undeterred, Reshiram crawled to the crack and peered through, seeing only darkness. She took a deep breath, stepped in, and wiggled her way through, landing on her feet with a soft thud. She glanced around, her expression guarded. She found herself in a dim tunnel, the moonlight failing to penetrate. The tunnels twisted in every direction, and the cold air sent chills through her. Determined, Reshiram pressed on. The catacombs were a maze of tunnels, each one leading in random directions. Reshiram tried to keep a mental map, but the sameness of the tunnels empty, dark, and cold made it difficult. After a long time, she stumbled upon a vast cavern, large enough to fit a football stadium. The walls were lined with tunnels, some on the ground and others high up, inaccessible. As she examined the cavern, she noticed a thin layer of ice covering the floor. Suddenly, she sensed a powerful presence nearby. Taking a defiant step forward, she called out, "I know you're there. Show yourself." Reshiram tried to take another step forward but was met with multiple ice beams fired at her feet. Summoning her superhuman strength, she leaped into the air, barely dodging the attacks. With one leg extended and the other tucked in, her arms open wide, she looked like she was flying. At the peak of her jump, Reshiram tucked her body into a ball and rapidly rolled backwards multiple times. She opened back up at the last moment and landed neatly into a crouch. Looking up, she saw a swarm of cryogonal, similar to the one before, and they did not look happy. Two of the closest ones fired another ice beam, the attacks racing toward her. Reshiram leaped to her feet and opened her jaws, unleashing a jet of fire. The flames enveloped the beams, destroying them, and the fire traveled to the cryogonal, knocking them out of the air. Her powers were weaker in a different form, but they were still effective. Not allowing her opponents to gain an advantage, Reshiram acted first. She spun a 360 on her heels, like a dancer. Near the end of her spin, she crouched and extended her right leg, dragging it across the floor in front of her. The dragon's dance summoned several waves of fire that slammed into the cryogonal, sending them flying. Just as she was about to add another attack, something stopped her. A mighty roar filled the cavern, echoing in all directions and drowning out her senses. The scream was so intense it shook everything, causing loose rocks to fall. The battlers froze. Before the roar could die down, a great stomp came from the other side of the cavern. Reshiram sensed the presence was even closer, dark thoughts radiating from it. Suddenly, the air became much colder. Without thinking, she turned on her heels and leaped into a sprint, dashing toward the nearest tunnel entrance. She ducked inside and ran madly, not considering her route. Finally, she managed to extend her senses. The presence was following her, but the main entrance was nearby. She had to make it. Veering off her course, Reshiram slipped into a corridor leading toward the exit. Several roars sounded during the chase, and the stomping of footsteps never ceased. Just as she sensed she was almost to the exit, disaster struck. A violent tremble shook the tunnel, followed by a terrible cracking sound. The dragon in disguise skidded to a halt, watching in dismay as the roof of the tunnel before her suddenly collapsed. Large boulders and debris fell, surrounding her in dust. In less than a minute, the tunnel was crammed with stone, forming a new wall. Another great roar filled the air, almost as fierce as the first one. The footsteps were dreadfully near. Reshiram turned around toward the way she came, converting into her true form and bracing herself for the inevitable. Ash had another night of restless sleep, once again greeted by a nightmare. In this one, he dreamed of dueling dragons, trapped in the dream as if someone was holding his head toward a screen. He watched the dragons continuously attacking each other, slashing and pouncing. A couple of times, a dragon charged an attack, and Ash felt a chill as he recalled the intensity of the battle. He managed to wake up, thankfully without making a commotion. But once he lay back down, hoping not to dream again, the nightmare found him. He was finally freed when morning came, and the travelers set off for the last leg of their journey. By now, Ash was far beyond exhaustion. "Come on, just a little more," Giovanni urged gently. "I can't," Ash retorted, stubbornly refusing to move. He was so tired he tripped over his own feet. Giovanni and Pikachu encouraged him to continue, while Persian sat patiently a few feet away. "What's the hurry, anyway?" Ash demanded. "And don't give me any lame excuses." Giovanni sighed heavily, pausing for a moment before confessing, "I don't think your kidnapper was alone. I've been pushing you because I want to gain as much distance as possible so his accomplice doesn't find us." Hearing Giovanni's words felt like a hammer hitting Ash's gut. His eyes widened as new images flooded his mind. He remembered someone else being there. Ash trembled, feeling disoriented. He couldn't let that awful man's partner do that to him again. With newfound determination, he slowly picked himself up, moving inch by inch. "Good boy," Giovanni praised. "Pikachu." Pikachu cheered. Finally, Ash shakily got to his feet. At first, he looked weak, but determination quickly replaced that. The sun burned brightly that afternoon, casting a warm glow over the land. There was not a cloud in the sky, and the air was warm, typical for a summer day. The group of travelers exited the forest and entered a small field of grass, the green stalks gleaming in the sunlight. Ahead of them was a small rise, shielding the view on the other side. Giovanni was a few paces ahead with his Persian on his heels. Ash followed closely behind, new energy surging within him, with Pikachu nestled on his shoulder. As they neared the rise, a wave of recognition passed through them. This place looked familiar. Giovanni reached the top first, a grin creeping across his face. "Ah, so it seems everything was worth it," he mused. Ash trotted the last few steps to join him, letting out a small gasp of relief and a small laugh. Before them lay Nimbasa City, sprawling for miles with buildings of various sizes. Parks and lakes added beauty to the bustling metropolis, which seemed to shine in the sunlight. From their vantage point, Ash pointed out several tourist attractions, the famous Ferris wheel, the big stadium, the Pokémon musical, and the Pokémon Center. They had finally arrived. The atmosphere in Nimbasa City was lively, with everyone in good spirits, including a small group of travelers navigating the streets. Ash walked beside Giovanni, their Pokémon at their sides. Unable to contain his excitement, Ash jumped in front of Giovanni, cutting him off. Giovanni blinked as Ash pumped his fists in the air, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Okay, where do we start?" Ash asked loudly. Giovanni suppressed an eye roll, they had just arrived. "First, we need to rest. But I have some business to attend to." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a wallet, displaying several bills for Ash to see. The trainer's eyes widened with curiosity and excitement. Giovanni held the money out in front of him. "Go treat yourself. I'll find you later." Ash glanced at Giovanni, who nodded in confirmation. Understanding he had permission, Ash quickly grabbed the money and counted it, gasping at the amount. "Wow, thanks, Giovanni," he exclaimed, his voice carrying through the crowd. Giovanni winced, wishing Ash hadn't said his name so loudly. Ash turned to his Pokémon. "Come on, Pikachu." "Pikachu," the little Pokémon cheered, leaping off Ash's shoulder as the trainer spun around and dashed off, Pikachu following closely behind. Giovanni watched Ash disappear into the city before heading in his own direction, avoiding prying eyes until he reached a payphone. He inserted a few coins and dialed a number, waiting patiently until someone picked up. A young man's voice greeted him. "Yes, Kanto Industries, how may we help you?" I would like to buy some insurance, please, Giovanni replied in a similarly polite tone. The Team Rocket agent straightened at the mention of business. Sir. Is the prisoner secure? Yes, sir, came the response, though there was a pause. He's surprisingly reluctant. It may take longer to break him. That's fine. My Dragonite? Already returned to storage, sir. Good. Keep the prisoner for a little longer. I'll deal with him when I return. You're not coming back now, sir. I have some things to take care of. But, sir. Giovanni interrupted, showing his annoyance. Stop saying, sir. Yes, sir. With a sigh, Giovanni hung up and moved on. Meanwhile, Ash strolled through the city, energized by his newfound freedom. After receiving money from Giovanni, he had indulged in a lavish meal at a fancy restaurant, savoring every course. Once satisfied, he paid the bill and continued his adventure. He purchased a new backpack, filling it with supplies for any unexpected journeys ahead. Now, he needed to find his friends. Syllan and Iris could be anywhere, but he decided to check the Pokémon Center first. If they weren't there, he could rent a room and rest. If all else failed, he would seek help from the subway bosses, his last clear memory. Don't worry, Pikachu, we'll find everyone, he promised. Pika Pai, his partner replied. They navigated busy streets until they reached the Pokémon Center, a large 3-story building nestled next to a small plaza. It was twice the size of a regular center, featuring exclusive amenities, including a Pokémon spa. Trainers flowed in and out of the automatic glass doors, accompanied by their Pokémon or fellow battlers. Ash and Pikachu joined the crowd, entering a spacious lobby with a receptionist desk straight ahead, various seating areas, and multiple doors leading to different sections of the building. The polished purple tiles gleamed underfoot, and colorful decorations adorned the walls. Trainers rested and prepared for their next battles, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Even though Ash had been there before, he paused to take it all in, marveling at the differences from other Pokémon centers in Unova. Shaking himself from his thoughts, he approached the front desk, where Nurse Joy greeted him with a warm smile. Hello, how may I help you? She asked. I'd like to rent a room for the night, please, Ash replied politely. Nurse Joy nodded and began typing on her computer. Suddenly, Pikachu became agitated, his eyes wide and ears perked up. He leaped off Ash's shoulder, taking a battle stance. Pika, Pikachu, he exclaimed, sparks flying from his cheeks. Ash and Nurse Joy froze, surprised by Pikachu's sudden aggression. Ash was about to ask what was wrong when he noticed commotion across the lobby. Trainers gasped as their Pokémon reacted similarly, glaring at an unseen challenge. What in the world? Nurse Joy exclaimed. Her question was answered by a loud bang. Ash jumped, startled, and turned toward the source of the noise. An air conditioning vent high up on the wall was the only thing visible to the trainer. He winced as the metal screen suddenly shook violently, followed by a loud bang. Fellow trainers noticed as well, anxiously shifting and staring at the source. There were a couple more slams, and then the vent was replaced by a cloud of debris as a portion of the wall exploded. Rocks and dust flew in all directions, forcing some to cover their heads. Everyone gasped and leaped away. At the same time, a powerful blue beam shot from the smoke cloud and struck the ground. As the beam dragged across the floor, large ice formations immediately formed. The closest trainers let out cries of fear and fled. Ash watched in shock as a dozen Pokémon emerged from the same origin. They were about 3 feet in diameter and shaped like octagons. Their bodies were made of solid ice, with sharp points lining the edges. 2 round glowing eyes were set in the middle of a large crack in the center of the body, and a smaller crack shaped like a frown was located just under the eyes, with a chain of ice hanging from it. Ash observed that the Pokémon resembled a giant snowflake with a face, and it had an aggressive look, its blank eyes glaring at the surroundings. Having never seen the Pokémon before, Ash instinctively reached into his pocket and pulled out his new Pokédex. He felt a little guilty realizing it was probably a bad time, but when he saw a few other trainers doing the same thing, he felt relieved. The black and gray Pokédex opened and lit up, revealing a picture identical to the Pokémon. A male electronic voice sounded. Cryogonal, the crystallizing Pokémon, the device identified. When Cryogonal's body temperature rises, it turns into steam and vanishes. It can capture prey with chains made of ice. Ash looked up and stared at the Cryogonal. It seemed like a tricky Pokémon. Even though all the Pokémon in the center were ready for battle, some even rushing in, Ash couldn't bring himself to attack the intruders without a good reason. Instead, he turned to Nurse Joy, who was staring in shock. "Nurse Joy, what's going on?" he asked. The nurse blinked, snapping herself out of her trance to focus on him. I don't know. Cryogonal aren't found anywhere near here. And never in my lifetime have I heard or seen anything like this." Ash blinked. "Then how?" He couldn't finish as Pikachu shouted a warning. Ash jumped away as dozens of shards of ice rapidly shot at where his feet had been. He looked up to see an angry Cryogonal floating above him. It looked like he had no choice. "Pikachu, use Electro Ball." Pikachu cried a confirmation and jumped into the air. A coat of electricity covered the mouse, quickly collecting in his tail. The electricity concentrated into a sphere at the tip of his lightning-shaped tail. Once it was fully charged, Pikachu yelled again and flung the attack at the Cryogonal. It impacted the ice Pokémon square in the face, creating a small explosion of smoke before the creature fell to the ground. In the corner of Ash's eye, he saw other trainers regrouping with their Pokémon and organizing their own attacks. Those without Pokémon understood to stay out of the way and hid behind makeshift shelters. It was chaos, but Ash remained optimistic. These trainers looked strong, and he couldn't see them losing. The Cryogonal didn't seem that intimidating. But as if to challenge his confidence, a dozen more Cryogonal flew out of the new hole in the wall, appearing bigger and meaner than the first wave. A quick echo of dismayed groans came from stressed trainers. Ash glanced at Pikachu. They exchanged a determined look, and Ash said, "Let's do it, Pikachu." Then trainer and Pokémon charged into battle. Giovanni was calmly walking through the streets of Nimbasa City, one hand in his pocket and the other hanging by his side. He wore a stern expression as he observed his surroundings, his faithful Persian mimicking him. Where did that boy go now? He should have put a tracking device on him. The kid was so gullible. Did he really believe Giovanni would send dozens of Pokémon Team Rocket had never even seen to the police? Not to mention a criminal who obviously had useful information. No, the breadcrumbs Giovanni left were not for the authorities, but for his underlings. That was why he tried to get as much distance as possible so Ash wouldn't detect the organization's activity. He had hinted a couple of times that he wasn't working alone. Speaking of the criminal, Giovanni knew he should return to Team Rocket. Leaving a bunch of inexperienced members in unknown territory without their leader could cause problems. But he wasn't ready to leave Ash just yet. Someone needed to keep an eye on the boy, and more importantly, he could have interesting information. Giovanni's train of thought was interrupted when he noticed a commotion nearby. He halted and turned his head to see three young boys crowded together at the end of the street. "Are you serious?" one of them exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Another boy, panting and sweating, nodded vigorously. "I saw it with my own eyes. The Pokémon Center's in trouble." "Should we go help?" the third boy asked. "We need to let the police handle this," the first insisted. Even though it was none of Giovanni's business and he shouldn't get involved, especially with the mention of police, his curiosity got the better of him. He approached the trio and asked, "Let the police handle what?" The three boys jumped and turned to face him, their expressions a mix of uncertainty and hope. The sweating boy answered, still panicking, "The Pokémon Center's under attack. A whole swarm of Cryogonal." Giovanni's eyes widened. He quickly trained his gaze toward the direction of the medical building. Could Ash be? Even though Giovanni had given him plenty of money to keep him occupied, everyone knew the first place a trainer would go was the Pokémon Center. There was a very real possibility that Ash was there. Instructing the boys to stay where they were, he wasn't going to let anyone else get in the way he left them behind. He jumped into almost a full sprint as he raced toward the Pokémon Center, hoping he could get there in time. Pika! Chu! Pikachu cried out as it released a surge of electricity. Once the light of the attack faded, 2 more Cryogonal fainted. Ash smirked, the battle was going well. The Ice-type Pokémon were falling quickly, with the other trainers and their Pokémon still fighting. The only issue was their overwhelming numbers. No matter how many were taken out, it felt like more were appearing. Still, the Pokémon trainers remained undeterred. A true trainer never runs from a battle. As Pikachu landed in a battle stance, another attack caught the corner of Ash's eye. He turned to see a Woobat falling to a Cryogonal. A short trainer gasped. "Woobat!" he cried, quickly pulling an empty Pokeball from his belt and holding it toward the fainted Pokémon. "Return!" A red beam reached out from the Pokeball and enveloped the Pokémon. The Woobat glowed and turned transparent for a moment before being sucked into the ball. The trainer glanced at the device before turning to a girl about his age. "Good thing we're in a Pokémon Center, huh?" he joked. She shot him a scolding glare. "You really think you can heal your Pokémon now?" The boy backed off a little, realizing she had a point. Suddenly, a nerdy-looking boy with a bow tie and thick glasses joined them, panic evident on his face. He either had no Pokémon or they had fainted. "Let's just get out of here," he exclaimed. The others nodded in agreement. They turned and began to sprint toward the main door but froze, gasping in fear. Startled, Ash followed their gaze and froze as well. Several Cryogonal hovered in front of the door, each firing a beam of ice at the entrance. A layer of ice was quickly forming on the glass. They were sealing the door. "Pikachu! Stop them!" Ash ordered, pointing at the attackers. Pikachu let out a grunt and ran a few steps closer. Sparks of electricity flew from its cheeks as it prepared to unleash a thunderbolt. Suddenly, an intense beam of light struck its feet, causing Pikachu to skid across the ground, leaving trails of smoke in its wake. "Pikachu!" Ash cried, trying to help his friend, but another attack struck at his feet. He leaped back, gritting his teeth, and turned toward the source, his mouth dropping in shock. Giovanni slowed as he neared the Pokémon Center, panting and sore, but relieved to have made it. However, he feared he might be too late. A growing crowd surrounded the building, most people whispering in panic. Giovanni rolled his eyes. If they were so concerned, they should take action. Pathetic fools. As usual, it seemed he had to handle things himself. He stormed through the groups, ignoring everyone around him. He wasn't even halfway to the center when he heard crashing sounds from inside, accompanied by the sounds of battle. Through the windows, he could only make out racing silhouettes. Definitely a problem. As he approached the main entrance, he noticed the glass was covered in what looked like thick white cobwebs. After a moment, he realized it was ice. He stopped in front of the door, inches away, narrowing his eyes as he peered through. All he could see were silhouettes of several Pokémon hovering on the other side. He placed his hand on the glass, feeling the freezing chill that nearly burned his skin. With a hiss, he withdrew his hand and took several steps back. He exchanged glances with his Persian, who looked up at him as if asking, "Want me to do it?" Giovanni ignored his partner and focused on the door. A smirk crossed his face as he decided to take action. He pulled out another Pokeball and tossed it to the ground. The ball opened, releasing a white-blue light that formed into a large Pokémon. The beast, a Rhyperior, stood ready, its armor made of rock covering its entire body. Giovanni pointed at the door. "Flamethrower." Immediately, Rhyperior turned to face the building, holding its arms toward the door. Bystanders hushed their conversations, watching with curiosity. Giovanni paid them no mind. A couple of seconds passed before jets of fire erupted from Rhyperior's hands, engulfing the entrance and crawling up the building's walls. Intense orange light reflected off Giovanni's face as he watched with determination. "Hang on, Ash," he thought. Inside, Ash stared at the Pokémon before him. It was a cryogonal, but much larger than the others, standing at least 5 feet tall. The ice chains hanging from its mouth scraped across the floor, even though it hovered in the air. Its eyes were narrower than its brethren, giving it a menacing glare. Chills crawled up Ash's spine as he stared at the creature, and the entire Pokémon Center fell silent. Suddenly, the giant cryogonal spoke. "White hero," it hissed. Ash winced. Gasping. He was taken aback not only by how the Pokémon addressed him but also by the fact that it could talk. Its voice was eerie, like someone whispering through a tube. Finally, Ash gulped and replied, "Why yeah. You come," the cryogonal whispered. "Where? You come with us. Master has chosen you." "Master?" Ash couldn't ask another question as a dozen cryogonal began spinning around him. With a panicked gasp, he looked all around, watching as they formed a perfect circle around him. He was completely surrounded, and they did not look happy. Refusing to show fear, Ash glared at the giant. "What do you want?" he demanded. "We bring you to Master." Suddenly, the cryogonal hissed. Before Ash could react, their ice chains extended dramatically and shot at him like arrows. The boy screamed and ducked, bracing for the worst. But it never came. There was a harsh cry, and a split second later, Ash's hair stood on end from the intense electricity filling the air. The cryogonal screamed as yellow lightning coursed through their bodies, jumping from one to another. It looked like a jagged yellow veil had formed perfectly around the Pokémon. As soon as the phenomenon had started, and before Ash registered what was going on, the electricity was cut off. The cryogonal were still for a few seconds, black steam rising from their bodies. At last, every one of them clattered to the floor at the same time, all unconscious. Ash looked behind him to see Pikachu in a battle stance, his body still sparking from the great attack. His trainer laughed. "Great job, Pikachu," he exclaimed. A weird noise suddenly came from the giant cryogonal, the only survivor, which Ash interpreted as an enraged growl. He turned back toward the creature and straightened, ready to put an end to the madness. Little did he notice the red glow coming from the door. "Give it your best shot," the trainer taunted his opponent. The giant hissed again, and its body began to glow. A ball of white energy began to form in front of its frown, quickly growing in size. In seconds, the ball turned into a powerful beam racing towards Ash. "Pikachu, Electro Ball," he yelled, pointing in front of him. Before the solar beam struck, a yellow ball of electricity whizzed past Ash's ear and met with the opposing attack. The noise of the explosion filled his ears, and his entire vision was obscured by thick smoke, but Ash refused to stop. He threw his hand again and called, "Quick attack." He felt Pikachu race past his feet at an impossible speed and slam into the cryogonal's face. It was pushed several feet back, and Pikachu glided along after it. The rodent was able to land neatly as his opponent came to a halt. The crystallizing Pokémon's body glowed again, but this time multiple colors rippled across its body. Suddenly, a colorful beam shot from its frown, aimed at Pikachu. Pikachu was able to dodge by jumping backwards, the force of the Aurora beam attack helping lift him into the air. "Thunderbolt!" Ash screamed. "Pi! Ka!" Electricity began to coat around the mouse's body. Choo-choo! A concentrated beam of lightning raced at the approaching threat. The cryogonal wasn't even able to move before the attack struck it. Ash saw only for a split second the attack engulfing the Pokémon before a giant explosion filled the entire lobby. The trainer covered his face as smoke and roars filled his senses. He feared he would become deaf from the noise and blinded by the debris sinking into his eyes. He barely heard other trainers grunting from the force. Finally, the explosion cleared, revealing the last of the cryogonal disappearing into the hole. Ash lowered his arms and looked around. Trainers were cautiously coming from their hiding places and observing their surroundings with shock. Their enemies were gone, and it was because of a battle that only lasted for a few seconds. The Pokémon Center was completely silent. That was until a mighty clap of thunder sounded. Ash jumped and screamed, followed by many others. At the same moment, a giant column of roaring fire burst into the lobby right behind him. Nurse Joy, who had been hiding throughout the battle, jumped back under her desk as the flames ended inches away. After a few seconds, the powerful flamethrower abruptly stopped, the noise suddenly gone, and only a few embers still hanging in the air. Ash whirled around and faced the source. His body was rigid, and his face frozen with shock. A black shoe poked out from the rim of the entrance, followed by the rest of Giovanni's body. "Well, that took longer than expected," he muttered. He turned to Ash, who was completely dumbstruck, but that quickly disappeared as the boy's eyes drooped. "Gio," he couldn't finish saying his own savior's name as his eyes closed and his head bent backwards. His knees buckled, and his body began to fall towards the ground. Before he completely collapsed, Giovanni leaped towards him and caught him in his arms. He glanced at the unconscious boy, his stone-cold eyes almost showing pity. He picked the boy up by tucking an arm under Ash's knees and the other wrapped around his shoulders. The trainer's head rested against Giovanni's shoulder. The prisoner was miserable. His captors were keeping him fed and healthy, but it was obvious they didn't like him. After the Dragonite had flown him to some strange base in the middle of nowhere and dumped him at the front doorstep, they dragged him inside like he was some unwanted pet. They were courteous enough to check him over for signs of poor health, but it was all business from there. They moved him room to room, either setting him up for interrogation or leaving him to wait. Now he sat alone in a cold cell. There wasn't even a light, shrouding the windowless room in darkness. He was strapped to an iron chair, forced to go through his thoughts. They were probably prepping him for another interrogation, but he wasn't talking. That was his #1 policy, never to confess during an interview. Last time he talked, he almost got killed. He especially wasn't speaking to the authorities. They had to be authorities, right? Team Rocket? He had heard his captors talking about something, though. Something about, the boss, would talk to him. That caused a flicker of excitement to perk up his spirits. Just wait until he met this boss. The prisoner was pulled out of his thoughts as suddenly there was a click, and the door opened. Bright light poured in, making the man squint his eyes from the sudden change in environment. The figure within the door was silhouetted. The prisoner looked pathetic, but he was bursting with excitement. This had to be the man. But after his eyes adjusted, he realized it was just another one of his captors. The person wore an all-black outfit that covered every inch of their body. The only color was their gray boots, gloves, and belt along with the red R on their hearts. A black cap was nestled on their head, making their face the only skin visible. The prisoner was about to yell at the invader until he realized this one was different. This one was slightly shorter, and he realized he was actually a boy, in his late teens at most. Long tea-green hair spouted from his hat and fell across his back. He had it in a ponytail, but it was so thick it was hard to tell. His gray eyes showed no life, and his lips were in a straight line. He looked bored, or better yet, emotionless. The prisoner flinched when he suddenly spoke. "Getsus told me you would be useful," he muttered. The prisoner flinched again when he recognized the name. The stranger continued speaking before he could respond. "But you failed." His voice rose in distress, sounding almost like a wail. The captive quickly realized he needed to defend himself. "And no, I didn't," he protested. "I got the boy just like you asked. Don't you see what has happened to you? Jay just let me out. I can do it again." Piece of cake. The teenager shook his head sadly. I'm afraid I can't do that, he sighed. Suddenly, he pulled out a pokeball. Wait a second. I told these people nothing. The boy opened the pokeball, and a Pokémon appeared. The prisoner recognized it as a psychic Pokémon, a floating blob with arms and a tawny doll-shaped body. It was Reuniclus. I'm sorry, the teenager said, his tone dull, making it hard to tell if he was sincere. This isn't personal, but you know too much about us. Suddenly, the ex-criminal's vision was filled with a blinding white light. Ash woke up with a huge yawn, sitting up and stretching his arms. His bones cracked as his stiff muscles loosened. Sleepiness blurred his vision, but it cleared after a few blinks. He found himself in a fancy bedroom, lying on the left side of a king-sized bed with Egyptian sheets pulled over him. The head of the bed was pushed against the wall, and there were antique dark brown wooden desks on either side, each with a simple white lamp. Next to him was an opening in the wall leading to an impressive bathroom with a sink, shower, and closet. Across from him, a closed wooden door led somewhere else. The walls were egg white, and the floor was covered in ivory carpet. He wanted to sleep forever in this comfortable bed, but something felt off. He didn't recognize these surroundings at all. As he closed his eyes, memories of the battle with Cryogonal at the Pokémon Center flooded back. How did he get here? He opened his eyes again, feeling a bit more relaxed when he noticed Pikachu snoozing in the corner of the bed, curled up in a ball. Hey, buddy, Ash greeted. Pikachu opened his eyes and lifted his head, perking up his ears. Pikachu, he replied cheerfully. Ash slid out of bed and noticed he was missing his gloves, hat, jacket, socks, and shoes. Panic flickered when he realized his belt with his Pokeball was also gone. Not seeing his belongings in the room, he decided to explore. He opened the door and stepped into a small living room. He quickly realized he was in an apartment. The living room was barely bigger than the bedroom, crammed with furniture, including a leather couch and two broad chairs with a glass table between them. A plasma TV sat on a dresser in the corner, beside a large window with a sliding door. The curtains were pulled back, revealing a view of Nimbasa City, with the Ferris wheel slowly spinning in the distance. The city gleamed under the clear blue sky, and Ash guessed it was around noon. At least he knew he was in the same city, not a deserted mansion. But where was Giovanni? How long had it been? When would he return? The thought that his savior might have abandoned him felt depressing. He vaguely remembered seeing the man before he passed out, but he also recalled Giovanni seemed eager to leave him behind. Suddenly, Ash's stomach growled, pulling him from his thoughts. Surprisingly, he was curious about how much time had passed since he had a big lunch before going to the Pokémon Center. Was there any food here? Thankfully, there was a kitchen on the other side of the apartment, next to the main door. It had a refrigerator and microwave. Ash quickly crossed over to the refrigerator and opened it, finding a lone white styrofoam box. He pulled it out and opened the lid, revealing pasta noodles in a creamy sauce. His stomach growled in agreement as he noted how delicious it looked. He placed it in the microwave for a few seconds to warm it up. Meanwhile, he found a bag of Pokémon food in a cabinet and filled a bowl for Pikachu. When the microwave beeped, he grabbed a utensil and began to eat, practically inhaling his food. The boy soon collapsed on the couch, feeling stuffed. He laid his head on one of the armrests, sprawled out on the sofa, while Pikachu playfully settled on his stomach. Ash closed his eyes, but a clicking noise made him open them again. The door opened, and he lifted his head, blinking in surprise. Giovanni stood in the doorway, smiling when he noticed Ash. "I see you're awake," he observed. Ash nodded. "How long have I been asleep?" "All night." Ash tilted his head, calculating the hours, and flinched at the realization. He had slept for over a day. Remembering the battle, he asked, "How did I get here?" "You fell unconscious at the Pokémon Center. It was chaotic, and I thought it was best to take you to a nearby hotel." Giovanni entered the living room with Persian trailing behind, and Ash noticed something different about him. He looked tired. "Have you been up long?" Ash asked. "Not really." Ash must have looked like a mess because Giovanni suggested, "How about you go freshen up? I'll take a rest." The latter statement confirmed his exhaustion. The younger trainer nodded obediently and returned to the bedroom. The bathroom had private stalls out of view, so Ash didn't have to worry about Giovanni accidentally seeing him. Giovanni collapsed on the bed with a grunt while his partner disappeared inside, keeping his back to the bathroom. Pikachu and Persian rested in the living room, each taking a nap. In the bathroom, Ash turned on the shower, letting the hot water flow as steam filled the air. He quickly changed out of his clothes and stepped under the warm stream, enjoying the refreshing sensation after days on the road. Once clean, he dried off and dressed in his black pants and shirt, then approached the sink. He glanced over at Giovanni, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Finding a hairbrush and toothbrush, Ash spent a few minutes trying to tame his spiky hair, though he wasn't very successful. Feeling refreshed and energized, he moved closer to Giovanni and gently shook his upper arm. "Giovanni," he called softly. The older trainer stirred, mumbling sleepily. "What?" "We were going to look for my friends, remember?" After a moment of confusion, Giovanni's eyes widened with realization. All right," he whispered, finally waking up. Ash cheered and scurried away, while Giovanni stretched and yawned. Later that afternoon, Ash and Giovanni wandered around Nimbasa City. Ash attempted to enter the Pokémon Center, but Giovanni warned him that it was still a mess from a recent attack. Instead, they chatted with nearby trainers, but no one recognized Iris and Scylla. They decided to tour the city, hoping to run into them. Ash considered visiting the subway bosses, Ingo and Emmett, who had helped him and his friends in the past. Giovanni suggested they search a bit longer before involving them, so Ash tried to contain his impatience. Unbeknownst to them, they were being watched. As they stood in a small plaza, contemplating their next move, a woman observed them from the shadows. Reshiram was hiding in a nearby alley, having finally found her hero. However, her excitement quickly turned to anger upon noticing Giovanni. He reminded her of someone she had encountered before, foreign and heartless, yet stronger. How dare he be so close to her hero? Suddenly, Ash declared, "We need to go to Ingo and Emmett." "They have better things to do than waste their time with a child," Giovanni replied. "We're like best friends. They'll listen to me, I promise." Giovanni silently cursed, knowing Ash's determination could lead to trouble. Just as Ash was about to protest again, a white figure shot from a nearby alley and stopped next to Giovanni. Time seemed to freeze as a woman appeared, her leg raised in an unusual position. Giovanni's head snapped back as he was caught off guard, and he fell to the ground. Ash was unable to help or even scream as the woman swiftly grabbed him and darted away. A dazed Giovanni struggled to his feet, hearing Ash's startled cry for help. Reshiram ducked into another dark alley, out of Giovanni's sight, and dropped a squirming Ash on the ground. As he attempted to escape, she grabbed his shoulders, holding him in place. "Let me go," he shouted, panic rising in his voice. Realizing Ash's unusual behavior, Reshiram extended her psychic powers, gently placing a hand on his forehead. As she read his thoughts, fragmented images and confusion flooded her mind. She saw glimpses of Ash's recent adventures, including an attack by Cryogonal, and sensed his trust in Giovanni. With a sigh, she pulled away, leaving Ash bewildered. "No wonder you're so frightened," she said softly. "You think I'm one of them?" Ash blinked in confusion. Who are you?" he stammered. The woman locked eyes with him, her gaze intense yet gentle. "Do you remember me, my precious one?" As Ash took in her features, he realized who she was. Reshiram. He stared at her in disbelief. What are you doing here?" he asked quietly. "I have been searching all over Unova for you," Reshiram explained. "I need your help." Taken aback, Ash struggled to understand. What do you need my help with? Come, she urged, leading him forward. We must go, Reshiram urged, beginning to stand up. Ash remained seated, his gaze fixed on her. Wait, what about Giovanni? He asked, concern evident in his voice. Reshiram furrowed her eyebrows, understanding Ash's trust in his savior. She chose not to reveal Giovanni's identity, knowing it would only confuse him further. This does not concern him, she replied firmly. He would hinder us for many reasons. Ash's expression shifted to disappointment, but he accepted her words. If a legendary said so, she must know best. With that, they took off together, sprinting through alleyways and narrow streets, careful to avoid being seen. Reshiram led the way, holding Ash's hand tightly as they ran. They needed to escape the city and find a safe place to leave permanently. Reshiram sensed unwanted visitors approaching and knew she had to protect Ash. Though Ash was unaware of the full situation, he instinctively trusted Reshiram. He followed her without question, determination driving him forward. To her surprise, he kept pace with her, even as she had to adjust her speed. After navigating several alleys, they skidded to a halt before a tall gray brick wall. The only way up was a pile of boxes leading to an overhanging roof, but it would be a challenge for Ash. As they turned to find another route, they froze. A tall figure loomed before them. Giovanni. I believe you have something that belongs to me, he said, his voice low and threatening. Ash blinked, feeling the tension rise as Reshiram squeezed his hand. They stood together, united against Giovanni. Reshiram was determined not to let Giovanni take Ash from her. How had he caught up so quickly? She lifted her chin defiantly. He stays with me, she declared. Giovanni stepped closer, his presence imposing. Ash looked between the two, realizing the misunderstanding. Giovanni thought Reshiram was kidnapping him, and Reshiram likely believed Giovanni was a threat. He needed to clarify the situation. Reaching out with his thoughts, he spoke to Reshiram telepathically. Reshiram, he called. Yes, she replied, her tone curt but attentive. Let me talk to Giovanni. He'll listen to me. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into, she warned. I can take care of myself, he insisted. Please, let me handle this. Reluctantly, Reshiram released his hand and stepped back, casting one last glare at Giovanni before leaping up to the roof with agility. Ash watched her go, but before he could react, Giovanni threw a pokeball. Maitayana emerged, snarling. Go after her, Giovanni commanded. Maitayana took off, following Reshiram's scent. Ash felt a surge of panic. Don't hurt her, he shouted, but his plea went unheard. As he prepared to chase after the Pokémon, Giovanni grabbed his wrist. Come on, he grumbled, pulling Ash away. Hey! Let go! Ash protested, squirming in an attempt to break free, but Giovanni's grip was too strong. Frustrated, Ash demanded, what's the deal? Ignoring him, Giovanni tightened his hold, and Ash felt a wave of fear wash over him. Memories flooded back, standing on a beautiful beach, witnessing a broken Mutuo, and the sight of Team Rocket led by Giovanni. No! Ash screamed, trying to escape. Giovanni twisted him around, regaining his grip. Ash thrashed and struggled, desperate to break free. Let me go. You won't get away with this, he shouted, his voice a mix of anger and fear. Giovanni remained unfazed, accustomed to being challenged. He continued to drag Ash away, who fought with all his might. Ash's thoughts raced, filled with concerns about Giovanni wanting to take Pikachu from him. Why would he want a Pikachu? Finally, Giovanni had enough. He turned to face Ash, his patience wearing thin. The back of Giovanni's arm struck the side of Ash's head, causing him to stagger but not fall, as Giovanni's grip kept him upright. Ash looked up at the towering man, fear evident in his eyes. He held his head where he had been hit, whimpering in disbelief. Gathering his courage, he shouted, "What do you want from me?" Giovanni's expression hardened as he loomed over Ash, finally revealing a shocking truth. "You're my nephew, what do you think?" Silence enveloped them, the world around them fading away. Ash's mind raced as he processed Giovanni's words, his face a mix of fear and disbelief. Giovanni, too, felt a surge of emotions he hadn't intended to reveal. Finally, Ash broke the silence, his face contorting in anger. "Liar!" He crouched and lunged at Giovanni, hitting him in the gut with all his strength. Giovanni stumbled back in surprise, but Ash's attempt to pull him down failed. In seconds, Giovanni had a firm grip on Ash's shoulders. "Stop it," he hissed, pushing Ash away with a force that sent him crashing to the ground. Ash winced in pain but quickly regained his composure, glaring at Giovanni with defiance. "No. There's no way I could be related to a monster like you." "A monster, eh? Is that how you see your own uncle?" Giovanni retorted. "Shut up!" Ash shouted, springing to his feet to charge again. This time, Giovanni was ready. He sidestepped Ash's tackle and struck the back of his head, causing Ash to fall unconscious before he hit the ground. Meanwhile, Reshiram sprinted through the narrow streets, feeling guilty for leaving Ash behind. She sensed a growing darkness behind her, and a voice called out, "Stop." Turning to see several figures in black clothing, likely Giovanni's minions, she quickened her pace. The leader of the group shouted again, but Reshiram continued to run, determined to escape. Frustrated, the leader threw a pokeball, releasing a Ninjask, a fast bug-type Pokémon. Reshiram ducked around a corner, striking the Ninjask without looking. It was sent crashing into a wall, unconscious. Not long after, another threat emerged. A Mytiana snarled at her from an alley. Reshiram swiftly stomped on its head as she ran past, leaving it incapacitated. Finally, she reached a plaza at the edge of a park, where the ground was lined with white bricks. As she skidded to a stop, the rockets formed a semicircle around her, their dark presence palpable. Just then, she noticed two figures at the top of the stairs. One of them called out, "Excadrill." A pokeball flew through the air, releasing a large mole-like Pokémon. Recognizing the rockets as enemies, Excadrill glared at them. "Focus blast," its trainer commanded. Excadrill formed a sphere of energy and launched it at the rocket's feet. The criminals were caught off guard, and a brilliant explosion lit up the plaza, shaking the ground beneath them. The rockets were sent flying and crashed onto the ground, groaning in pain and disorientation. Reshiram looked back at her rescuers as the light faded, revealing two children. One was a preteen boy, noticeably taller than his companion, dressed in formal attire with a green bow tie. He had light green hair and friendly eyes. His partner, a younger girl, wore an ivory and pink dress with long sleeves that had a tribal design. Her long, deep purple hair fell to her knees, tied back with a ponytail, and she had bushy pigtails on either side of her head. Her eyes burned with fury and victory. "Go away," she yelled at the criminals. "We don't want you here." Suddenly, a baby gray dragon, an Axu, poked out of her hair, glaring at the enemies and shouting, "AXEW." The criminals clumsily picked themselves up, gave their adversaries one last glance, and fled into the alley from which they came. Reshiram sensed they were more fed up than actually obeying the stranger's request. Once the plaza was clear, the girl trotted down the stairs toward Reshiram, the boy following closely behind. Reshiram recognized them. As they approached, the boy commented, "That was quite an unfortunate experience. I hope you're not hurt. Why were they after you?" The girl's eyes widened in realization as she approached Reshiram cautiously, her face filled with shock and awe. "Reshiram, is that you?" she breathed. The boy blinked in surprise. Reshiram nodded, a warm smile on her lips. "Yes. It has been a long time, my friends." Iris and Scylla stared at the legendary in disbelief. Scylla was the first to speak, his words hesitant. What are you doing here? I was going to ask the same of you, Reshiram replied. Iris bowed her head, avoiding eye contact. We're looking for Ash. Ash? Yes, we lost him some time ago, Scylla said, his voice solemn. Reshiram turned her attention to him. I'm afraid he's been kidnapped. I know, the dragon replied, surprising both children. You know, they exclaimed in unison. I have spoken with Ash. He's in the city. Iris and Scylla were at a loss for words. They had been searching for their dear friend for days and could hardly believe the confirmation was coming from a legendary. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. Where is he, then? Iris asked. Is he okay? He escaped from his captor unharmed, Reshiram assured them. His spirit is still strong. But the situation is complicated. Scylla blinked. What do you mean? I was forced to leave Ash with the criminal's master. Reshiram paused, trying to find the right words. Another gasp escaped the children. You mean their boss? Iris yelped, then added, why did you leave him? I had no choice. He gave me an order. I have to obey him. Iris was in shock, realizing her friend was in danger. Scylla, being more composed, forced himself to analyze the situation. Well, at least Pikachu's with him, he said, trying to find something positive. Those two are really close. Reshiram blinked at this. Pikachu. Iris's spirits lifted at Scylla's words, and she quickly added, yeah, you remember, Ash's Pokémon. The dragon was still confused. She remembered the creature but didn't recall seeing it when she tried to save Ash. The children's hearts raced as they exchanged worried glances, voicing the same thought simultaneously. Then where's Pikachu? Pikachu dashed through empty streets, panting heavily. He was running as fast as his tiny legs would allow, but exhaustion was creeping in. Suddenly, an outraged snarl echoed behind him. Get back here! Giovanni's Persian screeched. Pikachu glanced over his shoulder to see the cat sprinting after him, the gap between them narrowing. Despite using quick attacks to gain distance, it wasn't enough. The feline looked as fresh as ever, while Pikachu was nearing his limit. He was just trying to find a clue, not far from Ash. As he spotted a familiar figure, he froze, recognizing Reshiram. Confusion flooded his mind as he wondered why the legendary was here and what she was doing with his friend. As Pikachu tried to process this, he noticed Giovanni stirring. The man repositioned himself into a crouch, his expression menacing as he glared at Pikachu. His thoughts were interrupted when Persian rushed to Giovanni's side, fussing over him. Master! Master, she cried, covering the distance in leaps. Giovanni, however, was annoyed and pushed her away. Get out of my face, he hissed. With that, he leaped to his feet and ran toward the alley where Reshiram and Ash had disappeared, leaving Pikachu and Persian alone in silence. Pikachu watched, too stunned to move. But she didn't seem hurt, it was more like she was used to it. That changed when the cat turned and locked eyes with Pikachu. Oh. You, she said, as if she just realized he was there. That was when Pikachu turned and took off, and the chase began. Pikachu was interrupted from his thoughts as he suddenly heard the pounding of paws right behind him. He couldn't help but cry out when he felt Persian's jaws snap, just missing his tail. Frightened, Pikachu dashed into a quick attack. It only gave him a few more feet, but at least his tail was safe. This made Persian angry. She snarled and willed energy. Her precious jewel began to glow a bright crimson. Growling, she threw her head around, snapping it back towards Pikachu. Immediately, dozens of crystals appeared in midair and shot towards him in less than a blink of an eye. The crystals struck the ground below Pikachu's feet and exploded on impact. He let out a cry as he found himself flying through the air, crashing onto the ground and bouncing a couple of times from the momentum. He tried to get up, but before he could move, Persian had caught up. Deciding to play with her prey, she tucked her paw under his belly and flipped him into the air like a kitten playing with a toy. Pikachu wailed, but his attacker was still having fun. As he flew straight up, Persian stood on her hind legs and swiped at him, sending him slamming into the ground. Once again, before he could move, she swatted at him again, this time with a powerful attack. The mouse cried out as he was thrown like a ragdoll. Persian watched with amusement as she saw her prey whimper, covered in scrapes and grime. Refusing to give up, Pikachu forced himself to his feet, gritting his teeth as he shakily stood again. But he couldn't hold on for long, he was too weak. He could use Thunderbolt, but Persian was too fast, and he didn't have the strength to summon it. Persian grinned and took a step toward him. Pikachu braced himself for what was to come, but it never happened. Suddenly, a soft jet of water fell from the sky and landed right on Persian's head. Her face disappeared in the torrent, and there was a surprised cry. Persian leaped backward, away from the attack and from Pikachu. When the water disappeared, only leaving a puddle in its place, both Pokémon looked up at the source. On a balcony of a neighboring building stood a creature that looked like a two-legged otter with blue fur covering its body, save for its flat tail. It had short pointy ears on top of its head and round black eyes. Thick whiskers sprouted from its pink nose. Pikachu recognized it as a Duat. It stood on the balcony's railing, peering down at them. And sure enough, its trainer was right behind it. The trainer was a female wearing jean shorts with raggedy ends and a white tank top with a black unzipped vest over it. She had thick brown hair in a bushy ponytail sticking from her pink and white hat. Her sapphire eyes gleamed as she looked at the Pokémon below her, a wide grin on her face. "Oh! Persian and Pikachu," she exclaimed. "You guys are super rare in Unova." She quickly pulled out a Pokeball from her bag. "I'm gonna catch you." The once quarreling Pokémon let their jaws drop as they stared at the trainer in disbelief. But they had no time to react. The trainer pointed at them and ordered, "Get Rio." The Duat chirped before leaping off the railing, landing expertly between Persian and Pikachu, making them jump. Rio decided to go after the Pokémon it first set its eyes on Persian. "Razor Shell," the girl called from her post. Rio yanked one of its scallops off its leg and held it out. The scallop began to glow blue, forming a shape of a curved sword. Once the attack was charged, the Duat swiped it at Persian. The cat barely dodged it, ducking and jumping away. The act caused her to turn away from her opponent, but once she landed, she twisted around toward the Duat. Before it could charge another attack, Persian's jewel began to glow. Mystified, the trainer couldn't help but stare. Suddenly, Duat's eyes drooped. With a tired sigh, it slumped over, falling right on its face. "Oh," the girl cried. Once Persian noticed her hypnosis worked and her enemy was unconscious, she whirled around and sprinted down the alley from which she came, leaving Pikachu all alone. "Wait! Come back," the trainer cried after Persian, but the cat was already gone. When the girl realized her catch was lost, she gave another exasperated sigh. Then Pikachu froze when she trained her determined gaze on him. "I'll just catch you, then." Pikachu ran for it. Reshiram, Silen, and Iris were traveling through the city, carefully keeping an eye out for any clues. They were closer than ever to finding Ash, but now they had nothing. They weren't even sure if he had escaped Giovanni or not. Now they were worried about Pikachu, too. If the mouse wasn't there protecting his friend, how would Ash defend himself? Where in the world did Pikachu go in the first place? The children were trying their best to search, but they were too distracted by thousands of scenarios buzzing through their minds. What if Ash was hurt? What if Pikachu was hurt? What if the friends were never reunited? Reshiram was able to stay more focused, since legendaries can't really daydream, but she too feared the worst. Suddenly, as the trio walked across a small courtyard, they all heard a strange noise. They blinked. But before they could exchange glances of confusion, a yellow streak shot out from a shadowed passageway. "Pikachu," he wailed. The trio gasped in relief and dismay. They found what they were looking for, but something was definitely wrong. Pikachu was covered in bruises and dirt, looking weak and exhausted. But when he noticed them, he gave an excited cheer, and new energy flowed through him. He ran a little faster straight toward them. But instead of going to one of the children, he quickly noticed Reshiram, a legendary guardian. Taking a flying leap, he slammed into her chest. Reshiram stumbled in surprise slightly but protectively wrapped her arms around the terrified creature. "Reshiram, help! That crazy lady is after me," he cried. Reshiram blinked, completely caught off guard. A moment later, the trainer Pikachu had mentioned appeared from the same spot. She quickly scanned the area before noticing them, and her wild look turned into a glare. "Hey! That's my Pokémon," she exclaimed, frustration evident in her voice. Everyone blinked and stared, too stunned to respond as they processed what had just happened. Realizing they weren't going to speak, the girl stormed towards them. "Give it back. I saw it first, fair and square." Iris was the first to regain her composure, her annoyance matching that of the spoiled trainer before them. "What are you talking about?" she snapped. The girl pointed at Pikachu. "Pikachu is an ultra rare Pokémon. I'm going to catch it. You have to give it back because I found it first." Silen gasped quietly as the realization hit him. She thought Pikachu was wild. No doubt she believed they were trying to take Pikachu for themselves. He stepped forward to explain. "Hold on, this is a misunderstanding," he insisted. "This Pikachu already has a trainer." "Oh. Where is he, then?" Everyone exchanged glances. Did she really have to ask that? Iris stammered, "We don't know." This made the trainer furious. She stomped her foot and stood rigid, her arms straight at her sides, hands clenched into fists. "Ha! I knew it. You greedy people are trying to take my catch for yourselves. Give it." Iris mirrored her fury, stepping forward with a stiff posture. She clenched her fist and scowled. "Look, you spoiled princess. Pikachu already has a trainer who we're friends with, we just don't know where he is right now. So pack your bags and hit the road." Axel leaned heavily on her shoulder, pointing an accusing finger at the trainer and shouting a volley of insults. When the girl stared in shock, Iris added, "I'll prove it to you by tossing a pokeball at him." That only made her more serious. "Oh, no you don't. If we're going to decide who gets Pikachu, then let's battle. Winner gets the prize." "You're crazy." The rebellious trainer glared and stuck out her chin defiantly. Iris gritted her teeth, realizing there was no negotiating with her. Battling was the only choice. She grabbed a pokeball. "All right, let's." She was interrupted when an arm appeared in front of her, cutting between Iris and her opponent. Silen stood firmly, eyes narrowed in a determined glare. "I'll take care of this," he vowed slowly. "But..." He cut her off with a playful glance and a smile. "Don't worry, I got this." The girl tapped her foot impatiently, arms crossed over her chest. After glaring at them for a moment, she demanded, "Well, are we going to do this or not?" Silen and Iris exchanged a silent message. With a nod, they switched places. Iris stepped back while Silen stepped forward. His expression was neutral as he called, "I'll be your opponent." Then, reverting to habit, he placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself formally, "I am Silen, one of the gym leaders of Stridon City." The girl's eyes gleamed. "Name Shakira." The two pulled out their pokeballs. Silen and Shakira stood several yards apart, enough space for a low-grade battle. Silen decided they needed a set of rules. "Okay," he called. "This will be a one-on-one battle." Before he could continue, Shakira interrupted. "That's not fair. One chance to get a Pikachu. No. 3-on-3. Sillin suppressed a sigh. As a gym leader, he was used to handling demanding trainers. Sensing Iris was about to storm over, he quickly spoke up. Look, that's how we did it at my gym, he explained formally. No one ever complained. If challengers could accept those rules for a gym badge, you can accept this. Besides, such odds will add excitement to this battle. Shakira tilted her head, contemplating Sillin's words. After a moment, she lifted her head with a confident smile. Okay, then, she said, I guess I'll take that bet. But I'm going to win. That's the spirit. Sillin cheered. With silent agreement, the battle began. Sillin folded his arms across his chest, holding his Pokeball by his ear as he twisted his body. He swung his arm, using the momentum to launch the Pokeball. Go! Dwebble! The Pokeball struck the ground and bounced up, splitting in half as a white blob emerged and a Pokémon materialized. It appeared to be a shrimp-like insect Pokémon with a bronze exoskeleton. It had black round eyes on its tiny head and a small mouth. Two huge pincers hovered just above the ground, covered by a medium-sized dark gray rock resembling a ragged shell. Dwebble, it called, surveying the area. Shakira wasted no time in throwing her own Pokeball. Come on out, my darling Scott. A dog appeared across from Dwebble. It had a blue coat of fur on its back with a tan pelt covering the rest of its body. Thicker fur on its face gave it a mustached appearance. It was a Herdier, a common Pokémon in Unova. Shakira shouted an order. Scott, take down. The Herdier barked and charged forward. Halfway to its opponent, powerful glowing energy surrounded it, making the run more intimidating. Dodge it, Dwebble. Sillin shouted, gesturing with his arm. At the last moment, the tiny insect jumped with all its strength, narrowly avoiding the attack as the energy barrier passed just under its feet. Dwebble landed neatly on the ground, facing its opponent. Seeing it missed, Scott skidded to a halt. Sillin decided to take advantage of the moment. Rock slide, he called. Dwebble, his Pokémon chanted, extending its pincers above its head. Suddenly, multiple portals appeared above Scott, and large glowing red boulders emerged from midair. Once fully formed and captured by gravity, the boulders gained speed and streaked toward the ground, threatening to crash in a shower of meteors. Shakira squealed, urging Scott to get out of the way. The dog immediately turned around and ran for it, narrowly avoiding the falling rocks just before the rock slide slammed onto the ground, filling the air with dust and a loud noise. Realizing it had a clear shot at Dwebble, Scott charged in for another takedown. To Sillin's dismay, this one was a direct hit, sending Dwebble tumbling. It cried out before flipping over Scott and crashing near Sillin. Scott skidded to a halt, and Shakira mocked, "Give up yet?" Sillin replied confidently, "We're just warming up." Dwebble stood up, determined, and cheered back, ready for the next move. "You asked for it. Scott, wild charge." Scott growled and took off, kicking up dust as it sprinted. An electric energy enveloped the loyal dog Pokémon, crackling with intensity. Sillin couldn't think of a counterattack, forced to watch as the attack slammed into Dwebble. The rock in Pokémon cried out as it was sent flying, skidding across the ground with Scott in pursuit. "Bite!" Shakira commanded. Scott leaped into the air, jaws wide open. Sillin shouted for Dwebble to use X-Scissor. Dwebble's eyes opened with determination, and just before Scott landed, it jumped up to meet the opponent. Caught off guard, Scott was hit by Dwebble's claws, leaving a trail of energy as it slashed across Scott's head and chest. The dog let out a loud wail, crashing to the ground. Before Dwebble could land, Sillin called out, "Rock slide." Multiple rocks began to fall like rain. Stunned, Scott was unable to move and took the brunt of the attack. Shakira screamed as the air filled with dust and noise from the crash. Both trainers stared at the settling cloud, waiting for the result. Reshiram and Iris leaned in, engrossed. Finally, the cloud dispersed, revealing an unconscious Scott lying flat on its back. Scylla grinned, while Shakira reacted dramatically, returning her defeated Pokémon and throwing a tantrum. No. 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 Rematch. 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 Iris decided to intervene, taking Pikachu from Reshiram's arms and placing it on the ground. Iris remained calm as she searched her pocket for a spare Pokeball. Shakira watched in shock, exclaiming, "Oh! You're going to catch it in front of me, too?" Ignoring Shakira, Iris tossed the Pokeball toward Pikachu, which simply bounced off its head. Pikachu winced but understood Iris's intentions. When Iris caught the returning Pokeball, she shot a glare at Shakira. "Get it now," she called sternly. Shakira blinked in disbelief before sinking to her knees, wailing, "Wah!" It wasn't even wild. "Oh, come on," everyone yelled in frustration. Reshiram grumbled about the wasted time, while Iris defended their actions, noting they had at least gotten Pikachu back. The mouse Pokémon, now cradled in Iris's arms, felt much better after being healed. Aksu peeked out from Iris's hair, exchanging laughs with Pikachu. However, Reshiram remained solemn, asking about her hero. Iris turned to Scylla, expressing concern over their missing friend. Scylla pondered, folding his arms and resting his chin on his hand. After a moment, he opened his eyes with a laugh and snapped his fingers, announcing, "Oh, I got an idea." Iris leaned in, curious about his plan. Scylla grinned and said, "I think it's time we call a couple of our friends." Meanwhile, Giovanni paced in his office, grumbling under his breath. Persian lounged on the couch, grooming herself, while her master was preoccupied with more pressing matters. "Delia, this is your fault," he muttered, frustrated that he had finally found his nephew, who was now uncooperative. Giovanni had lost his temper and spent the night reorganizing his forces, only to find chaos upon his return. He was eager to interrogate Ash's kidnapper, but discovered the criminal's memory was wiped clean. Giovanni was convinced that someone had infiltrated his organization. After a night of bad news, he was determined to find a way to talk to Ash, who was destined to join Team Rocket long before his birth. With that thought, Giovanni stormed out of the room. Ash slowly opened his eyes, greeted by a throbbing headache. He groaned and pressed his palm to his forehead, realizing he was lying on a queen-sized bed against the wall. On the opposite side of the room was a lone door. The room was dark, barely allowing Ash to see. He determined the room was barren, just him and the bed. The young boy was snuggled neatly under the rough, uncomfortable cotton sheets. With effort, Ash pushed himself into a sitting position, causing his head to pound, but he ignored it. Memories of Nimbasa City flooded his mind, and the shock made him feel ill. He had been traveling with the leader of Team Rocket, the most notorious man in Kanto. The realization was overwhelming. Giovanni had claimed they were family. Ash shivered at the thought. There was no way. The denial sparked a rebellious fire within him. He threw off the covers and quickly slid out of bed, only to be met with a sharp pain in his head. Enraged, he stormed over to the door, but it was locked. He began pounding on it with all his might. "Hey! Let me out," he called, but there was no reply. After a moment, he gave up and turned back to the bed, sitting on it with a frustrated bounce. He crossed his arms, deep in thought. Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket, claimed to be his uncle. How could that be? His mother had never mentioned any uncles or aunts. It was just them. Ash had never found clues in photo albums or family stories. It seemed logical that Giovanni was lying, trying to mess with his head. But Ash saw the truth in Giovanni's eyes. If he was an uncle, he was either related to his mother or his father. Ash didn't know much about his father, who had died before he was born. His mother, Delia, had shared stories when he was little, but he had never thought much about him. She offered him too much love for feelings of abandonment to set in. When she sensed he was down, she would reassure him that his father's memory lived on. Other than that, Ash's father was a mystery. What if his mother never mentioned him because she feared him? Giovanni could be his father's brother. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the door swung open, and Giovanni stepped in. Ash snarled and leaped to the corner of the room, farthest from him. Giovanni closed and relocked the door, blocking it with his imposing figure. Noticing Ash's fury, Giovanni lifted his hands, adopting a half-calm, half-concerned expression. His voice was soft, as if speaking to a frightened animal. "It's okay, Ash," he murmured. Ash scowled. "You're crazy," he shot back. Giovanni had tried to harm him in Mbesa, and now he was acting innocent. Ash took a few steps back in disgust. "You're just a freak." Giovanni closed his eyes. "I know everything's confusing right now." Before he could finish, Ash spat, "Whatever my father did has nothing to do with me." Giovanni blinked in confusion. "Huh? It's my father, isn't it?" Giovanni stared at his nephew, dumbstruck. After a moment of silence, Ash jumped when Giovanni burst out laughing. It was a deep laugh, but it had a sinister note that sent chills down Ash's spine. Finally, Ash glared and demanded, "What's so funny?" Giovanni tried to calm down, his laughter fading into chuckles. He looked at Ash with an amused stare and a wide grin. "You think I'm your father's brother, don't you?" Ash was confused but nodded. Giovanni chuckled again and boldly stepped forward. Ash backed up, realizing he was running out of room. He tried not to tremble as Giovanni loomed over him. Then Giovanni's next words froze him. "No, Ash. Your mother, Delia, is my little sister." Ash pressed against the wall, trembling. It couldn't be true. His mother was the kindest person he knew. How could she be related to someone like Giovanni? His thoughts spun, and he stumbled, causing Giovanni to lean forward to catch him. Ash muttered, "How?" Giovanni answered, "My mother, your grandmother, was the founder of Team Rocket. Delia and I were her children, raised within the foundations of our mother's organization." Ash interrupted, "Mom was a rocket?" Giovanni nodded. "Just like me. But you told me you had a starter. That you traveled Kanto." "Yes. Your mother and I desired to travel around the world. We convinced our mother to let us go on our Pokémon journeys. We each selected a starter. I chose a Squirtle, Delia chose a Charmander." Ash tilted his head at the thought of a young Giovanni with a happy little Squirtle and his sweet mother with a fierce fire starter. He didn't know what he needed the pictures for, perhaps for proof or to help him envision it. Then he realized something. Maybe that tiny Squirtle wasn't happy, maybe his mother wasn't as sweet as he thought. Giovanni interrupted his thoughts. "We left, then. Sometimes we traveled together, other times we chose our own paths. It would be several years before we finally returned to Team Rocket." Ash felt a bitter thought cross his mind. He wouldn't have gone back. But the fact that Giovanni said, "we," worried him. Was his mother that committed? Instead of voicing his concern, he asked, "So what happened?" "We returned to our original lives, being part of Team Rocket under our mother's watchful eye. But this time, since we were older and more mature, we were allowed to go on missions. We worked hard to impress our mother. It continued like that for several more years. Unfortunately, mother fell ill. Delia continued her contributions while I took over her responsibilities." Giovanni paused for a moment before continuing. "Mother passed away not long after. As the older sibling, I inherited her business and made it my own. I appointed Delia as my head executive." "Mom was an executive?" Ash echoed, trying to keep his voice low, but Giovanni heard him. "Yes, a very capable one. She gave me advice and helped shape a new Team Rocket." "New?" "My mother's organization was mostly involved in black market dealings. The missions she sent us on were primarily to capture a Pokémon for the sake of a deal or to oversee an exchange. I wanted my Team Rocket to be more than that. Suddenly, images and information about Team Rocket flashed before Ash's eyes. It sounded like his grandmother's Team Rocket was simply a business, albeit an illegal one. The current Team Rocket was far more aggressive and cruel. "You made Team Rocket what it is today," he said, his voice low. Giovanni shrugged. Then something struck Ash. "Wait, Mom helped. She let Team Rocket become what it is. She only did because we were close. To be honest, Ash, she was never really interested in criminal affairs. It was just part of her life." That relieved Ash a little, but he was shocked that Giovanni had actually confessed that. He watched as his uncle closed his eyes and muttered, "Maybe that's why she lost interest altogether when she met your father." "My father?" "He was also a member of Team Rocket, a field agent. Your parents met during a mission, he was one of the agents, and she was overseeing. I'm not sure what exactly happened, love at first sight, I suppose. For some reason, they decided to hide their affair from me. When I found out, I was outraged that someone had taken my little sister." Ash held back a chuckle. He couldn't believe how his uncle was talking. "I tried to separate them, but they had the nerve to get married. Then I guess I was born." Giovanni nodded. "A little less than a year into their marriage. By then, I was forced to accept their relationship." Something dawned on Ash as he picked up on Giovanni's tone. "You tried to have my father removed, didn't you?" Giovanni's only response was a grunt. Ash tried to ignore that, but it sparked a new question. "Then how did my father die?" Giovanni flinched, his body turning rigid. He was obviously uncomfortable, even trying to turn away. But feeling Ash's stare, he knew he had no choice. Dozens of buried memories surfaced, but Giovanni, a cold-hearted figure, did not have the courage to explain. Instead, he simply said, "On a mission." It was the truth, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough for Ash. What kind of mission? The kind where we all underestimated the situation. Even more truth. Ash glared at Giovanni, but the man would say no more on the subject. Giovanni couldn't help but think about how that mission had caused his dear sister to resent him for so long. When Ash realized his uncle was no longer talking, he snorted. He had many questions, and now he felt scared, even though he didn't show it. He had never thought about his father until now. He had never allowed himself to envision his death. But now his father was finally revealed. And he wasn't even allowed to know his final fate. Something terrible must have happened. He looked down again. "Can you at least tell me his name?" "Joseph. Joey Ketchum. Or did he have another name?" If his mother's surname was her own, then that would make Giovanni Ketchum. That didn't sound right at all. So Ash was left with Joey Ketchum, his father. Knowing he could no longer pursue the subject, he moved on. "So when did my mother leave Team Rocket?" "Oh, please don't tell me she's still a part of it." "After Joseph's death. She decided she wanted her son to live a healthy life." When Ash raised an eyebrow, Giovanni explained, she had been considering leaving Team Rocket for a long time, maybe her entire life. She had even discussed it with your father. Your mother and I were exposed to hardships a child should never see. It shaped who we are. She didn't want the same for you. She wanted you to have a normal life and to choose your own path. Then why are you trying to recruit me? Because I wanted you to be part of Team Rocket. It is your legacy, Ash. I told Delia this. We talked about it for a long time, even having disagreements a couple of times. Finally, we reached an agreement. You would live under her care while I supported you both. You were free to do whatever you wanted and could go on your own Pokémon journey if you wished. Suddenly, Giovanni raised a finger. But if you ever came in contact with Team Rocket, I would have permission to recruit you. Ash froze. Giovanni noticed this, and a cruel smile crept onto his face. His voice was filled with mockery. Ashton, he said cheerfully, calling his nephew by his alternative name. How many times have you crossed paths with my organization? Ash fought the urge to tremble. Thousands of memories flooded his mind. Defeating the Team Rocket trio day after day, meeting them, coming within inches of them, and fighting over his precious Pikachu countless times. It wasn't just that he had witnessed dozens of full-scale Team Rocket operations. He hadn't just watched from a distance, he was the one who had disabled those very missions. Giovanni's question lingered in the air. How many times did I meet Team Rocket? He gritted his teeth. Why, he growled. Why go through so much to get me? Ash asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Giovanni replied with a hint of amusement, the fact that you're my nephew is one reason. But you see, Ash, my mother's final wish was for her organization to flourish. I want to keep that alive, that is why I took her place. I want you in Team Rocket because you are my only heir. A few hours later, Giovanni found himself back in his office. The conversation with Ash had stirred up many buried memories, but he quickly pushed those feelings aside. He had no time to dwell on the past. What was done was done. However, he couldn't escape the implications of his earlier discussion. After leaving Ash, he pulled up the boys' records along with multiple Team Rocket reports to understand how Ash had impacted the organization. Giovanni discovered an impressive list of Ash's accomplishments and recommendations, but what he found regarding Team Rocket was far from pleasing. The reports revealed numerous operations that Ash had disrupted, missions that could have significantly altered the fate of Team Rocket. Frustration bubbled within him as he learned that Ash had a tendency to mock field agents, further demonstrating his lack of respect for the organization. Just as Giovanni was about to lose his temper, a beep from his desk phone interrupted his thoughts. Mr. Giovanni, sir, his secretary, Matori, called. What is it? He sighed. I have Dr. Zager on the line. Patch him through. After a brief moment, a raspy voice came through the line. Zager, here, the scientist announced. Ah, Dr. Zager, Giovanni greeted formally, suppressing an eye roll at the formality. I believe you have a good reason for calling me. Oh, yes, Dr. Zager replied excitedly. I would like to inform you that excavation in the desert resort has been completed. Giovanni's interest peaked. You mean the Medianite? Indeed. It's within a large temple that was heavily buried. We completely unearthed it and even set up base inside. Your forces are standing by for further orders. A smile spread across Giovanni's face as he glanced at Ash's file on his computer screen. I think I found out what to do with you, Ashton. Ash has really been kidnapped? Iris asked, her voice filled with concern. Scylla and Reshiram nodded solemnly, while Ingo shook his head in disbelief and turned to his brother, Emmett. The twins, despite being in their late 30s, looked exactly alike, dressed in a mix of business and conductor attire. Emmett was focused on a control panel, typing rapidly. They were in the subway system's control room, surrounded by large screens displaying various activities across the subway and Nimbasa City. When Scylla realized they needed extra help, he suggested reaching out to the subway bosses, believing they had more control over the city than the mayor. You said Ash was in the city, yes? Emmett confirmed. Then we should be able to find him on the security cameras. He glanced over his shoulder. Do you remember what sector you were in? All eyes turned to Reshiram, who stared blankly. After a moment, she stammered, I don't know. Iris and Scylla exchanged glances, suppressing sighs, while the subway bosses turned back to their work. The room was filled with the sound of buttons being pressed until, after what felt like an eternity, Emmett suddenly exclaimed, Got him. Everyone's heart raced as Emmett pressed another button, revealing a picture on a large screen. Gasps filled the room as they saw a tall man in an expensive suit, his intimidating expression glaring at the camera. In his arms was a limp Ash, his head hanging down. Iris looked at Reshiram for confirmation. Is that him? She asked, pointing to Ash's captor. The legendary responded with a low growl, confirming Iris's fears. Ingo breathed, I certainly wasn't expecting that. I was relieved to find him, Emmett admitted, but I'm also stunned. Ingo narrowed his eyes. I wonder who that man is. I certainly have never seen him before. How about you, Emmett? His twin stared at the screen, deep in thought. Well. To be honest, he does seem familiar. I'm afraid I can't place him, though. I can help with that, a voice announced from the doorway. Everyone turned to see a man in his 30s step into the room, his dark brown hair and eyes giving him a serious demeanor. He wore a black suit and a large dark tan overcoat, his expression thoughtful as he surveyed the scene. He grinned at the group, his serious eyes shining. May we help you? Ingo offered. Actually, I'm here to help you, the mysterious newcomer replied, reaching into his overcoat to flash his ID and badge. I'm with the International Police. Call me Agent Looker. Reshiram was the only one who didn't widen her eyes as everyone else gaped at the presence of someone with such status. She squinted, trying to prevent a headache. I will never understand human customs, she thought, realizing she had no idea what they were discussing. Emmett reminded the group, you say you know this man? Looker nodded. Indeed. He stepped closer so they could hear him better. His name is Giovanni, a powerful businessman from Kanto. Oh. I've heard of him. Emmett exclaimed. Said to be like a legendary in the business world. I think he's a little more than that, Iris muttered. I'm afraid so, Looker agreed. He has been accused of several black market crimes, but unfortunately, there has never been enough evidence to charge him. He glared at the image of Giovanni before muttering, plus he has Kanto's best lawyers backing him up. Suddenly, he noticed the boy in his arms. Holy cow! Is that Ash? Before anyone could respond, he leaped across the room and shoved between the subway bosses until his nose was inches from the large plasma screen. His jaw dropped as he stared up at the picture, trying to distinguish its details. Finally, Iris caught up. Wait, you know Ash, she exclaimed. Looker reluctantly pried his eyes from the screen and turned to face the young girl. How could I not know him, he questioned. He helped me more times in Sinnoh than I care to count. Then maybe it's a good time to repay him, Sillin suggested. Apparently, Giovanni has him. You obviously know more about Giovanni than we do, but we know a lot about Unova as well. I say we combine forces and focus on saving Ash together. Looker considered this. Well, you do have a point. I've done as much research as I could, but there's nothing better than a local as a tour guide. But you're just children, and you have no idea of the risks involved. I can't let you in on this. True, Ingo agreed, speaking before the newcomers could protest. But my brother and I have seen these kids in action. They're very resourceful and quite impressive. This may be a different situation, but I'm confident they can take care of themselves and lend a hand. And besides, he added, sensing their eagerness, I don't think you can stop them. Looker gave a defeated look as he observed them. The mixed group wore half-flattered expressions at Ingo's praise, but he also sensed their fiery spirit. They were not going to give up without a fight. All right, he sighed. You can come. Before they erupted in cheers, the detective quickly raised a finger and added sternly, but you do everything I say. Iris saluted. Yes, sir. So how are we going to save Ash? Sillin asked, hoping the man had a plan. Looker grinned. I can pull some strings. The sun burned intensely in the desert resort, where nothing breathed as steam and blurred images rose from the desert floor. The land was covered with dry, cracked soil, showing no signs of life, not even a small Pokémon or a speck of green. An endless sea of blue stretched in every direction until it met the brown earth. The heat was unbearable for the group of humans, completely covered in black clothing, making them targets of the harsh elements. They dared not complain or shed their burdens, especially when a dull roar came from the sky above. They were already in position, forming two lines facing each other, each group composed of almost a dozen. They stood stiff and straight, arms glued to their sides, staring ahead without shifting their gaze. They appeared as statues of the desert, nothing like living humans. The roar rose into a pounding thunder as a steel beast slowly descended nearby. The aircraft, made of light steel, bore a bold red R on its front. The engine flames angled downward as it gently landed, creating a mini sandstorm that got into the rocket's eyes, but they remained still. Finally, the roaring ceased as the jet landed and the engines were cut off. The belly of the beast opened, projecting a ramp onto the ground. After a tense moment of silence, the rockets watched as a forbidding figure stepped out into the brilliant light. Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. The rocket stiffened further as he approached. Among his entourage was a tall, beautiful woman with long magenta hair and gleaming blue eyes filled with arrogance. Next to her was a slightly shorter man with shoulder-length blue hair and brilliant green eyes. Squeezed between them was a short cat standing on its hind legs, resembling a Persian but with a gold charm instead of a jewel on its head. It was a Meowth. Beside them stood an old man in a lab coat, with poofy white hair and one spectacle over one eye. The last member of the group was a lean man with long dark blue hair and intense olive green eyes, wearing a gray uniform that spared him some heat. Giovanni halted in front of the woman and the man, his expression stern and cold. "For once you fools did well," he surprisingly complimented, though his voice remained deadly. "I expect this operation to turn out well." The agents responded in unison, standing straighter, fighting the urge to express their excitement. The boss rarely praised them. Giovanni moved on, walking with a controlled stride through his men. The trio returned to their statuesque stance, focused ahead, lost in their thoughts. They failed to notice a short figure step out of the plane and approach them, intent on avoiding eye contact. It wasn't until they stood side by side that they recognized each other. Jesse, James, and Meowth, along with Ash, all leaned back, pointing accusingly at one another in shock. "What are you doing here?" they exclaimed in unison. The surrounding Team Rocket agents ignored them, determined to maintain their formation. The old scientist looked at them curiously, while the elite agent next to him, Pierce, wore a slight smirk. The rivals were about to exchange insults when a harsh yell interrupted them. "Ashton!" The group jumped, and even some of the other rockets flinched. Ash turned to see Giovanni waiting impatiently a few yards away, glaring over his shoulder. Initially, the trio feared he was addressing them, but they quickly realized he was targeting Ash. With a resigned expression, Ash trudged over to his uncle, leaving the trio staring after them in surprise. Once Ash settled by Giovanni's side, they continued on. The rocket agents, finally realizing they could move, began to disperse. Ash struggled to keep pace with Giovanni's long strides. After a moment of silence, Ash mustered the courage to grumble, "My name is Ash." He hated being called Ashton, a name he knew was on his birth certificate. Giovanni, however, preferred to use it, perhaps to annoy him. "You'll always be Ashton in my eyes," Giovanni replied, not even glancing at him. "Why?" "It was the name we originally chose for you. Delia changed it at the last minute." Ash pondered this. Who came up with Ashton? Giovanni finally glanced back at him, his gaze still stern. "I did." Ash faltered, the revelation hitting him hard. He resumed staring at his feet, sulking until Giovanni's sudden stop jolted him back to reality. Before them lay a giant crater, about a mile deep, with makeshift ramps and construction equipment scattered throughout. However, it was the large temple at the center of the crater that captured Ash's attention. The temple appeared to be at least 3 stories high, though much of it was still buried. Despite being centuries old, its vibrant colors glowed under the sun. The roof was a large dome with tiny towers, though cracks and faded colors showed its age. A steel ramp led to the main entrance, and an elevator connected the top of the crater to the ramp. Ash stared in awe, momentarily forgetting he was surrounded by Team Rocket. Giovanni's voice brought him back. I see why there was such a delay, he mused to the newcomer. Yes, it was quite buried and large, Pierce replied. We had to keep it low-key to avoid attracting attention. You're in the middle of a desert. There's a highway being constructed through the heart of the desert, plus the occasional trainer, aircraft, and authority that come by. I trust you have a system to handle these interruptions. Yes, we have a 5-mile radius surrounding the site. Excellent. Ash returned his gaze to the temple during their conversation. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation, as if he were under a spell, unable to look away from the ancient building. Just then, something grabbed his shoulder and shook him. Don't fall asleep on me, Giovanni chuckled. Ash shook his head, startled. I'm fine, he insisted. Good. Giovanni turned him around and pushed him toward the elevator. Now move. With no choice, Ash trudged toward their destination, the two criminals following closely behind. By the elevator, the Team Rocket trio and a peculiar-looking scientist waited. Ash immediately disliked him. The old man had deep black eyes that seemed to analyze everything, including Ash himself. Feeling uncomfortable under the scientist's gaze, Ash averted his eyes as the co-workers exchanged words. To his dismay, they all piled into the elevator together. Professor Juniper tapped continuously on her tablet, the desert sun shining brightly above her and her co-workers, the heat pressing against their clothing. They all wore thick lab coats, but thankfully the coats were pure white, and the scientists opted for lighter clothing underneath. This was especially true for Professor Juniper, who wore a gleaming white tank top and a green skirt. Her auburn hair was tied in a bun on top of her head, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Despite the heat and her co-workers, she focused intently on the tablet in her hands, her eyes narrowed in concentration. She had to find that energy source. She vividly recalled the incident in Castelia City several months ago, where a gigantic colony of Venipede had swarmed the city. Using Unova's scientific satellite, they detected a strange, intense energy flow coming from the desert, strong enough to disrupt Pokémon with sensitive senses. However, when they finally prepared for an expedition, the energy source had vanished. Now, she had returned for one last look, but so far, they had found nothing. Suddenly, something tapped Juniper's shoulder, breaking her concentration. She turned to see her head assistant, David, who was several years younger but possessed a brilliant mind and acted on his instincts. His bushy brown hair gleamed in the sunlight, but his brown eyes were dark and serious. He pointed into the distance. Looks like we have company, he warned. Juniper followed his gaze and saw a brown jeep speeding toward them, kicking up light dust. The vehicle skidded to a stop in front of them, and the noise of clicking and banging drew everyone's attention as the contents spilled out. Professor Juniper blinked at the Pokémon Rangers approaching them with stern expressions, and she noticed traces of annoyance in their eyes. I believe you're in a restricted area, ma'am, a male ranger informed her. I wasn't aware of that, Juniper replied. Well, you are now. He reached out as if to guide her away, but she flinched out of his reach. I have clearance to be here, she protested. No, you don't, he retorted stubbornly. I am the head professor of the Unova region. I have permission to investigate strange activity within the desert resort. Either leave me and my colleagues alone or escort us if it's that important. The ranger was visibly frustrated, suppressing a sigh. He didn't have time for this. Professor Juniper noticed the determination in his eyes. Look, ma'am, he snapped, I am under orders, too. And my orders are not to allow anyone, even you, in this area. So if you please, leave immediately. Juniper was about to respond when she observed something peculiar. As a scientist, she had a habit of reading people. The rangers appeared paler than usual, likely from being indoors, and they seemed impatient and nervous, fidgeting in place. There was a look in their eyes that made her uneasy. Very well, she finally said. David gaped at her decision, but she shot him a subtle look to keep quiet. They gathered their co-workers and began to head back to their vehicles, the rangers' glares boring into their backs. "What was that all about?" David asked. "Those men are lying," Juniper whispered. "They're not who they say they are. David, the moment we get back to Castelia, we're calling the authorities." Unbeknownst to her, the head ranger overheard her. "Wait a second," he called. The two scientists turned to see a troubling sight. The rangers were pulling out pokeballs, glaring at them with intensity. "Oh no!" The head team rocket agent threw his pokeball at the scientists. Professor Juniper and David stumbled back as a Pokémon materialized at their feet. It was a stubby creature, only 2 feet high with tiny legs, but it was formidable. Its body was covered with thick armor, and Juniper knew it possessed incredible strength. Furious blue eyes glared at her, revealing sharp fangs and claws. It took Juniper a moment to recognize it as a Lyron. Wait! That wasn't right. Lyron wasn't found in any part of Unova. She bit her tongue to suppress her shock. These men were not only lying, they weren't even from here. She heard her colleagues let out dismayed yelps and scurry for the trucks. The rockets considered whether to chase after them or wait a moment to give them a head start. Professor Juniper noticed their looks and decided to distract them. She exchanged a glance with David, who nodded in agreement. They tossed their pokeballs simultaneously. From Juniper's pokeball emerged a large mouse-like creature with silky gray fur. Its big round ears and fluffy tail twitched as it scanned its surroundings. David's Pokémon was more rat-like with brown fur and a tail standing straight up. Both creatures stood on hind legs, watching their opponent intently. Minccino and Patrat. Juniper silently cursed as she assessed the battle setup. A steel-type powerhouse against 2 normal types. They hadn't anticipated confrontation and hadn't brought more powerful Pokémon. But looking over her shoulder at her trembling colleagues made her more determined. The battle began. "Minccino, swift," she ordered. "Min," the chinchilla Pokémon confirmed before leaping into the air. It performed a dance, its tail glowing as it summoned dozens of glowing stars that sped toward their target. To Juniper's dismay, the attack bounced off Laren's steel hide harmlessly. Its trainer smirked. "Water pulse," he commanded. Lyron growled before opening its jaws. A glowing orb of water formed between its teeth, swirling with energy. With a swift toss of its head, the creature unleashed its attack at the ground. A small but powerful wave surged over the sand, crashing into the researcher's Pokémon. The duo gasped as their Pokémon disappeared in a flurry of chaos. Juniper watched as the wave carried them several feet away before the attack finally subsided, leaving 2 soaked rodents wheezing in muddy sand. Now Iron Head, their enemy commanded, his voice louder this time, filled with excitement for the coming victory. The Lyron let out a bark-like growl before suddenly charging forward. Despite its stubby legs and running through loose sand, the iron armor Pokémon shot like a dart. The armor covering its head began to glow with the sun's reflection. Professor Juniper followed the creature's determined glare at its target. The mice were still dazed. "No," she cried, unable to watch any Pokémon be hurt in front of her. Without thinking, she leaped towards her Pokémon, throwing herself between them and their attacker. David shouted a warning, but she ignored him until she realized she was directly in Laren's path. Juniper froze, fear gripping her. There was no stopping the Lyron now. Then suddenly, the earth exploded. Professor Juniper stumbled backwards as a thick column of sand shot into the air, its origin directly under Laren's feet. Its startled roar was lost in a thundering noise, replaced by another sound. Krokakaruk. A mass within the sand came to life. Juniper watched in awe as a new creature leaped out of the column, teeth and claws flashing. It skidded onto the ground and turned towards the fake rangers, the sand finally falling back to the earth like rain. The tall creature stood proudly on its hind legs, a long tail swinging behind it. Brown scales the color of the land rippled across its skin, with pitch-black stripes cutting across its body. Its massive jaws featured a long snout with jagged teeth. Above its snout were its eyes covered by red sunglasses. Everyone stared at the newcomer in surprise, but the Krokorok simply continued to stare at the rangers. Juniper wondered if the creature was contemplating an attack or waiting for the enemy to make the first move. She decided it was not worth sticking around to find out and ordered David to make haste. They took off, David scooping up their unconscious Pokémon while Juniper headed straight for the trucks where their colleagues waited. Team Rocket immediately decided to spring into action, but the Krokorok would not let them. As the first agent charged by it, Krokorok snapped at him, missing by an inch. The poor man yelped and leaped away, signaling for everyone to be more cautious. But the head agent didn't have time for this. "Get to the truck," he yelled. He and a couple of his co-workers clambered into the vehicle while the rest of them stood guard over their aggressive attacker. The head agent took shotgun as the driver jammed the keys into the ignition. They all listened for the roar of life, but it never happened. Instead, the Jeep made a struggling growl. "What the hell?" the leader roared. "Get us out of here." "I'm trying," the driver wailed, twisting the keys again, only for a terrible sound similar to rocks scraping against each other to come from the hood. The car still did not move. With a frustrated groan, the head agent leaped out of the vehicle, ignoring the now rampaging Krokorok. He quickly opened the hatch and lifted the hood, determined to fix the problem. The last thing he expected was to find the engine frozen in ice. Professor Juniper sighed, falling back into her seat. She glanced out the window, which was a blur as the land raced by. The cars were almost at top speed as they headed for Castelia City. The head researcher was reliving the ordeal, analyzing what had happened. That was too close for comfort, she thought. She knew what she had to do. Silently, she pulled her cell phone from her pocket and quickly pressed several buttons. She held the device to her ear and waited, praying. "Agent Looker. This is Professor Juniper. I believe we have a situation in the desert resort." Ash stared in awe at the gigantic double doors that served as the main entrance to the buried temple. The all-stone doors were painted a fading green with careful golden sketches tracing along their surface. They were pulled open, most likely by the Team Rocket agents who discovered the temple. It seemed foolish for Ash to let himself get distracted so easily, but he was desperately looking for any excuse not to face his dark reality. He was now forced to walk obediently by Giovanni's side, while Team Rocket members surrounded him. Every cell in his body screamed for him to bolt, but he was well aware that such an attempt would result in trouble. Without a word, the group stepped into the forbidding darkness of the temple. Ash fought back a cough as the musty air filled with dust surrounded him. To his surprise, the temple was actually in good shape, colors still noticeable and relics relatively intact. They walked down a large hallway with poor lighting until Ash lifted his head to see light pouring from an entrance before them. He squinted as they walked through the gate of light, his imagination relating it to walking into heaven. When they walked through and Ash's eyes adjusted, he let out a small gasp. They were in a large chamber, the roof so high over their heads it disappeared into darkness. Ancient pillars ringed around the room, each only a few feet from the wall behind it. The ground in front of the pillars sloped down to another platform surrounding a pit in the form of a perfect circle. Machines and equipment labeled with the Team Rocket logo crowded the platform. The party spread out across the room, all of them looking around with curiosity. Ash was carefully observing his surroundings and was about to ask what was going on, but he never got the chance. Suddenly, a strange sensation returned, stronger this time. The boy ummed as his mind clouded and his body swayed. He looked up, hoping to blink it away, but it only worsened. His complaints were cut short when suddenly all the air in his lungs was sucked out of him. Immediately, his vision changed, and multiple flashing lights danced before his eyes, interspersed with half-second images. He wanted to break free from the overwhelming sensations, his conscious mind fearing he would lose control, but his body remained still, trapped in a vision. The chaotic flashes began to coalesce into a clearer image. He found himself in the same room, but the equipment had vanished. The walls, once faded and chipped, were now whole and polished. Instead of Team Rocket members, ancient guards resembling medieval knights stood around, their expressions serious as they focused on something in the center of the chamber. There, an intense glowing orb of light radiated energy, casting rays into every corner of the room. As the orb slowly descended out of view, the knights' gazes followed it. A voice echoed in Ash's mind, revealing a past filled with regret. We tried to seal it away. It was too powerful, too dangerous. But we did not understand the consequences. Suddenly, a harsh voice pulled Ash back to reality. Giovanni, his uncle, glared down at him, clearly displeased that Ash had zoned out again. Panic surged within Ash as he pleaded, "We need to get out of here." Giovanni scoffed, "Excuse me? You don't understand. We're not supposed to be here. We have to leave." Ash's desperation led him to attempt to push past Giovanni, but the crime boss's hand on his chest halted him. "Oh, no you don't," Giovanni warned. "Uncle, please." Ash implored. "Enough." Giovanni's sharp tone indicated his impatience, ignoring Ash's plea for family connection. Team Rocket members nearby exchanged glances, intrigued by the confrontation. Ash, feeling small under Giovanni's intense gaze, lowered his head with a whimper. Giovanni snorted and grabbed Ash's arm, pulling him toward Pierce. "Watch him," Giovanni ordered. "Yes, sir," Pierce replied, taking his position as Ash stared at the ground, feeling defeated. Giovanni approached Dr. Zager, who was focused on his tablet, analyzing data. "What now?" Giovanni asked. Dr. Zager replied, "Before we proceed, it would be best to trigger the Medianite. If my calculations are correct, it acts as a power source for the temple." Giovanni considered this, an idea forming. He turned to Jesse, James, and Meowth. "Bring it out," he commanded. The trio nodded and hurried to retrieve something. Ash wondered what they were bringing out but remained silent after his last attempt to speak. Moments later, they returned with a large handheld machine, its sleek design housing a mysterious gray rock inside, riddled with holes and crevices. It looked fragile, as if a single touch could shatter it. Jessie took the machine, securing it over her shoulder as she pressed buttons. The wires crackled with energy, and the rock began to glow an alien purple, radiating waves of power. As the light intensified, Jessie aimed the machine at the floor and shouted, "All right, fire." With a press of a switch, a concentrated beam shot forth, striking the ground and engulfing the area in brilliant light. Ash felt the energy surge through him, awakening the temple as it hummed with life after centuries of slumber. The light grew brighter, forcing Ash to squint and shield his eyes. When the brilliance faded, he looked up to see Jessie holding the now dormant machine, while Giovanni glared at Dr. Zager, who remained expressionless. "How do we get it out?" Giovanni demanded. Ash, feeling out of the loop, wondered what it referred to. Dr. Zager tapped his tablet before responding, "There should be a mechanism to unseal the Medianite. I believe it's over here." He gestured toward a shadowy alcove in the room. As everyone leaned forward to see, Dr. Zager approached a sleek podium, darkened and foreboding. He settled behind it, ready to activate the mechanism. "This should do it," he said, manipulating the controls. As he touched a button, the stone began to sink into the floor. The temple reverberated, and a tense silence filled the room as they watched the unfolding scene in slow motion. Suddenly, the stage glowed, light illuminating the floor's crevices. Like it had gained a life of its own, the floor began to stir and move, circular plating twisting in place. Then it began to rise. Great stone turned as it rose higher and higher, taking the shape of a unique pyramid. The stone was cut into levels with smooth ramps connecting them. But soon, with one vibration, the ramps were cut by their own levels, revealing stairs. Everyone finally focused on the flat top of the stone hill. A circular hole appeared at the hill's heart, rays of light pouring from it, increasing in intensity. Then a curved, carefully designed platform rose up, a glowing stone settled on top. It was similar to the one in Jesse's machine but several times larger. Without warning, the stone unleashed a powerful shockwave of energy. Ash felt the powerful spell again, but this time it was much stronger, affecting everyone around him. Team Rocket members wavered, caught off guard by the sudden force. Even the boy struggled to stay on his feet. Suddenly, the stone glowed even brighter, reaching the darkest parts of the ancient temple. Ash froze with dismay as he recognized it as the light from his vision. Everyone stared in a mixture of shock and awe, convinced their eyes were deceiving them. But it was very much real. No one breathed until James voiced what they were all thinking. Incredible, he breathed. Everyone used this moment to regain their senses, but it was slow. Ash's strength left his legs, and he collapsed onto his knees, feeling miserable. The boy whispered in a voice so low that Pierce next to him barely heard, "We're not supposed to be here." His words were forgotten as Giovanni stood on the edge of the platform, as if he believed he could simply reach out and take the light. His eyes were filled with hunger, a menacing smile on his lips. "Yes," he hissed. He then threw his hands up and looked above him, as if taunting the heavens themselves. "With this power, I will rule the entire world." Unknown to the occupants of the temple, the Medianite was giving more power than they imagined. Awakened from its long slumber, the stored energy of the stone was released all at once. Invisible to almost all eyes, it unleashed a massive shockwave of pure power, reaching for miles. It forcefully dug into the surrounding soil, causing great crevices filled with light to split the ground. The few Team Rocket agents who witnessed this shuffled uneasily, wondering what was happening and if this was supposed to be occurring. But at the same time, they stood in awe of the magnificent power, the power to control the world. Away from the excitement, a lone figure wandered calmly through the deserted land. The wind blew the loose sand around him and tugged at his brown cloak. His hood hugged tightly to his head, carefully hiding his face. Despite being far away, he felt the strong vibrations within the earth and the disruptions of energy in the air. A cruel smile crawled across his face. The fools. He snapped his cloak, exposing his chest. He wore an all-gray suit, save for the unique symbol on his heart, the insignia of Team Plasma. "Soon," the man purred, "the power of the dragons will belong to us." Even further away, within the crowded streets of Nimbasa City, a small unique group rested in a hotel. The same hotel that happened to be the same one Ash found himself in, little to their knowledge. Their thoughtful doze was broken as suddenly Reshiram leapt to her feet. The group stopped what they were doing and snapped their heads up, startled. Without warning, the legendary lunged to the window, letting out a fierce snarl. She almost rammed into the glass until she suddenly stopped, her nose only an inch from the barrier. Face twisted in a fearsome expression, she gave a wild glare to the world beyond, watching something no one else could see. "Oh, my!" Scylla exclaimed, finally finding words after the sudden motion. "What is it?" Iris cried, sensing the concern pouring from the legendary. The dragon did not answer clearly. "Fools," she roared. "They will destroy us all." It wasn't until evening when Reshiram had somewhat recovered from her outburst, but she now sat sulking in the corner of the room. Meanwhile, in the center of the room were Iris, Scylla, and Looker with their guests Professor Juniper and David. After calling Agent Looker, the man advised the professor to join them, where she quickly changed course to Nimbasa City. The detective informed her of their location, and she found the hotel quickly. She was now telling the group of her tale. "I can't believe that," Iris wailed. "Someone really impersonated Rangers and tried to attack Unova's dearest professor." Then a thought came to her. She quickly turned to face Scylla, who was deep in thought. "You don't think?" "No doubt," Looker interrupted. "It's Team Rocket. They're in the desert resort." "What could they be doing there?" Scylla asked. It seemed like they were looking for something, Professor Juniper observed. But what? The Medianite, a voice hissed. All eyes fell on the legendary in disguise who had finally joined the conversation, though she was still pouting and avoided their gazes. David was the one who decided to question her. The Medianite, he echoed. An abomination to this world. Iris and Scylla exchanged glances, both extremely confused but sensing her tone. I'm not liking where this is going, Scylla commented. Ma'am, Professor Juniper acknowledged, though she had no idea who this person was. Only Iris and Scylla knew her real identity. Do you mind telling us what you mean? With a sigh, Reshiram reluctantly left her post and trudged over to the group. Her eyes were serious, but she attempted to explain, fighting the rage in her voice. Long ago, a great stone fell from the heavens, she began. As it tore through Unova's skies, pieces of it fell to the earth. While the body of the rock finally came to the borders of Unova, a great piece from its heart fell into the center of Unova, the heart of the land's civilization. When it first came, many were ignorant of it, even choosing for it to be forgotten. But there is always one that observes closer than the rest. And this one was the wrong one. An ancient brotherhood was the first to discover it. But instead of using its magic to bring peace, they wished to use it for evil purposes to accomplish their dreams of power. Agent Looker pet an eyebrow, using his imagination to understand. An ancient team rocket, he inquired. If you wish. But they were far crueler. They had no respect for living creatures, not even their comrades, and especially their own Pokémon. They stole the heart and took it to their temple. After unlocking its powers, their hunger reached its peak, and they declared war. They tore the stone apart for sinister purposes. Every member and Pokémon was given a single fragment, each as powerful as the heart. The entire Brotherhood held the powers of the heavens in their hands. They became unstoppable, attacking and destroying the land as if it were nothing. Villages were burned, cities were overrun, and many fought bravely but failed. Soon, they approached the capital, intent on leveling it and becoming the kingdom's new rulers. However, the monarchy and the people of the capital refused to submit. Gathering power and forces from all over the land and the world, they formed one last stand against the Brotherhood. On a moonless night, they met for battle. Reshiram faltered, closing her eyes. And the entire room understood the weight of her words. Despite her moment of weakness, the legendary pulled herself together and continued. It was called the Battle of the Medianite, she informed them. The darkest battle in the history of the world. Many from the other side of the region claimed they could hear the sounds of war from their homes, even in their sleep. The destruction was immense, but that was nothing. No one wanted to hear this, yet Iris spoke up in a meek voice. Then what happened? Reshiram's intense blue gaze fixed on her. There is a reason the Battle of the Medianite was the darkest of all. There were no survivors. The room fell silent, as if the air had been sucked out. It took time for Reshiram's words to sink in, and even then, the group questioned her accuracy. 2 entire armies. Hundreds, thousands of souls lost in one battle. There had to be a mistake. Iris thought to continue the conversation privately. How do you know all of this? She asked the legendary. Because I was there, Reshiram replied, trying to contain her stress. But you said. The dragon shot her an intense glare, and suddenly, Iris felt a vision flash before her eyes. She saw the legendary dragon in her true form, surrounded by mighty flames, screaming in anguish. The vision twisted, and suddenly the light stone replaced Reshiram. With a flash, the image disappeared, and Iris blinked in the hotel room, trying to process what she had just seen. Not only did I lose my physical form, I lost everything, Reshiram continued, shuddering. Everything. I might as well have left this world. Iris realized then, Reshiram, the Battle of the Medianite, was that when your previous hero. The dragon quickly answered, her voice solemn and sorrowful. Yes. Iris was chilled to the core, but before she could dwell on it, Agent Looker spoke up. "One thing is for sure," he began, "we cannot allow Team Rocket to have the Medianite. Who knows what they could do with it, intentional or accidental. We must stop their operation and retrieve the Medianite." "How do we do that?" Scylla asked. Agent Looker's lips curled into a smile as he reached into his inner coat pocket and pulled out a white, fancy envelope. He tossed it onto the coffee table with a slap. "I said I could pull strings, didn't I?" Ash decided it was the most boring party he had ever attended. He wasn't sure if it was because he was surrounded by Team Rocket agents or if it was simply one of those awful adult parties. It was held in an elegant ballroom in one of Castilia's fanciest hotels, illuminated by beautiful grand chandeliers. Faint classical music played, though no one seemed to be listening. Tables of food and seating were spread across the floor, each carefully decorated. Most of the guests were Team Rocket agents in disguise, taking advantage of the situation to escape their work. The rest were powerful officials, businessmen, and wealthy citizens. Ash tried to hide his disgust. Team Rocket's presence was obvious, and the officials and businessmen were likely bribed to attend, while the rich were there simply for entertainment, oblivious to the criminals around them. Ash concluded they were either foolish or too selfish to care. He wanted nothing more than to be anywhere else, but as Giovanni's prisoner, he was forced to attend. As the honored host, they were among the first to arrive. Ash tried to keep his distance from Giovanni, wandering aimlessly across the gala. But once he found himself out of his uncle's reach, he felt exposed, like vulnerable prey surrounded by hungry sharks. No matter what he did, he eventually found himself back by Giovanni's side. The man acknowledged him only with a glance or a half-hearted greeting before returning to his business, while Ash stayed close like the obedient heir he was. "How about you sit down?" Giovanni suggested. "You need to relax." Ash was restless, fidgeting and avoiding curious glances. Giovanni, however, was comfortably settled in his seat, sipping on his drink. Ash turned to him with an angry glare. "I'm surrounded by Team Rocket and people who are too self-centered to care. How am I supposed to relax?" With that, the frustrated boy stormed away. Pierce, one of the few agents still in uniform, moved to follow him but halted when Giovanni raised his hand. "Let him be," Giovanni sighed. "He's obviously not cooperating and bound to cause trouble," Pierce insisted. "The boy's not used to this." Giovanni glanced at his nephew as he disappeared further down the ballroom. "He'll adjust." Ash sighed, forcing himself to slow down. The looks he received weren't worth it. Several times he considered escaping, but the forbidding figures clad in black surrounding the room made him think twice. Now bored, the boy eyed the buffet table lined with extravagant appetizers. There was nothing better to do, and the food looked good. As he placed several spoonfuls on his plate, a figure appeared next to him. "Long time no see," a friendly voice murmured. Ash gasped and glanced at the man next to him. He was wearing a neat tux and had his head lowered, but Ash immediately recognized him. "Agent Looker," he exclaimed. The IF agent shot him a friendly and amused look. "You didn't think we were going to leave you, did you?" Ash looked over Looker's shoulder and saw a familiar group dressed in formal attire and wearing facial masks. He recognized Iris, Scylla, and even Professor Juniper. A smile spread across his face as he fought the urge to shout and jump for joy. Instead, he controlled his excitement and whispered, "So what happens now?" "Don't worry," Looker assured him. "We've got a plan. Just stay low until it's time." The boy nodded obediently, and they went their separate ways. Looker returned to his group while Ash continued to wander. Unfortunately, as he approached the edge of the gala, he found himself facing two Team Rocket members. The city lights shone brightly behind them, their masks obscuring their eyes. "The boss seems to be keeping you really close," one of them observed. "Do you mind telling us why that is, little boy?" his friend asked. Not liking their fake politeness and feeling uneasy, Ash snapped, "Ask him yourself." He walked away, quickly making his way back to Giovanni, who was where Ash had left him. "How was your trip?" the crime lord teased. "Shut up," Ash hissed back before reluctantly sitting down next to him. Giovanni chuckled. The boy was impatiently waiting to run, but he decided to take Looker's advice. "I just have to wait a little longer," he thought. Suddenly, an assistant appeared by Giovanni's side, whispering something into his ear. Giovanni glared at him over his shoulder. Yes, very well," he rumbled, nodding. He shot a warning glare at Ash before standing up. Carefully watched by his bodyguards, Giovanni made his way to the central stage. The gala quickly hushed, and all attention focused on him. He began his speech, speaking with the best businessman voice Ash had ever heard. "I would first like to thank you all for coming," he greeted formally. "And now I will show you the main reason I have brought you here. May I introduce to you, the power of the Medianite." Immediately, several 3D holograms appeared behind him, displaying various data pulled from the Medianite earlier that day. The real Medianite was safely locked in a laboratory somewhere in the building, hidden from prying eyes. Almost everyone in the room was highly educated, and they leaned in, raw interest and excitement gleaming in their eyes. "The Medianite is a unique asteroid that fell to our world thousands of years ago," Giovanni explained. "It is composed of alien material not found in this solar system. But the most intriguing feature of this meteorite is the amount of energy it holds. A single fragment holds enough power to stabilize a small city. My organization possesses this phenomenon, and my scientists are continuously making new discoveries. Soon, we will have complete control over it." Caught up in his speech, he lifted an open hand, showing a look of victory. "And we will use its power to change the world." Before Ash felt the man properly finished his sentence, all the lights went out. Startled gasps filled the room as everyone found themselves in complete darkness. Even Giovanni looked surprised. But no one had time to dwell on it, as suddenly a roar filled the air. A large silhouette filled the all-window wall. Blinding lights snapped on, forcing their way into the ballroom. People gasped and covered their eyes, which had just adjusted to the dark. "What the?" Agent Looker hissed in the commotion. Through the glare, Ash saw a large helicopter with its door open. Inside sat a man dressed in a knight-like tunic, glaring at the disrupted party. Next to him was a large purple cat with yellow spots. Ash immediately noticed the orb of energy forming between its jaws. Before he could shout a warning, an almighty hyper beam fired. It shattered the entire window and tore its way into the room. Screams filled the air as it struck the ceiling above their heads, sending chunks of debris falling and fearful guests running. In the chaos, something rammed into Ash and pulled him to the ground. He crashed face first and settled onto his stomach. Though it was best to cover his head, he looked up, determined to observe the attacker. His eyes were drawn to the giant emblem on the helicopter's side, summoning a frenzy of memories. Ash sat miserably in his temporary cage. The back of the van was pitch black and bounced uncomfortably on uneven roads. Pikachu whimpered in his own cage, and all Ash could do was whisper assurances to him. His captor was a fool, keeping Ash completely unrestrained and unguarded. The only thing preventing the boy from escaping was a reoccurring spell that disoriented him. But that didn't happen this time as the van pulled to a slow stop. Ash leaped to his feet, anticipating what was to come. After a tense moment of silence, the door opened with a strained pulling sound. The second a crack of faint light appeared, Ash charged. He hadn't even touched the door when an invisible force wrapped around his body. He gagged as powerful energy immobilized him, forcing his body straight. He felt his feet leaving the steel ground. The door opened fully to reveal his captor and his powerful Gothitelle by his side. The man smirked. "Thought you were going somewhere, didn't you?" he chuckled. Ash glared at him, filled with hatred. This caused his kidnapper to chuckle again before ordering his Gothitelle to pull Ash out. He had no power to resist as he floated into the moonlight. Once outside, his captor circled him with amused observation. Ash could only growl in anger. As the thief made his rounds, Ash suddenly noticed a large silhouette emerging from the shadows. It boldly stepped into the moonlight, revealing a tall man with long, light tea-green hair and red eyes, the right one covered by a red eye patch. His intense gaze seemed to analyze Ash more than the thief. He wore a large, strange multicolored robe, adorned with an insignia Ash had never seen before. "Is this him?" the stranger asked, his voice smooth and formal. "Who else?" Ash's captor replied. The strange man smirked before ordering, "Let's take him inside, then." With that, the small group entered a large mansion. Ash struggled, but couldn't move an inch. His captors noticed his dilemma, which only seemed to amuse them further. Ash floated up a narrow flight of stairs, with Gothitelle hovering nearby. They made their way down a hallway to a lone door, where the thief leaped in front to open it. Inside was a plain room with a large bed in the center. Once again, Ash couldn't resist as Gothitelle's psychic powers gently placed him onto the mattress. The men moved to its foot, still enjoying their dark humor. That was until a serious expression crossed the stranger's face. He shot a glare at his acquaintance. "Do it," he ordered. Ash's captor nodded and gave another command to Gothitelle. Gothitelle responded, its eyes and body glowing. Ash whimpered as the disorienting spell returned, stronger this time, draining his energy. He barely registered the stranger approaching his side. As darkness enveloped Ash's blurred vision, he felt the man's breath on his neck as he whispered in the boy's ear, "You will serve well. Let's see who comes to save you now." He chuckled softly. "Sweet dreams, little boy." Ash slipped into oblivion. It was Team Plasma behind Ash's kidnapping. The shock barely registered as the helicopter pulled away, dragging the fading energy of a hyperbeam with it. Once the chopper was out of sight, the room shook, and multiple booms echoed. They were attacking the entire building. Ash tried to get up, only to realize it was Pierce who had thrown himself on top of him in a loyal attempt to protect him. The man leaped to his feet, his co-workers following suit. Debris had stopped falling, but the once elegant ballroom now resembled a war zone, with people running in every direction. The defenseless citizens screamed and hurried for the exit, wanting to be as far away as possible. Team Rocket members were also running, most heading towards their quarters to change into proper gear. The rest were already in uniform and charging into action. Finally, Ash unsteadily made it to his feet, cautiously looking around. His search was interrupted when an overjoyed voice cried, "Ash! Iris! Scylla!" he hollered in response. He turned to see his two best friends racing towards him, relief and joy in their eyes despite the chaos. They joined in the center of the room, laughing and embracing each other, finally reunited. Ash cut off his hug when a familiar voice reached his ears. "Pika." The young trainer whirled around to see his tiny yellow partner looking up at him, practically bouncing in excitement. "Oh, Pikachu!" Ash exclaimed, emotion welling up in his chest. He opened his arms wide, allowing Pikachu to scramble onto his chest with a single leap. With a laugh, he wrapped his arms around the Pokémon in a tight hug. Pikachu squeaked in pleasure. "I'm glad everyone's happy," a woman's voice praised. Ash looked up from his hug to see Professor Juniper and Agent Looker approaching, their masks removed. He greeted them both, relieved to have extra help. The reunion was cut short when another roar echoed through the room. Everyone left in the damaged ballroom yelped and turned to the opening that was once the main window. A large helicopter, similar to the previous one, descended into view, this one crammed with at least a dozen Team Plasma members. They glared hungrily at their target as the helicopter drifted as close to the building as possible. Once it was close enough, the mini-army leaped into the ballroom, all shouting battle cries. The moment they landed, they tossed out their Pokémon, who let out fierce battle cries. Team Rocket responded in kind, and the real conflict erupted. Innocent bystanders screamed and dove for cover, quickly realizing they were in the middle of the chaos. "What do we do?" Iris cried. "We need to get out of here," Looker announced. "I would love to, but I don't think we can right now," Scylla shouted. "Then we're just going to have to battle our way out," Ash declared. He jumped to his feet and pulled out a Pokeball, expanding it in his palm. He was grateful Giovanni had allowed him to keep his Pokémon, on the condition he wouldn't try any tricks. "Come on out, Oshawott." A tiny, blue-furred otter appeared, a single scallop attached to its chest. It puffed out its chest in pride, only to freeze in horror at the warzone before it. Oshawott was about to turn and run to Ash until his trainer encouraged him. "Come on, Oshawott, we can do this," he cheered. Pikachu cried in agreement. "And you're not the only one ready to join the fight," Scylla chimed in, tossing out his own Pokeball. Panzage. A small green and tan monkey appeared, a tuft of herbs growing on its head. It landed beside Oshawott with a cheer. "Like I'm going to let you two have all the fun," Iris declared. "Excadrill, help me." The subterrane Pokémon appeared in a flash, ready for action. The girl flinched, filled with frustration as she stomped her foot. "Oh, come on." Unbeknownst to her, her outburst attracted the attention of several goons from Team Rocket and Team Plasma, their narrowed eyes filled with a predatory glint. Ash and Scylla exchanged worried glances. "Here they come." Ash shouted. "Oshawott, water gun," he commanded. "Bullet seed," Scylla added. Their Pokémon unleashed their respective attacks, a jet of water and a volley of seed striking the enemies. Oshawott hit a Growlithe while Panzage targeted a Timburr. However, a giant, two-legged blue toad, a Seismitoad, took their place. "Oh, boy," Ash exclaimed, sweating. Meanwhile, Iris was desperately shaking Excadrill, who remained unresponsive. Axu yelled at the fellow Pokémon, but to no avail. "Wake up, Excadrill!" Iris cried. "We need you." At that moment, the Seismitoad tossed its head, unleashing a torrent of muddy water towards their Pokémon. Looker shouted a warning, but it was too late. The muddy water struck Oshawott and Panzage, nearly overwhelming them. Iris gasped as the attack separated her from Excadrill, sending her old friend flying into the air. But Excadrill opened its eyes midair, filled with determination. It landed on its hind paws, glaring at Seismitoad for its attack. Before anyone could react, the subterrane Pokémon charged forward, spinning like a dart. The Seismitoad could only cry out as the drill run slammed into its gut, sending it crashing into its trainer. The criminals stared in shock, unable to process what had just happened, while the kids cheered in victory. "I think it's a good time to leave now," Professor Juniper urged. "Agreed," Looker confirmed. "Let's go, kids." The trainers quickly recalled their Pokémon. The battle had created an opening, and they wasted no time running for the door. They sprinted down the maze-like hallways, dodging falling debris from the crumbling structure. "This place is a death trap," Iris exclaimed. "Anyone remember the way out?" Scylla asked urgently. "This way," Looker directed, taking the lead. As they turned into a corridor, they were met with a wall of smoke. The group skidded to a halt, covering their faces and groaning. Ash was the first to recover, opening his eyes as the dust settled, only to gasp. Several Team Plasma members stood before them, a large cart with a glass dome between them. Inside was the Medianite. "Get away from that!" Ash shouted. "Too late, kid," one of the Plasma members, likely the leader, replied coldly. "We're taking the Medianite, whether you like it or not." The tall man's blue eyes were icy, while his associates sneered with amusement. Ash's friends were still recovering, but he pressed on. "Why are you doing this?" he demanded. The captain sneered back. "You shouldn't take what doesn't belong to you, especially when you're not from around here. With the Medianite, we will HRNSS the dragon's power and conquer Unova." Only then will the Pokémon be free. Ash stared, confused. What are you talking about? Like an ignorant brat like you would understand. Leopard, take them down. He tossed a Pokeball, and Ash recognized the Pokémon as the same one from the helicopter. With a hiss, the cat lunged, claws glowing. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Ash yelled. Pikachu leaped, flipping midair with a glowing tail aimed at Leopard's head. The cruel Pokémon dodged at the last moment, but the momentum sent Pikachu flying straight for the Medianite. No one had time to react. The Iron Tail struck the dome, shattering the glass and sending the Medianite crashing. A brilliant flash filled the corridor, blinding everyone and followed by a shockwave. Ash screamed as he felt the ground beneath him vanish. Instead of being thrown, he felt a rush as he fell through the floor, crashing onto the next level with a shower of dust and debris. Several thuds indicated his friends had experienced the same fate. He rubbed his eyes, trying to clear the dust. Is everyone alright? Professor Juniper called out. Yeah, I think so, Sylvan groaned. Oh, that hurt, Iris complained. Finally, Ash opened his eyes to see Pikachu lying still before him, electricity sparking across his body. He gasped and scooped up his Pokémon, relieved when the strange electricity faded without harming him. Pikachu, you okay? He asked, holding his Pokémon close. Pikachu slowly opened his eyes and blinked at his trainer. Pika, he assured. Thank goodness. Ash tightened his hold and stood up. The hallway was filled with rubble, dust hanging in the air, but his friends were all right. Ignoring the large hole in the ceiling, they continued toward the exit, relieved to avoid further incidents. Outside, Ash's stomach twisted as the sounds of battle echoed from the building. Suddenly, a noise above made them look up, revealing the dark steel structure against the black sky, illuminated only by bright lights. Team Plasma's helicopter. Agent Looker hissed. They're getting away. Iris shouted. They won't get too far, Professor Juniper insisted. Come on, David's waiting for us. She quickly led them down the street, which was empty and silent except for the distant sounds of battle. They entered a nearby apartment rented by the Research Association, where David awaited them, looking nervous. Get the jeep, Professor Juniper ordered. David nodded and jogged out. The group quickly changed into their regular clothes, realizing their current outfits weren't suitable. Once ready, they sprinted downstairs to find David beside a steel jeep. Well done, Juniper praised. No problem, David replied, handing her the keys, which she passed to Agent Looker. I think it's best that you drive, she suggested. Looker nodded and took his seat. Do we know where they're headed? Looked like the desert resort, Sylvan replied as the group piled in. David stayed behind, leaving Professor Juniper to take shotgun beside Looker, while the three children squeezed into the back seat. Once everyone was settled and Agent Looker had a destination, he grumbled with a determined glare, ready to move. Without warning, he pressed the accelerator, and the jeep took off towards the desert, the original battleground for the Medianite. The Team Plasma captain wore an emotionless mask, but he was secretly beaming with excitement. They had captured the Medianite. He watched as it was loaded into a waiting helicopter, quickly making their leave to the desert resort, leaving the rest of the invasion to their comrades. He had hoped to confront their enemy's leader but heard that the man had already fled. What a coward! As he looked out into the night from within the helicopter, he felt confident. Everything was going according to plan, thanks to their king and his perfect operation. Despite the noise in the city, the helicopter flew over the desert quietly, like a whisper in the night. The land appeared lifeless, but that wouldn't last long. Soon, Team Plasma's helicopter softly landed on a flat area of the desert, the soil cracked and unmoving. The chopper's blades hadn't even stopped before the Team Plasma agents eagerly piled out. They quickly pulled out their precious cargo, the Medianite stored in a high-tech box. As the lower members worked on setting it up, the captain noticed an interesting device that resembled a large cell phone mixed with a metal detector. He analyzed the data displayed on the screen, which pointed to a specific spot in the center of the clearing. A smirk crossed his face as he looked around. Even in the darkness, the captain could see faint traces of scars from an ancient battle. This was the spot, a place with a more powerful energy field than the temple. After all, this was where the legendary dragon took its final stand. He stepped aside as his comrades positioned the Medianite into place. It hadn't even settled before it began to react, glowing with energy pulses. Once placed in the center of the clearing, its brilliance multiplied, illuminating the entire area. Team Plasma backed away, allowing the Medianite to take over, all of them grinning, including the captain. With the power of the Medianite, we are invincible, he hummed. Suddenly, a harsh roar interrupted them. Not if we can help it. All of the Team Plasma agents jumped, startled by the sound. They looked up to see three dark silhouettes outlined against the sky. The captain recognized them immediately, snarling viciously. Team Rocket. James, Jesse, and Meowth descended from the darkness, wearing powerful jetpacks. Their all-white uniforms made them appear like sinister ghosts. Most of the Team Plasma members glared at them with hatred, but a few noticed the large device in James's arms. The team was so stiff with anger that they did nothing to stop the newcomers as they landed in front of them. The trio gave them glares filled with confidence and disdain. You are to surrender the Medianite immediately, Jesse demanded in a surprisingly professional tone. And if we don't? A rookie Team Plasma member blurted out. Jessie narrowed her eyes. Then we'll take it from you. The captain, closest to them, refused to show any fear. He pulled a pokeball from his belt, wearing an expression of sinister amusement. You're not taking anything, he replied menacingly. One way or another, the powers of the Medianite will awaken tonight, and Unova will have no choice but to submit. To his surprise, his threat only seemed to amuse Jessie. She pet an eyebrow and tilted her head, masking her glee with a thoughtful look. Oh. If that's the case then. She turned to her partner. Let's go for it. James grinned sinisterly as he prepared the device, quickly pressing buttons to charge the stone. Team Plasma barely blinked before he pointed it at the glowing Medianite. His grin widened. Fire. The explosion echoed through the desert. The jeep sped through the uneven terrain, bouncing and jolting as Ash, Syllan, and Iris were squished uncomfortably in the back seat, clinging to the vehicle and their Pokémon. Agent Looker glared at the road, never slowing down. Professor. Juniper, equally focused, stared intently at the tablet she held tightly. No one dared to speak as they were lost in their own thoughts until a shocked gasp came from Professor Juniper. Everyone turned to her, even Agent Looker. What's wrong? Syllan demanded. This is impossible, she cried, her eyes widening. Curious, the others leaned over to see her tablet's screen. They saw a diagram representing a map of the desert resort, but the details were disappearing as a green blob spread rapidly from the center. The jeep's occupants understood that this was not a good sign. What is that? Iris stammered. This is the same power from the Ventipede incident several months ago, Juniper explained, her voice trembling. It's from the Medianite. She paused for a moment, then exclaimed, it's out of control. Everyone gasped in unison. The city was eerily quiet after the night's events. The conflict between Team Rocket and Team Plasma had been brief, as both sides realized there were more pressing matters at hand. The commotion faded into silence, a hush settling over the city as the worst was yet to come. Reshiram stood on a rooftop, overlooking the bright lights of the city. Her sharp gaze fell onto the shadowed realm on the horizon, the desert resort. Suddenly, the still night came to life as a flash of light erupted from the desert. A gigantic shockwave made of pure energy erupted from the darkness, racing into the city. It slammed into skyscrapers, shattering windows instantly. Sounds of chaos echoed from below as the alien power invaded systems, electronics, and living creatures' senses. Reshiram, however, remained largely unaffected due to her immense power. She felt a deep sense of solemnity. This power was an abomination, breeding soulless creatures and endless destruction. Even in the right hands, it was destined to fail. This madness needed to end. Reshiram focused her gaze on the desert resort, the epicenter of the turmoil. It was time to act. The mighty dragon stirred from its slumber, raising its heavy head and blinking. It sensed something that had awakened its power. A low growl emerged from its throat, evolving into a snarl as it detected a shift in the energy around it. The dragon rose to a crouch, extending its senses to tap into the flow of energy invading its territory. This power felt familiar, stirring memories from its birth. Why was it awakening now? The dragon manipulated the energy, tracing it back to its source. It revealed a desolate landscape filled with humans, the cause of the disturbance. The dragon's anger grew as it witnessed the destruction caused by these beings. How dare they use its ancient power for chaos? They would pay for their actions. Now fully awake, the dragon rose to its full height, snapping its wings open and unleashing its own powers. The air around it turned frigid, encasing the surroundings in ice. The dragon of ice opened its jaws wide, releasing a powerful roar. Meanwhile, a jeep sped through the cold desert. Ash clenched his teeth, consumed by thoughts of a troubling rock. "Uncle, what have you done?" he wondered, wishing for a response. Suddenly, Pikachu let out a warning cry, followed by Axu. Before they could ask what was wrong, a blinding light appeared ahead. The shockwave that had struck Castelia surged from the night, hitting the car. The jeep filled with horrified screams as Agent Looker slammed on the brakes, trying to regain control. The shockwave flipped the vehicle, and the occupants braced for impact. Miraculously, no one was harmed, but they kept their eyes shut until the intense light faded. When they opened them, they found themselves in the empty desert, but something was different. Instead of darkness, a brilliant light shone to their left, illuminating a large ridge like sunlight during a solar eclipse. "What is that?" Agent Looker gasped. "I don't know," Ash replied. "But I don't care. Come on, Pikachu, let's go." Without hesitation, he unbuckled his seatbelt and crawled out of the jeep onto the cracked sand. Iris and Syllan gasped in surprise but were too stunned to stop him. With Pikachu following closely, Ash sprinted toward the ridge. "Ash, wait!" Professor Juniper called, but he was determined. He scrambled up the rocky cliff, reaching the top and gasping at the sight before him. Team Plasma agents lay scattered across the desert floor, likely knocked down by the same explosion that flipped the jeep. Even a giant helicopter had toppled over. But what captured Ash's attention was the light dominating the sky, with a dark shape at its center, the Medianite. Ash's expression hardened. "Pikachu, we have to destroy the Medianite," he murmured. Pikachu growled in agreement. Ash scanned the area and noticed three figures standing nearby. It was the Team Rocket trio. They turned to him, and Ash knew what he had to do. "Pikachu, quick attack." "Pika." Pikachu responded, leaping into action. As he raced toward the Medianite, a glow enveloped him, making him appear like a star. Ash watched in awe, realizing the Medianite's power was enhancing Pikachu. Suddenly, Pikachu launched into a quick attack, moving faster than ever. An outraged roar came from the other side of the clearing. "Oh, no you don't," the Team Plasma captain shouted, tossing a Pokeball. "Leopard, Hyper Beam." The cat materialized, spinning to face the speeding Pikachu. An orb of energy formed between its jaws, transforming into a beam racing toward its target. Pikachu dodged just in time, but the assault continued. "Woobat, Air Slash." Jessie's voice rang out. An ear-splitting screech filled the air as the furry bat appeared, its wings glowing as it unleashed multiple discs of energy. Pikachu skillfully dodged the attacks by leaping over them, landing on a stone tower amidst the sand. This tower led directly to the Medianite. His enemies could only watch in dismay as he scrambled to the top with surprising agility. At the summit, Pikachu made a mighty leap towards the flying stone, his paws outstretched. Thunderbolt! Ash shouted, his voice filled with urgency. In an instant, Pikachu unleashed his electric attack, and a tremendous explosion erupted. Ash covered his face, bracing himself against the force of the blast. He struggled to maintain his balance but ultimately lost it, tumbling down the ridge into the clearing. Smoke, dust, and the overwhelming sound of thunder filled the air as he shielded his head, waiting for the chaos to subside. After what felt like an eternity, the explosion's noise began to fade. Ash lay on his stomach for a moment, hesitant to believe the silence. Gathering his courage, he uncovered his head and looked up, only to find darkness where the light had once been. The Medianite was gone. Slowly, Ash shifted to his knees, trying to assess his surroundings when a concerned voice called out to him. Ash! He turned to see Iris and Scylla sliding down the ridge, rushing to his side. They helped him to his feet, but Ash quickly broke away when he spotted the limp yellow form next to the stone tower. Pikachu, he cried out, fear gripping his heart. Iris and Scylla followed him, and together they surrounded the Pokémon. Without hesitation, Ash scooped Pikachu into his arms, searching for any signs of life. He let out a relieved gasp as Pikachu stirred, opening his eyes to meet Ash's worried gaze. Ash laughed, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he hugged his best friend tightly. However, Iris's fearful whisper interrupted his moment of joy. Ash. Looking up, Ash saw his friends staring behind him, their eyes wide with fear. He slowly turned around, dread washing over him as he realized Team Plasma was back on their feet, and they were not alone. Team Rocket had joined them, and both groups glared at the trio with hostility. Their greatest operation had just been thwarted by a kid. Oh, man. Ash groaned. We're in trouble, Scylla murmured. As they watched, trembling, a Team Rocket agent prepared to step forward, but before he could move, a powerful roar filled the air. A storm of flames rained down from the sky, swirling around Team Plasma's feet and forcing them to retreat in panic. The children felt a massive presence above them and looked up just in time to see a large white figure soaring through the air. Reshiram, they exclaimed in unison. Despite her size, the dragon quickly turned to face Team Rocket, unleashing flames that sent them scrambling. In mere seconds, a wall of fire formed around Ash and his friends, protecting them from their attackers while the legendary Pokémon hovered above. Reshiram landed with a thundering impact, shaking the ground and knocking the startled criminals off their feet. She turned her sharp gaze toward the children. Come hold on to me, she commanded. Snapping out of their shock, the group dashed toward the dragon. As the flames began to die down, a few brave souls attempted to approach, but Reshiram swiftly repelled them with another burst of fire. The attackers were left bewildered, unsure of what to make of the situation. Finally, Ash and his friends reached Reshiram's side. Following her instructions, they wrapped their arms around her. Ash nestled against her chest, while Iris hugged her shoulder gently, and Scylla awkwardly embraced her, leaning heavily into her fur. Axu and Pikachu were nestled between the dragon and their trainers. Once they were settled, Reshiram wrapped her wings around them, shielding them from the heat and the eyes of their enemies. She bent her head down, her warm breath brushing against Ash's back. As the flames began to fade, determined soldiers advanced toward them. Just as they neared, Reshiram began to glow, causing the startled criminals to shield their eyes. The light intensified, becoming brighter than the Medianite, and then erupted into flames, engulfing the legendary and the children in a brilliant display. Ash slowly regained consciousness, blinking against a bright light. He realized he was leaning against something soft and warm. As he adjusted, he heard a gentle voice. Are you awake, my Ash? Reshiram? Ash whispered. I am here, little one. It dawned on him that his pillow was not a pillow at all, it was Reshiram. As his eyes adjusted, he took in the sight of ancient stone walls illuminated by an unknown source of sunlight. With a final groan, he sat up, leaving the comfort of Reshiram's fur. He scanned the room, confirming he was in a large space with thick stone walls and a marble floor, sunlight streaming in through tall, narrow windows. Dust lingered in the air, and an ancient feeling seeped into Ash's bones, even more so than in the temple. "Where am I?" the boy murmured. "Dragon Spiral Tower," Reshiram replied. "Dragon Spiral Tower?" Ash echoed. "Yes, this place was built long ago, dedicated to the dragons and in honor of the people's guardian dragons. You and Zekrom." Ash watched Reshiram turn her head to him and noticed the prideful glint in her eye. "Yes. It is because of its importance and truth that it is sacred ground. Do not fear, you are safer nowhere else." Ash gave a light smile. "Thanks, Reshiram." The dragon's eyes gleamed again. Ash had been placed by her side, the back of his head resting against her shoulder. As he awoke, he looked around to find the room barren, no furniture, no signs of use, and no signs of his friends. "Where is everybody?" he asked. Reshiram immediately sensed his slight concern. "They are here, down the hall. Your friends awoke before you and wished not to disturb your slumber." Ash grunted his reply before climbing to his feet. It was then he noticed the dark entranceway in the corner of the room, leading to another part of the tower. Reshiram followed him as they headed down the corridor, which was large enough for her to navigate through. The moment Ash stepped out of the room, he caught a familiar aroma of sharp spices and carefully burning food. Scylan's cooking. He picked up his pace to find his friends further down. They had set up their own kitchen in a room slightly smaller than the one Ash had awoken in. Unfortunately, the entrance was only big enough for a large human, leaving Reshiram to peer from outside. As Ash expected, Scylan was cooking with his famous mobile kitchen, and Iris was playing with their Pokémon. They noticed his arrival immediately. "Ash!" Iris exclaimed. Her game with Pikachu and Axu paused as they rushed up to meet him. The group exchanged greetings and asked about each other's welfare. Once they confirmed everyone was unharmed, the invisible tension lifted. "Isn't this awesome?" Iris laughed, twirling with excitement. "We're in the Dragon Spiral Tower. No one has ever been inside in over 100 years. And everything's in excellent condition, too," Scylan added. "They sure did an excellent job preserving everything." Reshiram smirked at this. "The Tower of Dragons was carefully constructed," she informed. "Many spells were placed on it to protect its welfare." "Oh, wow, that's so cool!" Ash exclaimed, fascinated by the fun facts. His eyes fell on the steaming food by Scylan's side, and immediately his mouth watered. "There's only one thing more awesome." The group quickly ate their fill, starting the meal starved and ending stuffed. Scylan made extra food to give to the Pokémon for a treat, some even for Reshiram. To their amusement, the dragon finished her meal in 2 bites. Scylan offered to make her more, but she calmly refused, explaining she really didn't need food. After lunch, the group decided to explore the tower. Sometimes Reshiram followed, other times she respected the friends' privacy. The children gasped with every step. The tower was truly incredible. Ancient stone and marble made up the entire building, showing little signs of erosion. There were simple structures and impossible arts, such as life-sized, incredibly detailed statues of dragons from all over the world. Unique carvings of interesting designs adorned everything. The ancient castle had so many beauties that Ash quickly noted there was too much to describe them all. The basement of the castle held the most breathtaking sight of all. It was filled with water, forming a giant pool, either intentionally created or from the surrounding lake that had somehow breached. It was absolutely beautiful, crystal clear and glittering in the room. It looked perfectly pure, like liquid sapphire. The children let out odd gasps and stared with wide, gleaming eyes. "So pretty," Iris whispered. "I've never seen anything like this." Oh, yes, Scylla agreed, this lake is like a secret recipe, waiting to introduce its new ingredients to the world. It was Ash who quickly got an idea and laughed. Well, what are we waiting for? Come on, guys. He shot them a playful look, and they quickly changed into their bathing suits and leaped into the luxurious water. As they expected, it was cool but just the right temperature. It felt refreshing and smooth, not too cold to be dangerous. They released all their Pokémon, who either joined them or went about their own business. Scylla made sure to leave a large bowl of Pokémon food for them. The group laughed the entire time in the water, soaking it in and allowing it to wash away all the stress from the past few weeks. Ash was having so much fun that he almost failed to notice the sudden soft splashing sound and the large ripple rolling across the water. He turned to see, in surprise, Reshiram wading into the water from a nearby ramp. Ash gasped and gave her an amazed look, but the dragon only replied with a playful look before slipping into the water altogether. The moment her head disappeared, Ash ducked underneath to follow her. The pool was quite large and deep, with some parts where he couldn't see the bottom. Other sections were filled with crowded ruins, either collapsed walls or great pillars. Ash tore his gaze from these sights to watch Reshiram in awe. The great dragon moved gracefully through the water, weaving through the pillars like a serpent. She wiggled her body and flapped her wings underwater, creating a powerful torrent. Her movements, though awkward, were filled with grace. Ash wanted to watch her longer but found he was running out of air, forcing him to surface with the others, where they continued their games. A few minutes later, Ash was lazily drifting upright in the water, slowly kicking his legs and stroking the water with his arms. His doze was interrupted when he felt a presence beneath him. Suddenly, something soft but firm appeared under his feet, pressing against his soles. He found himself being lifted out of the water and flying through the air. He gave a startled shout, but it was cut short as he splashed back into the water. As he righted himself, he saw through a wall of bubbles Reshiram staring at him, also submerged, with an amused expression. Ash knew what had happened. She had actually thrown him out of the water. They emerged into the fresh air, poking their heads out of their previous realm. At first, Ash considered scolding her but quickly changed his mind and ended up laughing. Oh, wow, that was fun. Again, Reshiram. With a smile, Reshiram dove back into the water, disappearing like a vapor eon. This time Ash was ready as she pressed her snout against the bottoms of his feet. He braced himself, careful not to accidentally poke her in the eye. Reshiram then tossed her head, sending Ash soaring into the air. He let out a whoop and tucked himself into a ball before performing a backflip into the water. Iris and Scylla watched the duo's game with interest. Soon, they joined in, inviting the legendary Pokémon to play with them and practice tricks together. They continued their fun until their fingers and toes began to prune, finally crawling out of their watery playground to explore the tower further. Inside the grand building, they discovered more ruins that fascinated them. Great marble pillars, larger than any they had seen before, filled the expansive rooms. They found several more pools of water and even noticed signs of Pokémon. During their exploration, they stumbled upon strange glyphs in an unknown script. Iris recognized it as Unova's ancient language and began to translate. Even though her translations were simple, they told captivating tales of ancient Unova, intriguing her friends. Hours passed quickly, and when they finally checked the time, it was almost evening. They decided to return to their original campsite upstairs to prepare dinner. While Scylla cooked his special recipes and Ash dozed alongside the Pokémon, Iris felt a surge of curiosity and ventured away to a nearby balcony. It was a large open area with no walls or ceiling, just a cold stone floor. She wondered if it had once been a ballroom, now exposed to the elements. Crossing to the edge, her curiosity got the best of her. Suddenly, she was taken aback by the vast sight before her. Scylla and Ash heard her scream from inside and immediately abandoned their tasks, sprinting toward the source of her distress. They found Iris frozen at the edge of the open room, staring out at the landscape. "Iris!" Ash called, trying to get her attention. When she didn't respond, the boys rushed over to her side. They gasped at the sight before them. The land stretched for miles, covered in forests, hills, and lakes, but instead of the familiar green, everything was blanketed in white. The entire landscape was covered in thick snow, devoid of any color or signs of Pokémon. The children stared in shock until they finally found their voices. "How is this possible?" Scylla gasped. "This only happens in deep winter. It's summer." "Then what caused this?" Iris demanded. "Kyurem." All three trainers turned to see Reshiram standing beside them. Ash was about to ask for an explanation, but his friends interrupted. "What?" they exclaimed in unison, pushing closer to Reshiram. Ash felt left out again, frustrated by being out of the loop. Before he could voice his protest, Reshiram instructed them to follow her to the center of the open area, away from the edges. "I was told Kyurem was just a myth." Scylla protested. "I'm from the village of dragons, and I was told it was a myth." Iris shot back. "Who is Kyurem?" Ash exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. "Kyurem is an ancient creature in Unova," Scylla explained. "But it's just a myth, a fairy tale to make little kids behave." "He is very much real," Reshiram insisted, her voice calm but serious. "And very much dangerous." She then shared everything she knew about Kyurem, recounting tales she had heard from a farmer and other accounts. One particular story caught their attention. Kyurem had been born from a meteorite. "Wait a second," Iris interrupted. "That wouldn't have been. That was the meteorite." Scylla exclaimed, realizing it first. Reshiram nodded. "Yes, the very stone Kyurem was born from has been fought over since ancient times." The group fell silent, shocked to their core and eager to hear more. Reshiram continued with her adventures, how she saved a small herd of deerling from a swarm of cryogonal, rescued a young boy from drowning under ice, and her journey to the giant chasm, the birthplace of ice and disaster. "I discovered a den hidden within the chasm," she explained. "There, I was confronted by Kyurem." Her audience gasped. "You met Kyurem?" Iris cried. "I sensed his presence, but I was unaware he was expecting me. We battled, but my truth was not strong enough. I managed to escape before he unleashed his final attack. It was then I realized I would need my hero, which led me to find Ash." "Where you found all of us in Nimbasa City," Scylla concluded. Reshiram nodded. "But now I'm afraid the worst has happened. When the meteorite lost control, it must have disturbed Kyurem and heightened his powers. He would not be able to freeze the land like this otherwise. Worse, his rage is untamed. It is only a matter of time before he unleashes his wrath on all of us." The group stared in shock, chilled to the core. A monster had been released with uncontrollable powers and rage. But then Scylla noticed something from Reshiram's story about Kyurem. "Wait," he said, bringing everyone out of their thoughts. "Did you say Kyurem was already awake when you fought him?" Reshiram slowly blinked and nodded. "But the legend states he was supposed to be asleep, unless everyone quickly caught on what he was implying. Unless someone woke Kyurem before Reshiram." Iris finished. "That's probably why Kyurem was so angry." Ash added. "But who would do such a thing?" Iris looked up at Reshiram. "Reshiram, did Kyurem happen to mention anything during your battle?" Reshiram tilted her head in thought. After what felt like an eternity, she said, "There was something. He said, 'You intruders bring me suffering. You will all pay.' It seemed like there was someone else involved." "Weird," Ash commented. Suddenly, Scylla popped up with a solemn expression that quickly turned to amusement. "You know what that means," he exclaimed. Iris realized what he was doing, and Ash was quickly catching up. "Oh, no," Iris muttered. "Please don't. It's investigating time." He grabbed a coat from his sack and threw it on in a flash. Now wearing a thick detective's coat like Looker's, complete with an old-fashioned hat and pipe, Iris facepalmed while Ash shrunk into a ball, embarrassed. Reshiram stared in curiosity and confusion. Scylla began pacing, furrowing his brow in thought. So after centuries of slumber, an outraged dragon awakes without warning, he said in an overly dramatic voice. Thank you, Sherlock, Iris commented, but Scylla didn't hear her. It brutally attacks Reshiram, who didn't even know it was awake. The only explanation is the possibility that someone got to cure him first. If so, who? What was their intention? And if that didn't happen, what did awaken Kyurem? There is only one place that holds all these answers. He turned to face his audience, pointing his pipe at them with a look of victory. In order to uncover the mystery of Kyurem, we need to go to Lacunosa town and try to find something there, Iris interrupted, her voice flat with boredom. Scylla twitched, realizing his favorite part of the speech had been taken from him. He quickly pulled himself together, straightening and clearing his throat. Yes. Ash then turned to the frozen land, locking his gaze on the distant horizon. Then it's settled, he announced. Next stop, Lacunosa town. The group decided to sleep at the tower that night, as the scarlet sky had turned to twilight and they believed they needed the rest. By the time the first rays of light breached the tower's open windows, they were wide awake and fidgeting in place, noticing the air seemed colder. They packed their supplies and began discussing the best way to travel. Unexpectedly, Reshiram offered, I can take you all. I'll fly us there. All three of us? Iris gasped. Even our supplies? Reshiram nodded. Of course. It was decided. The group tied their supplies to Reshiram's side like makeshift saddlebags, careful not to cause her discomfort. She never complained. Once everything was ready, they each piled onto her back. Ash settled between her shoulders and neck, Iris was behind him, and Scylla was wedged between her shoulders and mighty wings. Aksu had returned to his nest in Iris's hair, and Pikachu was snuggled in Ash's backpack. With everyone settled, Reshiram carefully walked over to the platform from the evening before. They suspected it was a launch pad. With a whisper of warning, Reshiram soared into the air with a great flap of her wings. Strong winds whipped at Ash's clothes and slapped his face. He had taken off his hat long ago to prevent it from flying off. Sometimes he shivered from the cold, but usually Reshiram provided warmth and protection. Their trip revealed to Ash how well the dragon flew despite her size. He was surprised to learn it was more about science than magic. Reshiram had slight control over the atmosphere by releasing heat into the air. Since heat rises and cold sinks, she could manipulate its motions. When she flew, she used both her magic and her anatomy, releasing warmth to create a cushion that kept her aloft. She could fly without flapping at all, but she preferred to use her wings for a more natural feel. Despite the seemingly uncomfortable conditions, the children quickly adjusted, barely noticing the unpredictable patterns. Iris and Scylla had actually fallen asleep. Ash understood, even though they insisted on staying in the tower, everyone had a restless night. He wouldn't be surprised if they had trouble sleeping for weeks while searching for him. In their slumber, Iris had leaned into Scylla, his head resting on her shoulder. They snoozed loudly, almost on the verge of snoring. Ash chuckled at their awkward sleep but continued to stare ahead, a stern expression on his face as he locked onto his thoughts. Reshiram noticed and glanced at him. What bothers you, little one? She asked. Ash sighed heavily. Everything. There's a dangerous creature out there wanting to harm us. I find out everything in my life is a lie, and my long-lost uncle is involved in criminal activities. He buried his face in his hands. After a long moment of silence, he whined, I don't know what to do, Reshiram. The dragon turned her gaze back to the air before them, but their conversation was far from over. What does your truth tell you? She asked. Ash fought not to scold her for what he thought was the worst advice ever. I don't know what my truth says. I don't know what's true anymore. He let his head hang before adding, I just don't understand why my mom didn't tell me all of this before. Another moment of silence passed. Do you hate her? And no. No, of course not. I love her, she's all I have and she's amazing, I don't care where she comes from. I just wish she could have told me. Would it have made a difference? Ash looked down at Reshiram's fur. I don't know. After thinking for a few moments, he changed his mind. And no, I guess it wouldn't. I still dislike Giovanni. I hate what he does and I hate that I'm related to him. The dragon sensed his growing frustration and decided to address it. Ash, what I say is the truth. I dislike the human as much as you do. But I am required to see as much good in him as I do evil. If I can't, only then are they darkness and truly evil. I guess this isn't the case with Giovanni. No. He was a figure shrouded in darkness, causing chaos yet holding on to a moral compass. This was evident when he risked his life to save Ash. Ash recalled the moment Giovanni had intervened during the encounter with the dream thief. Instead of feeling grateful, he grumbled, he only did that to use me. Besides, it's his fault I got kidnapped in the first place. True, Team Plasma aimed to capture you to leverage against Giovanni, Reshiram replied. A moment of silence followed as the weight of her words settled in. She turned to Ash, her gaze steady. But he chose to thwart their plans himself. He found you alone, saved you alone, and protected you without considering his own safety. Can you still punish him for that? Ash sighed, leaning back in thought. What about my mother? She simply wished to protect you. By setting me up to be part of a crime organization. Reshiram let out a soft laugh. A mother's instincts are often beyond explanation. Every action carries wisdom, whether she recognizes it or not. She likely sacrificed much to keep you safe for so long. When the moment came, she trusted you to find your own path. Now, it's your turn to trust. Ash pondered her words. Trust. They fell into silence, the sounds of the wind and flapping wings surrounding them. Eventually, Ash felt himself drifting off, his eyes growing heavy. Go to sleep, little one, Reshiram murmured. I will keep you safe. Though he wanted to protest, he felt his body relax against Reshiram's soft fur. Just before he fully succumbed to sleep, a flicker of worry crossed his mind. What about Giovanni? He sensed that Giovanni wouldn't let him go easily, and Team Rocket had a knack for showing up at the worst times. But he pushed those thoughts aside. No matter how many resources Giovanni had, they were traveling too unpredictably for anyone to track them down. With that reassurance, he drifted into a peaceful sleep. Where is my nephew? Giovanni thundered. We don't know, sir, stammered the agent assigned to report to him. We searched everywhere and followed every lead. It's as if they vanished. Out! Giovanni barked. With a hasty apology, the agent hurried out, leaving Giovanni to glare at the closed door. The remaining agents, Pierce, Jesse, James, and Meowth, avoided his gaze, trying not to provoke him further. In one of the chairs sat another well-known agent, Domino, who had just returned from an undercover mission. She appeared unfazed as she casually filed her nails, seemingly indifferent to the tension in the room. Giovanni was lost in thought. After fleeing Castelia, he had hoped Ash was close behind, protected by his escort. But by the time he regained control, Ash was gone. His frustration deepened upon hearing that the Medianite had been destroyed, marking a significant failure for Team Rocket. To make matters worse, there were reports of a monster in the desert that had disrupted their plans and taken Ash. A legendary? It seemed absurd, legendaries wouldn't waste their time with children. Giovanni dismissed the thought, focusing on the more pressing issue of finding his nephew. Where is my nephew? He murmured, almost to himself. As if in response, Dr. Zager entered, his expression as unreadable as ever. Giovanni disliked not being able to gauge someone's emotions. The scientist approached the desk, seemingly unaware of the charged atmosphere. "What is it?" Giovanni snapped. "I believe I have something of interest for you, Mr. Giovanni," Dr. Zager stated. "Which is?" He retrieved a tablet from his coat and began to manipulate it. "Our satellites detected a strange energy reading in northern Unova. If accurate, it appears to be moving eastward." "So?" Giovanni replied, unimpressed. Noticing Giovanni's lack of interest, Dr. Zager turned the device toward him, revealing a complex diagram. Giovanni suppressed a growl, reminding himself that scientists often had good intentions but struggled to communicate effectively. He listened as Dr. Zager continued. "We traced this energy pattern back to its last known location before it appeared in northern Unova." Giovanni raised an eyebrow, urging him to continue. "It was the desert resort, sir." Finally, Giovanni's interest was piqued. "So it was a legendary," he murmured, deep in thought. He then ordered, "Use our satellites to get a visual on it immediately." Dr. Zager nodded and exited the room, leaving the other agents to breathe a little easier as the tension lifted slightly. Giovanni tapped his fingers on the desk, contemplating the new information. "What is this legendary, anyway?" he wondered aloud. "I think I may know something," Domino interjected, finally breaking her silence. Everyone turned to her, curious. She continued filing her nails, but her expression suggested she had valuable insight. "And what may that be?" Giovanni demanded, narrowing his eyes. Domino smiled, relishing the rare moment of knowing something the boss did not. Sensing Giovanni's impatience, she quickly prepared to share her knowledge. She got to her feet and walked over to his desk, gleaming with victory. "Ever heard of the Kingdom of the Veil?" It was late evening when Reshiram landed on the outskirts of Lacunosa town. The sky was dark gray with heavy cloud cover, and a light layer of snow covered the ground, making the air cold. "I can't believe Kuram would do this," Iris said, hugging herself for warmth. "You can almost taste the sadness in the air," Silan remarked. The ground shook slightly as Reshiram stepped toward the nearby forest, glancing back at the group. "Nothing can be done now. The day is already dying. We should take this chance to rest and then see what can be done tomorrow." As she took another step, she revealed a gaping cave hidden under the trees. Ash looked between the cave and the faint lights on the horizon. This was as close as Reshiram could go without being noticed, and she admitted it was closer than she preferred. Ash wondered if they should travel on foot to reach the town's Pokémon Center, but it would be nightfall by the time they arrived. If Reshiram's description was correct, they wouldn't be welcomed at such a late hour. So, the cave in the middle of nowhere seemed like the best option. They settled in, placing their supplies inside and setting up their cooking just outside the entrance. The inside of the cave was dark but spacious enough for all of them, including Reshiram. They started a fire to help with the darkness, casting dancing shadows across the walls. They ate dinner in silence. Afterward, they packed up their supplies and prepared for bed, even though it wasn't very late. Initially, they tried to sleep in their own spots, but as the cold worsened, they found themselves inching closer to Reshiram for warmth. It was a long and quiet night. The next day, several strangers stepped through the gates of Lacunosa town, only to find it eerily deserted. There wasn't a single soul on the icy streets, and the lights of surrounding buildings were turned off with shutters closed tight. As Ash and his friends walked through the quiet town, they felt the unsettling sensation of being watched. They soon confirmed their fears when they noticed eyes peering through the cracks of windows. "They weren't this cold when I was here last time," Reshiram commented darkly. "I don't think anything was warm before," Ash replied. The duo walked side by side, with Reshiram in her human form. When the children woke from their uneasy slumber, they found the dragon had transformed into a beautiful woman waiting for them at the cave's entrance. Once they were ready, they began their trek to the town. As they reached their destination, they wished they could turn back. The cloud cover had broken up during the night, revealing patches of sunlight that created strange pools of shadows on the ground, adding to the eerie atmosphere. But they had a job to do. So what's the plan? Iris asked. They paused in a small plaza near the heart of the town to make a plan. I suggest we split up, Sylvan proposed. We'll cover more ground and possibly find more clues. I guess we can't confront Kyurem yet, can we? Ash chuckled nervously. Iris shot him a scolding glare. Ash. We all agreed there's more to this than we think. We need to know everything before we go after Kyurem. Reshiram nodded. I agree. If it means ending this madness quicker, then I'm willing to try anything. Iris looked concerned. But is it really a good idea to separate? Shouldn't we stick together? Don't worry, Ash reassured her. It won't be for too long. How about we meet back here in an hour? The group nodded in agreement, and with that, they separated, each taking a different direction. I think finding clues is easier said than done, Ash sighed. Pikachu, his partner agreed solemnly. Ash felt like he had searched every visible inch of his part of the town, but after a long time, he realized there wouldn't be a sign saying, "Clue to the mystery of Kyurem," right here. He tried speaking with a few townspeople, but they responded with icy glares before fleeing. He even knocked on a couple of doors, but either received no reply or was met with someone hissing for him to leave. Now, he was aimlessly walking through the maze-like streets. Checking his watch, he noted it was getting close to their time limit. He glanced at Pikachu, who was perched on his shoulder. Time to head back to the others, huh, buddy, he said. Pika. As he turned to retrace his steps, something made him pause. He thought he saw a flicker of movement in the corner of his eye, accompanied by a strange scraping sound. He turned to investigate, only to find an empty street. Hello, he called. Anyone there? He stared down the street for a moment before it happened again. He turned around, feeling jumpy. Who's there? He demanded. Pika. Ash spun around, startled by a flash of movement. Suddenly, something large struck his chest, sending him flying. Pikachu cried out as he was thrown from Ash's shoulder. Ash skidded into a wall, banging his head. He groaned as a fog clouded his vision and blinked rapidly to clear it. Finally, he could make out a large silhouette before him. As his vision cleared, he gasped. In the place where he once stood was a large Pokémon. It had snow-white fur covering its body, with icicles under its chin forming a strange beard. It was bulky with 4 long legs, each ending in 3 sharp claws. The creature glared at him with pitch-black eyes, its lips curled in a fierce snarl, revealing its sharp teeth. Beartic lunged at Ash, its jaws snapping as it dove towards him with glowing claws. Ash jumped back against the wall, panic rising within him. Suddenly, a familiar yellow figure shot into view, slamming into Beartic's head with a powerful iron tail. Pikachu! Ash exclaimed, relief flooding through him as he watched his friend. Beartic stumbled but quickly regained its footing, swatting Pikachu away. With a powerful paw. Ash's heart sank as he lost sight of Pikachu. In disbelief, Ash noticed a long scar across Beartic's left eye, realizing this was no ordinary Pokémon. He sprang to his feet, ready to search for Pikachu, and called out mentally, Reshiram. Her voice echoed back, Ash. But before he could respond, darkness enveloped him as a giant blue paw struck. Meanwhile, Iris and Sylvan raced through town, breathless and desperate after Reshiram's call. They reached a lone woman, Reshiram, who stood solemnly with a sad Pikachu by her side, clutching Ash's red hat tightly. What happened? Iris asked, her voice trembling with panic. They took him, Reshiram replied, her tone heavy with sorrow. Kyurem took my hero. Ash found himself in a freezing cave, curled up tightly to conserve warmth. The walls were frosted, and he realized he was in the same place from his dreams. He had been thrown here after being attacked by Kyurem, the dragon he had yet to see in person. Surrounded by lifeless cryogonal, Ash felt trapped and scared, unsure of why he was there or what Kuram wanted. He called out, "Kuram! Talk to me. What do you want?" When silence followed, he shouted again, "Kuram!" Despite his fear, he sensed the dragon's presence lurking nearby, invading his dreams. Yet, Kuram remained silent. Back in Lacunosa town, Iris questioned why Kuram would kidnap Ash. Reshiram admitted she didn't understand either. They stood in the streets, Pikachu looking dejected at his inability to protect Ash. Scylla examined Ash's Pokeballs, realizing his friend was alone and vulnerable. Suddenly, Reshiram perked up, her expression shifting to one of alarm. "Run," she hissed, and the group took off without hesitation. As they sprinted, they noticed dark figures moving alongside them, initially mistaking them for Ash's captors. But soon they recognized Team Rocket blocking their path. With a gasp, they skidded to a halt, only to find themselves surrounded by two groups of rockets. Panic surged as Giovanni emerged from the crowd, and Reshiram, filled with fury, urged the children through telepathy, "Cover your eyes." They obeyed, pressing their faces into their hands as Reshiram began to glow, preparing to confront the threat. Immediately, the light intensified, forcing Team Rocket to shield their eyes. Some dared to blink, only to quickly close them again. Through the brightness, they heard a human roar transform into a dragon's. In a remarkable evolution, her arms became wings, her torso grew larger, and her neck elongated into a snout. Her legs widened, developing claws, and a turbine-shaped tail emerged from her back. With a final roar, the light faded, revealing the legendary dragon. Eager to fight, Team Rocket uncovered their eyes, only to freeze in surprise. The children and their Pokémon were slower to regain their vision, but Reshiram's commanding snap brought them back to reality. "Get on," she ordered. The children rushed to her side. Iris, being agile, leaped onto her back effortlessly, while Scylla scrambled on clumsily. Most of Team Rocket hesitated, and those who dared approach were met with the legendary's fierce snarls. Once her passengers were on, Reshiram braced herself to launch into the air. However, as she looked up, dread filled her. Hovering above them were three pitch-black helicopters, resembling predators waiting to pounce. Reshiram snarled, knowing that if she were alone, she could easily escape by destroying the helicopters or defeating the human army. But she couldn't risk her companion's safety. They were trapped. Giovanni grinned, a sinister expression on his face. "Where is my nephew?" he questioned menacingly. "I'd rather leave this world than tell you," Reshiram retorted defiantly. "Don't tempt me, dragon, because I can very much make that happen." Reshiram smirked. "I'd like to see you try. Then I'll just take over your precious region." "That won't happen, not even in your dreams." The tension between them thickened as they fell into a silent staring contest, each glaring at the other while Team Rocket agents watched, some leisurely, others nervously. Iris and Scylla stood between them, their Pokémon taken away, including Axu and Pikachu. So far, nothing had happened to them. They were in a large camp set up by Team Rocket on the outskirts of Lacunosa town. After surrendering, Reshiram had reverted to her human form, and the prisoners were taken to the camp for interrogation. Now, the archenemies were locked in a heated argument, with the children observing. Should we stop them?" Scylla asked nervously. Iris waved a hand dismissively. "Hey, if you want to get yourself killed, be my guest." Scylla swallowed hard but felt determined. Thankfully, no one stopped him as he approached the two figures. Excuse me," he said softly. He was met with intense glares that made him twitch with nervousness. After an awkward moment, he gathered his courage and said, Look, Ash is in trouble. Standing here and fighting each other isn't going to help him." If Giovanni was surprised by Scylla's words, he didn't show it, but he did seem more annoyed. "What sort of trouble?" he demanded. "He's been taken away by a powerful dragon," Reshiram reluctantly informed, realizing she had to involve Team Rocket. "The same dragon that caused all of this." She gestured to the ice surrounding them. I do not know why he has done this, but Ash's welfare is in danger. And all of us want him back, Scylla added, relieved that Reshiram had supported his plea. But before he could continue, Giovanni interrupted again. So what, you suggest an alliance, he scoffed. We have no choice, Reshiram insisted, standing firm against Giovanni's glare. If you really care for your kin. Giovanni fell silent for a moment, the air thick with tension. Finally, he sighed and grumbled, very well. Do you at least have a plan? Scylla and Iris flinched at the question, they hadn't gotten that far. Thankfully, Reshiram came to their aid. After a brief pause, she looked up and confessed, I have an idea, though it's risky. But we can only do it with your help. Giovanni narrowed his eyes. And it is? He pushed the tent flap aside, leading the way. Are you sure this plan of yours will work? He demanded. Reshiram followed, suppressing a snarl as the flap fell back in her face. She felt a surge of frustration but knew Giovanni was her only chance to regain her hero. He rounded a dark wooden desk in the center of the tent, papers and maps scattered across its surface. Leaning on the desk, he stared intently at her, analyzing her as if trying to discern the truth of her words. Reshiram could sense his lack of respect for her, viewing her merely as a tool. She vowed silently that he would pay for that. I have warned you about the risks, Reshiram replied coldly. The truth of those risks will determine the outcome. Giovanni's patience wore thin. I am tired of your riddles. That wasn't a riddle. Instead of shouting, he sighed heavily. Whatever, all I care about is getting Ashton. Ash, Reshiram corrected. Giovanni shot her an annoyed glare, but she pressed on. And why should I let you take him if I don't even know that you care for him? His glare shifted from annoyance to anger. Excuse me. Reshiram narrowed her eyes defiantly. You may have saved Ash, but that doesn't prove your care for him. What about the fact I stayed with him? That I was there for him when you weren't? That I risked my organization for him? His fists clenched, and his voice dropped dangerously low. Once upon a time, my sister and I were inseparable. There was nothing we kept from each other. Now, he was fortunate to hear a word from her. He hadn't truly held Ash, his own blood, since he was a small child, and now he may never again. He shot a glare of frustration into the legendary's eyes. Does that answer your question? An intense silence followed. Reshiram lifted her chin, appearing unfazed. That's all I wanted to know. The silence stretched on. Finally, Giovanni lowered his gaze and whispered, what does this Reshiram want with Ash, anyway? I do not know. What do you know? Reshiram gave him a warning glare, indicating he should be more careful with his questions. However, she continued, Pokémon do not have much use for hostages, and Reshiram couldn't use Ash for much, anyway. Ash is not a trophy, that is not Reshiram's way. Giovanni raised an eyebrow. Lunch, then. Reshiram shook her head. If Ash were dead, I would have known. He's still alive. The story of Reshiram taking humans to eat them is nonsense. Then what? Reshiram narrowed her eyes in thought. Reshiram is vengeful, restless, and determined. He will not let go of something until it has been forced to an end. Suddenly, the legendary found clarity. He's using Ash as a reminder. A reminder to end something. They both pondered this for a moment. Giovanni then remarked, you seem to know a lot about Reshiram despite not having much interaction with it. I do not know Reshiram, Reshiram argued. His exact thoughts are hard to read. Though, I know how he feels and thinks. How do you know this? Reshiram lifted her head again. Because I was once part of Reshiram. A thick blanket of dark clouds rolled over the giant chasm. A cool winter breeze swept through the unforgiving forest, sending chills through the air. The forest stood still, as if afraid that movement would bring about the end of the world. In the center of the gorge stood a lone figure dressed in all black, a tight jacket hugging his torso and pants tucked into tall boots. Fingerless gloves covered his hands, and his shaggy coal-black hair framed his determined dark brown eyes, which appeared almost black in the dim light. On his shoulder perched a large orange mouse with thick brown stripes on its back. Its long tail ended in a lightning bolt that swayed back and forth, and its large ears twitched constantly, sensitive to the faintest sounds. It was a Raichu, clinging to its trainer as he navigated through the dense forest. "Creepy place, huh?" the trainer remarked to his Pokémon. "Right. Well, we asked for it, didn't we?" He chuckled lightly. "But it'll be worth it. I think I might call it after this, Raichu." "Right." The man grinned. "I have my own life now. I want to live it. I guess I'm only doing this to leave a lasting impression." He glanced at his partner. "Do you think he'll understand?" "Raichu." The trainer smirked again as he focused ahead. "I guess we'll find out." Soon, they reached a clearing where the mist dissipated. There, he noticed a jagged large crater in the center, resembling a mini-chasm. With one last glance at his partner and a small swallow, he cautiously approached the edge. Peering over, he saw a shallow pool at the bottom, completely still and flat, like a mirror. It appeared almost icy, reflecting the world perfectly. As he stared, he recalled what he had been told. There is said to be a pool at the heart of the chasm. It is a seal. If it is simply neared, the seal will be unlocked. With that thought in mind, he shuffled closer to the edge, his toes nearly hanging off. He waited patiently, but nothing happened. He pursed his lips, wondering if it was all just a myth. But as he contemplated this, he sensed something, a shift in the air. It was more than that, he felt the strings of fate being pulled. He closed his eyes and hummed. There was no turning back now. "Raichu." When his Pokémon acknowledged him, he commanded, "Thunder, please." "Rai." Immediately, the Raichu leaped from his shoulder and landed on the ground, tucking its body in and lifting its paws. "Raicccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccccc A brilliant flash of light erupted, accompanied by a clap of thunder that echoed across the chasm. The dragon snapped its eyes open. What was that? It extended its senses, desperately searching for the source. It was found. A growl rumbled from the dragon's throat, quickly replaced by thunder as the cavern shook. The ice cocoon surrounding the frozen being began to crack. It started with just a few crevices, but soon it was as if the block of ice was wrapped in black cobwebs, with chunks of ice falling away. In a single moment, the ice shattered, releasing the enraged creature. The man walked calmly into the cold cavern, sensing that his plan had worked. Now for the next phase. He shuddered at the chilly air, the frigid temperatures seeping through his protective suit. Even his thick-furred Raichu complained occasionally, but they pressed on, determined to finish what they started. Their reward soon came. Suddenly, the mist thickened, and the air chilled dramatically, increasing the frequency of their shivers. The trainer was startled at first but quickly realized this was it. Then it came. At first, it was a whisper, but it quickly grew into a lingering hiss. It sounded like a sinister warning. The sound originated from a distant part of the fog before filling the entire air. Raichu murmured, and its trainer gulped. But he swallowed his anxiety and called out boldly, "Are you there, legendary?" A shorter hiss responded, followed by a boom. At that moment, the ground shook, and a large figure emerged from the mist. Initially, only two glowing yellow orbs were visible, but as the creature approached, the fog cleared enough to reveal its features. It was a giant monster, a mixture of a dinosaur and a dragon, balancing on two oversized legs with tiny arms hanging uselessly. Its large head swung back and forth, revealing powerful jaws filled with large teeth. When the creature's jaws parted, a strange steam rose from the corners of its mouth, revealing ultra-cold air. A crown adorned the top of its head, resembling a peculiar helmet. Crooked wings hung from its back, ending with two sharp spikes, barely intact and frozen. The dragon's gray skin rippled like armor, glistening from the ice in its scales. The man observed the monster's large, engine-shaped tail. The creature seemed unaware of its surroundings until its pupilless eyes settled on him. An instinctive fear caused the intruder to flinch and freeze in place under its gaze. They stared at each other for a long moment until the dragon lifted its head, seemingly bored, and began to walk past him. Each step resonated like thunder, causing the ground to tremble. The man remained motionless until warmth filled his cold veins. He realized the dragon was heading for the entrance. He couldn't let it escape that easily. With determination, he shouted, "Oh, I don't think so." He tossed a pokeball in front of him, summoning a large, dinosaur-like Pokémon standing on four stubby legs, resembling a walking plant with a giant exotic plant on its back. "Venusaur, Frenzy Plant," he commanded. The seed Pokémon reared back before slamming its front paws into the ground. Thick roots erupted from the frozen earth, racing toward the dragon. The roots twisted and turned like serpents, wrapping around the dragon's ankles and dragging it down. The creature let out a roar as it fell to the ground. The man smirked and threw another pokeball, releasing a large dog with fiery orange fur and black stripes arcanine. At its trainer's command, it unleashed a powerful overheat attack. The concentrated fire struck the fallen dragon, causing the cavern to shake from the explosion. The trainer and his Pokémon stood still, watching the dissipating smoke with unease. Suddenly, a powerful ice beam shot from the cloud, striking Venusaur on the head. The attack sent the large Pokémon flying, and it disappeared into the cavern's depths. Before anyone could react, another attack emerged, resembling a gigantic hyper beam, and struck Arcanine. The trainer and Raichu shielded their faces as the blast exploded before them, the force of the wind knocking them back. As the smoke cleared, his heart sank at the sight of his beloved canine. In shock, Raichu clung to his shoulder, while the trainer clenched his jaw in outrage. "You won't get away with this," he shouted, tossing two more pokeballs. From them emerged a giant snake made of boulders, coated in steel, and a large brown bird with red feathers, Steelix and Staraptor. They charged forward at the trainer's command, Steelix using Double Edge and Staraptor employing Brave Bird. As the smoke cleared, the dragon stood tall, glaring at its opponents. Just as Steelix and Staraptor approached, the dragon snapped its wings, unleashing a shockwave of super cold air. The Pokémon screamed as the attack hit them directly, sending them crashing to the ground, frost quickly covering their bodies. The trainer felt his resolve weaken. These were his most powerful Pokémon, trained for years, yet this creature seemed unfazed. Despite his anger, he closed his eyes, realizing that this was no ordinary opponent. He should run, but he felt compelled to stay and fight. He glanced at Raichu, who wore a determined expression. With a silent agreement, they prepared for one last stand. The trainer threw a pokeball with all his strength, and a large blue dragon emerged. It had blood-red wings and steel-like armor on its underbelly Salamence. Raichu leaped onto the dragon's head, and with a powerful flap of its wings, Salamence charged at the rival dragon. As it approached, the dragon Pokémon's head glowed with energy, and it unleashed a concentrated Draco Meteor attack. Raichu combined its thunder with the attack, creating a powerful force. But the enemy dragon inhaled deeply, parting its jaws wide. An orange glow formed in its throat, and just before the combined attack struck, it released a massive dragon pulse. The two attacks collided, resulting in an explosion that shook the entire cavern. The trainer lost his balance and fell, but his Pokémon pressed on. In a moment of vulnerability, Salamence was caught off guard as the rival dragon snapped its jaws, capturing it mid-flight. The trainer's heart sank as he realized the danger his Pokémon faced. The enemy carelessly tossed its defeated opponent aside. Raichu lay limp on the hard ground, but thankfully still breathing. Its trainer, recovering from his ordeal, instinctively leaped to his feet and sprinted toward his Pokémon. With a cry of concern, he scooped up the large mouse and cradled it tightly to his chest. Before he could properly check on Raichu, the ice dragon struck again, summoning another hyper beam. This one was weaker than the first but still powerful. It hit the ground near the trainer's feet, causing an explosion. The man yelled as he was thrown through the air. He lost his grip on Raichu, and distance quickly separated them. The man landed hard, skidding and hitting his head. He grunted in pain, but despite feeling dizzy, he heard Raichu land nearby. With a loud he struggled to stand, but his body wouldn't cooperate. He tried again, but the dragon let out a frustrated growl. Just as he managed to sit up, a powerful ice beam was fired at him. Instead of freezing him, it caused another explosion, sending him rolling onto his side, whimpering in pain. He waited for his attacker to finish him off, but only heard a deep snort as the dragon turned away, resuming its slow journey to the entrance. Amused by this, the man reached for a remote-like device in his hand, his finger resting on the only button. He smirked and said, "I don't think so," as he pressed it. On the opposite side of the cavern, the dragon was unaware of what was above. Suddenly, over a dozen red LED lights turned on, and the ceiling exploded. With a sound louder than thunder, everything from fine dust to great boulders fell onto Kyurem. The boundary Pokémon let out a startled roar, which was cut off as it was buried in debris. The man didn't need to watch to know it was over, he smiled, relieved. But soon, the freezing temperatures of the catacombs would claim him. The Pokémon would freeze alongside their master, becoming eternally part of the endless catacombs, erased from the world. Ash screamed, rolling back and forth in distress. He sobbed, his tears freezing as they fell. His guards were slightly startled by the sudden outburst but made no further acknowledgement. Deeper in the caverns, a slumbering Kyurem opened its eyes but did not intervene. It would be a long time before Ash would recover from witnessing his father's death. The giant chasm was still and quiet. The cloud cover parted to allow rays of sunlight to pour onto the land, yet it remained a lifeless place. The trees stood motionless, and there was no wind, as if the atmosphere was holding its breath for an impending tragedy. Suddenly, this eerie silence was broken by an explosion from the chasm. A pillar of smoke and dust shot into the air. After several moments, the debris began to fall back to the earth. Groups of humans wearing black, Team Rocket, watched the explosion with bored expressions as more of their bombs created similar eruptions. Their equipment, ranging from handheld computers to armored vehicles, was set up in a rocky region of the chasm. The agents were losing interest, having been told it would be a difficult mission, but nothing had happened yet. This changed as another blast went off, accompanied by hisses of outrage. The dust settled to reveal several cryogonal. The rockets jumped in surprise, but before they could react, the head cryogonal summoned an orb of energy and fired an ice beam at their feet. The humans yelled as they were engulfed by the force of the attack. Other groups of rockets faced similar treatment from the cryogonal. The shock quickly faded, and Team Rocket countered by sending out their Pokémon, mostly fire types, and the battle began. The chasm echoed with the sounds of their fighting. Off to the side, the operations head, Pierce, observed the chaos with an expressionless gaze. He was usually silent, giving orders that were quickly relayed to the others. One agent asked, "You really think this is gonna work? If Kyurem really cares about its territory, it'll come," Pierce replied, still focused on the battle. Little did they know that within the caverns, Kyurem was stirring. It heard the sounds of battle and sensed the presence of intruders. The dragon opened its eyes. The cryogonal fell to the heat of the fire types, dropping like flies. The criminals grinned, capturing some of the ice Pokémon. This battle seemed easy, and they thought it wouldn't be long before the cryogonal were defeated. Then, another charge was set off above the outcrop's main entrance, creating a screen of debris over the dark void. Behind the shower, two orbs flashed from the darkness, and a large figure stormed into the sunlight. Kyurem took center stage in the battle, tossing its head into the sky and letting out a fearsome roar. An officer cursed, surprised by the legendary's intimidating entrance, but Pierce remained unfazed. "Call in some reinforcements," he ordered casually. "And turn all attention on Kyurem. We need to distract it for as long as possible." On the other side of the outcrop, Iris and Scylla were desperately scaling the natural formation. They heard the battle in the distance and Kyurem's declaration, which chilled them to the core. But they kept going, determined to succeed in their part of the mission. Their Pokémon were returned to them, their Pokeballs clipped to their belts with Axu on Iris's shoulder and Pikachu on Scylla's. After what felt like an eternity and several close calls of falling to the forest floor, they found a large crevice leading to the catacombs. The friends exchanged nods of agreement and determined glances. One by one, they squirmed into the dark entrance. Ash stirred from his uneasy slumber, blinking as he slowly lifted his head. It felt like something had woken him up. Suddenly, he heard a distant boom accompanied by a slight vibration pulsing through the ground. He sat up, trying to make sense of it. Was something attacking Kyurem's territory? But what? Was it because of him? After a moment of contemplation, he felt a surge of impulse. He quickly shifted to a crouching position and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help!" He sensed the cryogonal start and glance at him. Ignoring them, he stood up and cupped his hands around his mouth, calling again, "Somebody help!" The cryogonal began to realize what he was doing and turned on him, preparing to silence him. But before they could act, a battle cry echoed down the corridor. A bolt of electricity surged from nowhere, engulfing half of the cryogonal. The surprised Pokémon fell to the ground while their comrades floated out of the way. Ash stopped shouting, blinking in shock as he recognized the voice. "Ash!" Iris called. "Guys," he hollered back. His best friends appeared in the entrance, facing him. Ash's gaze fell on Pikachu, who cheered and raced to him. Laughing, he scooped up his friend and looked back at the others. "I can't believe you came for me." "Don't tell us you thought we would leave you," Scylla replied, his voice cheerful. Ash smiled. "Never." They then noticed the remaining cryogonal, floating restlessly in the air and glaring at them. In silent agreement, Iris and Ash sent Axu and Pikachu into battle. Scylla called out his main partner, Panzage. Together, they gave their loyal partners orders. Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt, Axu used Dragon Rage, and Panzage fired a bullet seed. Each attack hit its mark, leaving only 2 cryogonal remaining. The remaining cryogonal charged, but new orders were given. Pikachu conjured an iron tail and struck one cryogonal, while Axu, using Outrage, delivered a powerful punch to the other. Finally, the children's enemies were defeated. They cheered softly, ready to leave, but a deep growl stopped them. Gasping, they turned to see the bear tick that had captured Ash glaring at them. It was down on all fours, snarling. "Whoa, where did he come from?" Ash exclaimed, surprised by the proximity of the freezing Pokémon. "Oh, I hate ice." Iris complained. "I thought only the cryogonal were loyal to Kyurem." "Apparently, a lot of ice types are," Scylla replied. Their conversation was interrupted as the bear tick fired an ice beam. The children yelped as the attack struck the wall beside them. They ducked out of the way, only to see Beartick preparing its next attack, lifting itself to its hind legs and forming an orb of pure energy, a hyper beam. "Pikachu, Electro Ball!" Ash called. "Hi," the mouse Pokémon replied, flipping in midair to create an orb of electricity on the tip of his tail and flinging it at Beartick's mouth. The orbs collided, creating a powerful explosion that engulfed Beartick. It stumbled backward, clearly unhappy with the treatment, but still standing despite its wounds. The children knew they couldn't let up. This time, Iris and Scylla stepped in. "Panzage, Solar Beam!" Iris commanded. "Axu, use Dragon Rage!" Scylla added. The tiny Pokémon fired their attacks, which merged into a powerful beam surrounded by blue dragon energy. Beartic didn't stand a chance against the combined assault. It was struck in the chest and sent flying, crashing onto the ground and skidding to a stop. It attempted to lift its head but went limp, letting out a soft mm. The children waited anxiously to see if the creature would rise again, but it never did. They cheered in victory and relief, eager to see warmth and sunlight again as they left the catacombs together. The battle against Kyurem was intense and chaotic. Ice beams and flamethrowers were exchanged, but neither side seemed to gain the upper hand. Despite the decline in the original population of Cryogonal, Kyurem had managed to rally his ice-type followers, including Beartic, Sneasel, Weevil, and Mamoswine, who fought as a united front. Team Rocket was determined not to surrender, but their resources were dwindling. They were running low on supplies and Pokémon, and desperation led them to resort to unconventional tactics, including using charges and human weapons against their opponents. While these measures proved somewhat effective, the battle was far from over. Although the soldiers were ordered to focus on Kyurem, they found themselves intimidated by the legendary Pokémon's overwhelming power. The dragon unleashed attacks of incredible force, shrugging off damage as if it were nothing. Its chilling gaze instilled fear in the hearts of the soldiers, who could sense its determination to eliminate the intruders. As the battle wore on, it became clear who was gaining the advantage: the ice Pokémon. Several Team Rocket members fled, succumbing to fear or simply giving up. Supplies were rapidly depleting, and their equipment was sustaining damage. The ice Pokémon, though fewer in number, were resilient and refused to back down, fighting fiercely alongside their master, Kyurem. The chaos escalated when Kyurem charged forward, crashing into the main body of Team Rocket's equipment. Pierce and his officers barely managed to evade the attack as Kyurem lunged onto a large armored tank. With a powerful bite, it tore through the metal, sending debris flying and creating a massive explosion that sent Team Rocket agents scrambling for safety. What remained of their supplies was quickly consumed by flames and destruction. Kyurem, undeterred, continued its rampage, letting out a fierce roar that echoed across the battlefield, challenging anyone who dared to oppose it. Unbeknownst to Kyurem, its challenge was heard by Reshiram, who was circling high above, waiting for the right moment to strike. The sound of Kyurem's roar resonated through her, igniting her determination. She knew she was powerful too. Without hesitation, Reshiram dove toward the ground, ready to confront the ice dragon. A Team Rocket agent, desperate to turn the tide, fired his oversized bazooka, launching 2 rockets at Kyurem. The dragon was caught off guard as the rocket struck its side, causing it to stumble. However, it quickly regained its composure and sought out the source of the attack. Spotting the frightened agent, Kyurem advanced, its icy aura intensifying. Just as Kyurem prepared to unleash a powerful attack, it was interrupted by a thunderous roar from above. A torrent of flames descended from the sky, engulfing Kyurem in a blaze. The boundary Pokémon screeched in surprise and leaped away, only to find itself caught in another fire caused by its own destruction. Seeking refuge, it landed on a large barren rock, glaring at the source of the flames. Hovering above was Reshiram, surrounded by swirling winds and flames that countered the icy air. She appeared calm, her piercing blue eyes locked onto Kyurem. The 2 dragons faced each other in silence, the howling wind the only sound between them. Finally, Reshiram unleashed her roar, a beautiful yet fierce sound that resonated with power. In response, Kyurem let out a chilling growl mixed with a high-pitched screech, embodying its cold and unforgiving nature. With a fierce determination, the 2 dragons lunged at each other, igniting the second battle of the dragons. Ash was never so happy to breathe fresh air and see bright sunlight in his entire life. At first, he was almost blinded by the light after being in the dark catacombs for so long, but he quickly adjusted. When he blinked his eyes open, he saw the floor of the giant chasm spread out before him, the dark walls in the distance blocking out the horizon. But he noticed something was wrong. It was freezing, as if it were the middle of winter. Ice covered the rocks and began to appear in the forest. In some places, it had evolved into snow. He and his friends automatically understood the source, Kyurem. They had escaped his lair through an alternative exit, which led them to the side of the outcrop leading to more crags. The children were quickly crawling over the rough terrain, eagerly trying to get to the rendezvous point with Team Rocket. His friends had actually made an alliance with Team Rocket, or better yet, Reshiram had teamed up with them. They were supposed to be archenemies. Ash still couldn't wrap his head around the concept. But there was another time for that. As they made rough progress, the young trainer felt a bad feeling settling in his stomach. The air was too cold. It was too quiet. Something was wrong. "Where's Reshiram?" he demanded, turning to his friends. Silan opened his mouth to reply but ended up widening his eyes in shock. Iris quickly followed his example. Before Ash could ask, Silan pointed upwards, somewhere behind him. "Ash, look!" Ash turned around just in time to hear a loud roar. Everyone immediately covered their ears and squinted their eyes tight. Ash forced his eyes to open just in time to see rapid movement from above. He followed the movement, only to widen his eyes himself. Far above the chasm, almost mixing with the low-hanging clouds, was Reshiram. It appeared as if she was dancing, making unpredictable movements and aerial stunts. But it was no dance of pleasure. Suddenly, a beam of ice shot from a nearby cloud, missing Reshiram by inches. Not even a second passed when a large figure emerged from the white substance, trails of mist clinging to it. Kyurem. With a screech, it shot another ice beam. Reshiram dodged by diving from the sky. Ash noticed she was headed toward their direction. He ran to the edge of the outcrop. "Reshiram." The dragon noticed him. But instead of going straight to him, she pivoted around to make a flyby past the outcrop. Ash saw what she was doing. Pikachu clinging to his shoulder and leaving his friends behind, he ran along the edge in the same direction Reshiram was moving. The split second he felt warm wind buffet him, he made a mad leap off the outcrop. He found himself landing squarely on Reshiram's back. The two exchanged glances and a warm smile, despite the situation. Reshiram took a moment to fly straight, allowing Ash to get into position on her shoulders. Now the battle truly began. Reshiram glanced behind them. "Hang on," she warned. A questioning grunt escaped Ash's lips, but it was cut off. Without warning, the ground behind them exploded. "Wah!" Ash exclaimed. Reshiram flapped her wings, gaining altitude to escape the explosive earth. An angry roar came from the newly created dust cloud. Ash looked over his shoulder to see Kyurem shoot out, only to streak toward the sky far above them at an impossible speed. The boy gasped. So fast. He couldn't get a good view due to the glaring sun, but he noticed the ice dragon fly into a hover. Kyurem bent its head back slightly and parted its jaws. Ash saw the fiery orb of raw power form from within its mouth. Kyurem suddenly threw its head, where swirling orange energy shot from the sky. A dragon pulse. Ash immediately followed its path to strike right in front of them. But Reshiram saw this as well. Just before the powerful attack struck them, the dragon suddenly spiraled, positioning her body parallel with the attack for a split second before flying past it. Unfortunately, much to Ash's displeasure, the stunt caused her to flip upside down. The poor boy and his mouse screamed. Ash wrapped his arms tightly around Reshiram's neck and pressed his knees against her side, desperately trying not to end up hanging. Sensing the discomfort, Reshiram flipped back upright. Ash covered his mouth. "Sorry." "Ugh. I'm fine." Suddenly, the air shifted with a cold wind. There was a whooshing sound, and dragon and rider looked over their shoulders. Kyurem was behind them. "He doesn't give up." Ash sighed. "It'll be a long time before he does." The enemy dragon let out another screech. Its jaws closed, only to reopen to unleash an attack. Ash saw visible, super cold wind pour from its mouth in a concentrated beam. The strange attack just missed Reshiram, striking the ground below. Even from the air, Ash saw the earth shake from the attack as a giant cloud of black smoke spread over the blast zone. Kyurem sped over it, the winds from its flight clearing the debris to reveal the zone was completely frozen in solid ice. It glistened under the sun, like the lake the boy had witnessed long ago. He gasped. "What was that?" he yelped. Reshiram followed his gaze. "Glaciate. Be careful. If it hits us, we're done for." She couldn't have been more right as Ash spied Kyurem repeating its movements. The dragon settled above them, jaws wide while inhaling the cold winds around it. Reshiram. Reshiram didn't hesitate. Without warning, she suddenly pivoted back around to face Kyurem, flying straight towards him. Ash was about to ask what she was doing but was distracted by something from behind. He looked to see that Reshiram's engine tail was activated. Fiery orange flames spilled into the atmosphere, quickly darkening to a blood red. Then, without warning, the fire was replaced by a new, different color, a white-blue flare. Reshiram growled, her body reverberating under Ash's legs. She then copied Kyurem's movement. She bent her neck back while inhaling warm air. She released her attack. Great, blue flame came from Reshiram's mouth, quickly growing in intensity and power. Despite the midday sun, its light seemed to illuminate the air around it. The frigid air was immediately warmed. It was Reshiram's most powerful attack, Blue Flare. The fire spread across the sky before coming together as a concentrated inferno of blue and white color, racing towards its target, Kyurem. But the enemy had fired its own attack, and it was just as powerful, Glaciate. The attacks collided halfway. There was a clap of thunder, filling the air with steam. Ash gave a startled yelp, and Reshiram let out a squawking roar. She flapped her wings and turned, driving herself away from the strange cloud and into clear sky. When Ash's blurred vision cleared, he saw the dragons had switched places. It was now Reshiram soaring in the sky with Kyurem hovering just above the ground. But that wasn't for long. Just like before, Kyurem shot from its position and rose to meet Reshiram. The white dragon tried to pull away, but her rival was too quick. There was an uncomfortable jolt as Kyurem latched onto Reshiram, his claws digging into her skin. The female dragon gave a roar of discomfort and flapped her wings to pull away, but Kyurem was too strong. The larger dragon tried to bite her neck and head. Thankfully, despite the lack of room, Reshiram was able to bend out of the way, avoiding Kyurem's teeth. A few times, Kyurem's jaws had missed and gotten too close to Ash, provoking a wail. Due to their struggle, the dragons began losing altitude, but no one noticed. Finally, Reshiram's hero acted as he yelled the order, "Pikachu, Iron Tail." Without hesitating, the yellow rodent slid down his trainer's arm. Clinging to Ash's arm, Pikachu swung his tail to strike Kyurem's eye. The dragon screamed and immediately unlocked his grip. Reshiram took no time in ripping away. Once there were a few feet between them, she rewarded Kyurem with another blue flare to its face. The ice dragon screamed again and lost its balance altogether, falling to the earth far below. But before it crashed, the dragon corrected itself, lunging back up into the sky. The battle continued. Flame and ice tore across the sky, savage roars filled the air, and the violent clap of thunder could be heard from the ground far below. Warm and cold air clashed and mixed, sometimes even creating a small storm. The chasms. Atmosphere was changing, the once still air was now becoming completely unpredictable. The dragons danced around each other, nipping at the other's heels and blasting attacks. When one would hit, the force would sting to the bone. It was truly a battle of fire and ice. Ash simply hung on for dear life. Finally, the dragons parted, allowing him to straighten, a hand gripping Reshiram's shoulder. He glared back at Kyurem, who was recovering from the most recent attack. It was then the boy was able to make one final acknowledgement and piece together all his observations of the battle. "Hey, Reshiram," he said. You can fly mostly because you can manipulate warm air, right? Reshiram paused but grunted, encouraging Ash to go on. Well then, how does Kyurem fly? He nodded to the rival dragon by tilting his head. Kyurem's wings weren't even wings, they were too shriveled and torn to be of any use. In fact, Ash hadn't even seen the dragon flap them once. Reshiram saw where her hero was going and smiled. Cold wind. You want to try it? With pleasure. She shot towards the enemy dragon at breakneck speed, activating her engine tail. Kyurem hadn't even noticed her until she was upon him. She unleashed a powerful flamethrower, completely engulfing him once again. But she was not aiming for the dragon, she was aiming for the air around him. Kyurem gave a startled roar. Just as they expected, he dropped like a rock. Halfway down, the dragon desperately tried to correct itself, only for Reshiram to release another fire attack. The flames quickly evolved from orange to red to blue, following Kyurem all the way down until he crashed into the chasm below. There was a great roar, and a giant cloud of debris flew into the air. Reshiram lowered towards the crash site to hover above the smoke, observing her work. When Ash saw no movement, he laughed and triumphantly threw a fist into the air. We did it, he whooped. The young boy was so caught up in his cheers that he didn't notice the orange glow from inside the dust. Without warning, a great dragon pulse shot from the cloud and raced up at them at an unworldly speed. The powerful attack was a direct hit on Reshiram's chest. The dragon screamed as she was forced into the air, doubling her altitude. Finally, the attack began to subside. But instead of simply fading, the attack turned into an explosion and engulfed the dragon in smoke. She roared in pain and spiraled out of control. Screams mingled as the world began to spin. The sky and earth flipped back and forth so much that Ash forgot which was which. The realms continued to play their game until they mixed all together. The fall seemed like eternity, and the sensations that came with it felt overwhelming. But still, the end felt too sudden. There was a great jolt, racking everything in Ash's body. He was suddenly torn from Reshiram, and Pikachu fell away, only for his vision to be filled with dry dirt. He grunted as he slammed onto the rough terrain like a ragdoll. He rolled, spun, and his limbs entangled as he was dragged across the ground. Finally, he came to a halt, his body flat and face buried in the dirt. The earth suddenly shook as there was another crash nearby. A miming roar followed. And then there was silence. Ash lay still for a long time, but his internal instinct warned him to move. So, with his body trembling in pain, he planted his palms into the dirt and shakily pushed himself up. All he could do was raise his head to see a dreadful sight. Reshiram was sprawled on some nearby rocks, covered in wounds. The great legendary hissed in pain, her eyes shut tight. Like Ash, she attempted to get up but could only squirm and wiggle in agony. The hero's stomach nodded, but he was interrupted as the earth shook and a cold hiss filled the air. The trainer ripped his gaze away from Reshiram to see Kyurem climbing onto the plateau with them. The ice dragon continued to hiss, its eyes narrowed. Before Ash realized what it was doing, he observed Kyurem closely for the first time, feeling a mix of emotions. The dragon's armor was covered in ice, but it was also coated in scars of every shape and size, inflicted by ancient abuse and recent battles for survival. Its yellow glowing eyes were completely empty, showing it had lost its spirit long ago. Ash found himself wanting to cry. It wasn't right for any creature to endure such suffering. As he observed the dragon some more, he noticed something else. Kyurem was far beyond exhaustion. If one looked closely at its legs, they could see a subtle tremble. Kyurem wobbled with each step, almost like it was struggling to stay upright. Ash's heart twisted. It wasn't fair. He was pulled from his thoughts as he finally realized what Kyurem was doing. It was heading straight for Reshiram, a fierce determination in its eyes. To Kyurem, the battle wasn't over yet. He was determined to confront Reshiram. No. Ash found himself suddenly moving, skidding to a halt between the two mighty dragons, facing Kyurem. He widened his arms and shot a fierce glare at the ice dragon, which paused in confusion. After a moment, Kyurem snorted and shook its head, as if to dismiss him. In response, Ash shook his head vigorously. This only seemed to irritate Kyurem further, but Ash stood his ground. "No, Kyurem," he declared. "I won't let you hurt anyone else. This isn't fair. You blame everyone else for your pain and turn your grief into violence." His voice trembled as he continued, "I know you have suffered. You weren't born like other Pokémon, and people were scared of you. They attacked you when you thought you did nothing wrong. You want revenge, but you're just repeating the cycle of hurt." Kyurem blinked, taken aback by Ash's words. The boy's emotions overwhelmed him, and he began to sob, tears streaming down his cheeks. He tried to control himself, but his cries turned into a desperate plea. "So stop it. Just stop it. Please, Kyurem, stop being so angry." Kyurem shifted its stance, unsure of what to make of this human. No one had ever stood up to it like this. The thought of harming Ash made Kyurem uncomfortable. It sensed the presence of many legendaries surrounding the boy, each leaving behind a piece of their aura, expressing their approval. Ash felt like a chosen one, destined to bring Kyurem salvation. With a sigh-like growl, Kyurem shifted its weight and slowly turned away, moving toward the catacombs and disappearing from sight. Ash, still caught up in his emotions, fell to his knees, tears flowing freely. He trembled, struggling to contain his feelings. Suddenly, a voice broke through his turmoil. "Ash." The deep voice startled him, and he turned to see Giovanni approaching. The tall man wore an expression of genuine concern and sympathy. Ash's cries subsided, but a single cough triggered a fresh wave of tears. His legs felt weak beneath him. Without a word, Giovanni stepped closer and wrapped his arms around Ash in a gentle embrace. In that moment, Ash's mental barriers crumbled. As he cried out, both of them sank to their knees. Giovanni held Ash tightly as he leaned into his uncle's chest, letting his emotions flow freely. "There they are," Iris exclaimed, pointing excitedly. She and Scylla were with the remaining forces of Team Rocket. Almost everyone turned to see their boss, Giovanni, approaching with Ash Ketchum by his side. Reshiram trailed behind them, looking better than before but still tired. Ignoring the commotion, Iris and Scylla rushed to Ash, each giving him a warm hug. His spirits lifted at their affection as he hugged them back. Pikachu appeared from Reshiram's side and scrambled onto Ash's shoulder. Finally together, they made their way to the makeshift camp. Despite Ash's insistence that he was perfectly fine, a dozen doctors were determined to fuss over him. He noticed they were also checking Iris, Scylla, and even Reshiram, who allowed her healers to give her some medicine before sending them off with a snarl. The camp resembled a scene from a movie, with every Team Rocket member busy packing or checking items that didn't need checking. Ash noticed they were careful not to acknowledge him. Separated from his friends, he sat alone on a crate, either watching Team Rocket's activities or staring blankly into space. The sun was setting, casting fiery shades across the sky. The air was warming up from its previous chill. Kyurem was sleeping, and it would remain in slumber for a long time, only to awaken if the seal was ever disturbed. Lost in thought, Ash barely noticed Giovanni's approach. With a small grunt, the man sat down next to him. They remained silent, each in their own world, until Ash finally broke the silence. "Kyurem showed me a dream of my father's death," he said. Giovanni closed his eyes. "I'm sorry you had to learn that way." Ash ignored the comment. "Did you send him?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because he asked." Giovanni turned to his nephew, knowing he had to explain. "We had been tracking strange activities in Unova. Joseph, your father, volunteered to investigate. I warned him he was on his own. Team Rocket was smaller then, and we didn't have the resources to support him. I never imagined he would try to take matters into his own hands. He did it to impress you. He thought if his final mission was a huge success, you would allow him to retire and raise his family away from Team Rocket. Giovanni sighed. I know. If I had known what he was up to, I would have never sent him. He didn't do it just for you. This surprised Giovanni, and he looked at Ash with confusion. Ash glared back at him. Kyurem was planning to go on a rampage, Ash explained. Dad figured it out. He went to Kyurem's lair to stop him. He didn't die for a mission, he saved Unova. Giovanni smirked at this new information. He was always a fool. After a moment, he asked, so why was Kyurem so interested in you? Because I was the intruder's son. Kyurem felt that their battle wasn't finished. I guess since it was technically a tie, he wanted to finish the battle with me. And he did. You actually figured all of this out on your own. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Ash glared at him, demanding an answer, but Giovanni only smiled teasingly. Frustrated, Ash returned to his thoughts. It was my father's death that made Mom so mad at you, wasn't it? Yes, it was. She blamed me for the death of her husband, fearing I hated him and plotted his death. But she owed me too much and still loved me. She allowed me to support you too by sending checks, paying her bills. Anything she needed. And to make that deal with you. Yes. They fell silent again, lost in their thoughts. Ash leaned against Giovanni's arm, and the man slid his arm around the boy's back. Ash's head rested on Giovanni's shoulder as he dozed off. You're leaving. Ash and his friends turned to Reshiram. Now fully healed, she looked down at them gently. Peace has been restored. I am no longer needed. Ash lowered his head. Oh, I understand. He looked back up at her. I'll miss you, though. I'll miss you, too. She lowered her head, and Ash cupped her chin in his hands. She gently nuzzled him with her snout. Ash silently wished she could stay longer, but he knew it was the right thing to do. Legendary Pokémon were free creatures, and their powers had better uses than simple battles. He couldn't take that away from her. Stepping back, he allowed his friends to say their goodbyes as well. Come visit the Village of Dragons whenever you want, Reshiram, Iris said. We would love to have you. And if you ever need help, just come find us, okay? Scylla added eagerly. Reshiram chuckled. I will. Suddenly, Giovanni approached them. Reshiram snorted and lifted her head, glaring at him. Giovanni remained unfazed, and they exchanged a tense look before communicating through telepathy. I will do nothing to you for now, Giovanni promised. But one day, Unova will be mine. With another snort, Reshiram lowered her head to be eye level with him. To the observers, it looked like another stare down. After a moment, she replied coolly, I'll like to see you try. With that, she pulled away and soared into the sky. The sun's rays glowed on her white fur, making her look like a fiery goddess. The children called their final farewells and waved. Reshiram circled above them a few times before turning toward the sun. With a light roar, she unleashed blue flames into the sky. Strong winds howled around the white dragon, who soared gracefully between great stone mountains that stood like guardians of the land. She navigated the currents, weaving over valleys and gorges until she reached a mountain slightly larger than the rest. In its center, a large cave yawned open, inviting her in. With a swift motion, she folded her wings and landed perfectly inside. The cave led deeper into the mountain, where darkness greeted her. The dragon accepted it calmly as the cave transformed into a tunnel, branching into various caverns. This intricate network was more complex than the catacombs in the giant chasm, yet she knew it intimately, almost as well as she knew herself. Her journey brought her to a cavern at the heart of the mountain. Though the entire network was pitch black, this place felt darker still. However, a deep black mass sprawled across the floor, outlined against the darkness Reshiram. The dragon of ideals stirred at Reshiram's approach, his blood-red eyes blinking open as he lazily lifted his head. Reshiram, he murmured. The dragon of truth hushed him gently. I am here. She moved closer and nudged the side of his head. Go back to sleep. Reshiram complied, allowing his head to fall as he drifted back into unconsciousness. Reshiram chuckled softly and curled beside him, their great heads inches apart. Soon, she too fell asleep, their deep breathing creating a soothing rhythm, a reassurance of their presence. As they slumbered, their bodies would eventually transform into their respective stones, waiting patiently for their new heroes. In a quiet office, Giovanni sat alone, his loyal Persian sleeping peacefully on a nearby couch. He leaned over his desk, eyebrows furrowed in thought. With a sigh, he opened a drawer and pulled out a framed picture. In the image, a young boy with gleaming black eyes and spiky reddish-brown hair stood beside a girl around 10 years old, her auburn hair tied in a neat ponytail. She laughed, eyes closed, while the boy wore a warm, confident smile. It was a picture of the younger versions of Giovanni and Delia. Flipping the picture over, Giovanni discovered another hidden behind it. This one featured an older Delia in a pretty summer dress, her hair longer but still in a perfect ponytail. Her chocolate-brown eyes sparkled with joy, and beside her stood a taller man with raven black hair, dressed in casual business attire. Cradled between them was a baby, peaceful yet radiating energy. The baby's hair matched his father's, while his wide brown eyes mirrored his mother's. Ash. Giovanni sighed, the memories reminding him of the decisions he had to make. Carefully placing the photos down, he turned his attention to his phone and dialed a familiar number, listening to the ringing. Hello, a woman's voice answered. Giovanni swallowed, struggling to recall the last time he heard her voice. Delia. Tension filled the line, a chill settling over both parties as Giovanni sensed the silence. He took a deep breath and said slowly, I've decided. To let him be. A sigh of relief echoed from the other end. It was a beautiful day in Unova, with bright sunshine illuminating the land and a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. Shades of lush green stretched in every direction, vibrant and full of life. Under the trees, Silan was busy cooking one of his best recipes while Iris set the table for lunch. The children's Pokémon played cheerfully nearby, careful not to disrupt the preparations. Ash lay on his back on the ground, hands behind his head, contentedly tracing the clouds in the sky. Eventually, he lifted himself and approached his friends. Iris, almost finished with her task, felt his gaze and glanced at him. What? She asked, a hint of challenge in her voice. Hey, Iris, he replied casually, how about a battle?